ancient walls, glory fleeting, shadows dense, through the veil of screens immense. Faceless shadows, glowing screens, fists of fury, broken dreams, world of pixels, cold and stark, echoes in the endless dark. Glory seekers, scattered fights, streaming through the endless nights, triumphs darkened by the pain, in this digital domain. Across the streets where shadows roam, silent screams with far from home. Faces bleed and stories fade, in the cave where lines are laid. Ghostly tears and shattered pride, in this place there's nowhere to hide. Cursing at the ghostly crowd, silent whispers growling loud. Melted battles, endless wars, forgotten legends in the scores, ruthless clicks, unending pain, in the realm of virtual rain. Warriors rise and rulers fall, streaming past the ancient walls. Glory fleeting, shadows dense, through the veil of screens immense. Salty tears where shadows roam, silent screams with far from home. Pixels bleed and stories fade, in the cave where lives are played. Salty tears and shattered pride, in this place there's no.
Okay. Uh, what the fuck? Apparently, Hmm. Well, have a trader. Uh, so hmm. Interesting. Well, I guess we could go kill the body part. Go collect nuggets. Yes. Trading cards. Not that I. Pay the reward. I mean, they made a new trader. I like the way the old one, not so much. It's weird. Oh, but oh, well, they haven't that. Back got lots. We got lots. Kind of like the. They had the landing zones. $1 million care about the health. Don't waste battery. Um, orange. Okay. Go check black market. That too. Do-do-do. Change the saying. Well, that kind of sucks. That means won't be able to get. So if we wind up filling up our inventory, that's it. I mean, I haven't looked on the map to see if they traders. I think they. If black market is still the same, we still get nuggets. It'll be in nuggets, or we can hop off. We can play on like. Oh, looks like black market has. But that doesn't necessarily uh, trader model on. Add. Got all the guns. We got lots of. Actually, black market traders, but just not at the. Swapped out the building. Something else with. Oh, 37 zombies killed since the last time I died. Shit. Oh, Looney resubbed. Or, oh, come through. Subscribed. That's not the.
MC Mikey.
That's the alert.
MC
Why did that look like it was a Booty Boy thing?
This is a subscription test.
That's the proper sound below. Minus. I mean, it should be the same. I don't know. Thank you for the resub. I appreciate it. I don't know what's going on with that. That's happened. That's a resub for 19th month. Wow. Getting up there. Gotta say. That needs to. That's kind of weird. They changed the building, but they didn't bother to back in. Yes, because that looks like the trader have Bitterroot. That building right there. In fact, that whole layout looks like Bitterroot. Running around on the water, so I don't know. Meanwhile, this is a kind of a cool build. All open. All one. Oh, that hurt my nose. Whew. Hold back on your. Oh. Son of a bitch. Oh. So hard, tears come. You know what? Yeah. Son of a bitch. Let's go over on the. Oh, we haven't been on. We'll give these guys time to. I understand though. It's Christmas time. They want to make changes. Got to make time for Christmas and family, all that stuff. Hopefully, had a good Christmas. Hopefully, everyone had a good. Huh, thoughts offline. How was your Christmas, Looney? You have a good Christmas? I hope you had. Hope everybody Christmas. Had a wonderful dinner with my family. Very nice. My brother wasn't here around Christmas because he had new up in the Northwest. But his current girlfriend, who transplanted to the area, her over place. Okay, well, the pot is down some. Not a whole lot of people. Not people. One can run around on. Aw, got a little Christmas. Had me. KG gifts after Christmas. First. Oh, it's so loud. Car? Car in here? Right. Oh, they do. They have off-road 500. How much money do I have? Probably. Nope. Not even close. Not even close. So, this one now, all this here. I don't know. I can't. Been too long since I've been on here. It's been a while. Been a while. Let's. Do I have cross? Glass of. I remember that now. Need to buy bullets. Because you can't really do anything. Right? .40 round man. Well, 5.56 rounds are priced. 1,000. hoping for something better.
At my soul?
A Rosie. Cat. I'll Rose. Oh yeah. I don't know what's going on. Hi, Rosie. I see you.
Salty?
I do. I see you. How are you? How you doing? Oh. Ow. A very pink outfit you got on there. Very day glow.
It is very pink. It's got lots of inventory space too. Look.
Oh, I'm sure it does. Boredom Hub's always been good with inventory.
No,
Or-
you have naked Rosie.
Yep.
Yes.
Naked Rosie's gonna catch a cold in this weather. You hear me again? Hello?
I'll let you carry on. I'm gonna look and watch your stream. I need to get off and deal with the alien.
Oh, okay. Give him a hug for me. How was Christmas, by the way? Hopefully you guys had a great Christmas. We'll run around. I'm hoping you had a wonderful Christmas, Rosie. Hopefully the little alien enjoyed his first Christmas. Hey, it's not as... Oh. Like... Actually, this would probably be one of the better Christmas for him. Wouldn't it? Third Christmas? Yeah. Third one? Yeah, this is when they really start to get into it. Yeah. Yeah, this is when they really start to get into it, and they know that presents are coming. This is the time when you got to worry about them opening presents early. Is that a player? Yep, that was a zombie, all right. Plastic zombie. Santa hat. I don't know where that big. Both these houses, lots of snow on the ground. Wave heat up. Listen. Need to make some money. Boredom. I haven't been on in a month. While we're at it, because we don't have no loaded mags, almost need to down to the like a freshie. In fact, you know what? That actually. Okay, so we load. That's good. Well, have to. You know what? We're gonna go. Gonna run to the coast. Fresh sheet. Sort of freshy run. Freshy looking. Put our way to go. See what we can find. We found slugs and buckshot at Christmas. Doink. Very. Bye, bye, bye. Got you. Forehead. For me. Rosie, are Santa hats worth anything? Sell the Santa hats? Oh, all their hats are good. Guessing that's going to be an oh. Very weird. Boredom hub. Boredom hub. Because it's black. Know me with black. Gotta wear black. Bye. Since it's my mic, it's all fucked up. And that ain't no lie. KM sitting in the old store here. Nice. Nice of them to leave me an AK for Christmas. Ooh, and a sharpening stone. Oink. Oh, she fell right on top of him. I don't remember if this has kill rewards on it. To be honest. I think it does. Doink. Right through the door. Good old 5.56. Oh, so lonely sounding here. Oh, somebody built a base there. Regular teddy bear. Oh, I can't put the regular bear inside of my... Dry fire is really bad for your crossbow. Never dry fire your crossbow. Bad for it. Oh, it's a raincoat. It's a pink raincoat. Hopefully, this is like it used to be, and you can find Boredom Hub clothes. That would be Tier 1, 2, Tier 3. Boredom Hub clothing. Sitting around. I miss the old Boredom Hub on Deer Isle. That was my first real home servers. Eddie shelf kit. But that fits my gun. However, unload that. Sell it on at a later date. That is my I put it in my pants. Fits in my pants. Fits in my pants. Like, I don't want to buy no Mary Kay stuff. Sorry. Nor do I want to buy any Tupperware. Right next door at the Johnson. one rag. It was so poor. Nope, nothing but frozen turds in that one. Gross. Winter Cherno servers with this mod on it sounds so depressing. That bleak wind sound. Oh, Rosie's in and out and in and out and in and out. Boy, oh, food, water. Fuck. Oh, are you kidding? He gave me fucking Crayola crayons. What a dick. Unfucking believable. I gave him a fucking teddy bear and he gave me fucking crayons. Douche. Crayons have no nutritional value of any kind. What a dick. I hope he gets eaten by a bear. it on me. Thought I thought I did. Apparently I don't. Not a big deal. Headed south. I know where there's, oh well. Plenty of time. We're only half yellow. Water. We'll be fine. Not like I don't know how to survive. Do some New Year's horror story. I think we should. On in the background.
It was December 31st, New Year's Eve. My friend Alex hired me to watch his dog Bailey for the weekend while he was out of town for the new year. I'm 35, he's 27, so I don't have that same urge to go out and party for New Year's Eve like he does. So I was more okay with making some money and taking it easy for the night. New Year's Eve was on a Saturday. He left for the city early in the day when I got there. He'd be back Sunday night. He left me with very basic instructions: to just feed him and walk him twice a day and keep him off the furniture. Bailey is a very small husky mix. I'm not sure what else she is, but she's about a third the size of a regular husky, and she's very quiet and well behaved, hence why Alex was okay with me watching her instead of a dog sitter. I brought a backpack which contained my laptop, charger, toiletries, and a change of clothes for Sunday. Alex and I don't go way back. We met through mutual friends and had started going out occasionally on the weekends ever since. I would be sleeping in the spare bedroom of his house on the futon. Throughout the day, I just did stuff on my laptop and played some of Alex's video games. Later in the night, I invited my girl over with Alex's permission. His response was, "You better not in my bed," a way of jokingly saying yes, she can come over. She said she'd be getting out of work after 12, but then she'd come straight over. Alex's house is about half an hour from us, so my girl Trisha wouldn't be getting there until late. I had to kill the time alone with Bailey watching movies until then. We were in the living room. Bailey was by my feet. It was probably 9 p.m. when the doorbell rang. I went to answer the door, and it was a girl at the door. She looked about 30. She had a hoodie on and was holding a jacket. She introduced herself as Alex's girlfriend and said she left something here that she needed to grab. I offered to grab it if she wanted, and she said no, it's okay. She knew where it was in his room. I said okay, that's fine, and let her inside. She went straight upstairs to Alex's room and slightly closed the door behind her without latching it. I right away texted Alex, "I didn't know you had a girlfriend." She was in there for quite some time, until she came back out, still holding her jacket. She came back down the stairs and thanked me and was going straight for the door. I tried to stop her for a quick conversation, saying, "How long have you guys been dating?" She said, "Too long," then laughed, as if making a joke. I laughed too, and she said, "Have a good night." I was a bit surprised by the interaction, but what I gathered from it was they had probably just recently broken up. Now I started to worry that maybe I shouldn't have let her in. Since Alex hadn't answered my text yet, I called him a few times before he picked up. He was out with his friends in a loud setting, so he could hardly hear me until he went outside to talk. I told him his girlfriend just came by to grab something, and he was completely bewildered at what I was saying. "Who are you talking about?" he said. I responded, "She said she was your girlfriend. I didn't get a name." He said in a yell, "You know I don't have a girlfriend. What did she look like?" I started to feel really stupid just about now. I described the girl, and he said he had no idea who this could have been. I then proceeded to explain to him that she went upstairs to his room for a few minutes, then came back down. This was when he started freaking out. He told me to go up to his room now and check if she stole anything. Of course, I didn't know what was in his room beforehand, so he had me check for specific things, which all appeared to still be there. He tried hard to figure out who it could have been, and said he'd call me back after he made some calls and sent me some pictures of different girls. Understandably, this was putting a damper on his night. I could tell he'd already been drinking, so I felt awfully stupid for letting some random girl into the house. He started sending me screenshots of different girls' Instagram accounts. none of them resembling the girl who came in. When I said no to all of them, he went silent for an hour. Then he texted me randomly, "I think I know who it was. Make sure she doesn't come back." I didn't ask any further questions. I responded, "Okay, my bad," and left it at that. Clearly Alex was going through some serious girl drama, or so I thought. I watched the ball drop alone. Not that I really care about the new year or the ball drop at all. Later that night, Trisha finally made it over, and so we hung out in the living room together. I told her what happened, and she was shocked. But then a freakish coincidence happened. Bailey lifted her head and looked at the front door, and then there was a knocking at the door. Whoever it was didn't ring the bell. There was no shot I was opening it. I called Alex a bunch of times, but he didn't pick up. He was wasted and didn't even feel his phone vibrating. Trisha and I stayed quiet, and eventually whoever it was went away. I was honestly unnerved now. Surely it was in connection to whoever that girl was earlier. Maybe it was even her again. Either way, I didn't want to get involved any further in what was going on. After this, we decided to migrate to the spare bedroom where we'd stay for the night on the futon. We had a movie on as we laid down, and I held her. We fell asleep in this position, and woke up at some unknown hour in the night, which I later found out was less than an hour after we fell asleep. I woke to Bailey's howling. She was in the room with us. Trisha woke up after me. Bailey was at the bedroom door with her tail wagging, howling. I whispered, "Bailey, shush." She looked at me and then came over, but she stayed staring at the door, now growling, making unhappy whimpering sounds. Then there were footsteps outside on the wood floors. We heard what had to be at least 2 pairs of footsteps, tiptoeing to the door, and then the doorknob twisted. By force of habit, we had the door locked, thankfully, and a girl's voice said, "Alex?" I looked at Trisha and signaled for her to stay quiet. That girl was not alone. Another light tap at the door, and then the girl's voice said, "Who's in there? This is Alex's house." I made the decision to say in a loud voice, almost a yell, "The cops have been on their way for a few minutes now, just so you know." The girl said, "Who are you?" I didn't bite. I whispered to Trisha to actually call the police, and she did. The entire time she whispered into the phone. I said loud and clear, "I dare you to do something, because the time you do it, the cops will be running through the front door." I heard a whisper on the other side of the door. Then, multiple pairs of footsteps walking away from the door. We stayed in the room, waiting for the cops to get there. Since the front door was left wide open by those people, the cops came right in. The house was clear by this point. I gave my entire recount of the story, and then called Alex multiple times until he finally picked up, still sounding pretty drunk. One cop talked with him on the phone for a few minutes, while I sat with Trisha speaking with another cop. After all this was said and done, the accepted assumption was that there was a key in Alex's room taken by that girl from hours before. This was a pretty messy situation, since Alex couldn't just come all the way home this late. He practically begged me to stay the rest of the night. I had Trisha go home. I stayed because I felt responsible for letting that girl in the first place. I stayed locked in that room the rest of the night with Bailey. I literally wedged a chair against the front door, some half-assed attempt at keeping them out if they decided to return. By morning, though, it seemed that they didn't return. Alex came back earlier that day than originally planned. I'm not going to air out any more private information to the internet than I already have, just in case anyone who knows him can figure out this story is about him. But he did tell me who he thought the girl was. The story behind it proves that men have to be careful too with the women they choose to interact with. That girl and whoever was with her's intention of breaking in wasn't to steal anything, evidently, which is the scariest part. He changed his locks ASAP. I can't even imagine staying in that house if I were him after this. However, it's been a year. As far as I know, nothing has happened, unless he's keeping more to the story he told me a secret.
Creepy.
After returning from a night to celebrate the arrival of the new year, my husband and I returned to our apartment complex to turn in for the night. We both had a couple of drinks, but neither of us were intoxicated. As much as we enjoy partying with friends, when it comes down to it, we are really just homebodies. We lived in the corner penthouse suite of our complex. Although this was never confirmed, it was suspected the owners wanted to convert this apartment complex into condos. The rent certainly was not cheap, and access was limited to this floor. Upon entering the building, There is a walk-up, 2 secure doors, and every now and then there would be a doorman to greet you as you entered or exited. There were also multiple security cameras placed throughout and around the building. It was an especially cold evening, and when we returned there was no doorman present. It was late, at least 2 a.m. The foyer was empty, and one of the lights flickered softly. My husband and I entered the elevator and pressed the button to the top floor. The elevator ride was smooth, and as we ascended, I could feel myself becoming more relaxed, excited to finally be home and able to rest. My feet were killing me from wearing heels all night in the bitter cold. The bell chimed, signaling we had reached our floor. The door slid open, and we turned the corner to the left. Like I said, our suite was the corner suite at the end of the hall. However, something caught our eye. A woman, or what at least looked like a woman, was meandering through the hallway. Her hair was dark and scattered, and looked to be matted and covered her face. She wore a black lace dress that was torn and looked to be in bad shape. Thinking back, I don't even think she had any footwear on. We assumed she was intoxicated and was having difficulty finding her suite, although on closer inspection, she didn't look familiar. We knew all of our neighbors, as like I said, access was limited on this floor. I looked at my husband, who stood still as well. I could see he was contemplating the same thoughts. I asked him, should we ask if she needs help? He looked at me and said, just wait, maybe she's just drunk and having a hard time finding her suite. The woman just continued to slowly slide herself along the walls of the hallway, stopping at each door and peering through the exterior peepholes. Admittedly, this was creepy. It just added to the theory that she was a drunk woman looking for her friends. She was humming, or what I believe was humming. The sound was something between a growl and a hum. We stood there in utter disbelief and awe. However, there was a veil of tension and uneasiness that lingered. The strange woman stumbled through the hallway, hunched over until she pulled herself up to peer through the peephole. She eventually got to a suite of an elderly lady, whom I have a strong connection with. We'll just call her Tilly. Tilly was the sort of woman whose family had neglected her and rarely visited. She would bring my husband and I baked goods from time to time. I would bring her leftovers and assist her with groceries and medication frequently. Tilly's smoke alarm would constantly go off. I would have to rush over and pull out the smoldering toast from her toaster and fan her smoke alarm until it stopped beeping. At times a nuisance, but it would always turn into peaceful. Nevertheless, I cared about her. So when I saw this strange woman peer into her peephole, I reacted. I blurted out, "Excuse me, are you alright?" I could feel myself lose confidence as I asked. The strange woman seemed to shudder for a moment and hunched over to the floor. She looked like she was about to puke, or was frightened by my voice. My husband and I stepped closer, but the woman then let out a series of soft and menacing laughs, just barely audible. I have to admit, in this moment I was thoroughly creeped out and reached for my cell phone. It was uncomfortable because we couldn't get to our suite without having to walk right past this deranged woman. My husband said, "Hey, did you hear us? Do you need help?" The laugh began to grow into what was a steady cackle. The strange woman then stood up. As she stood up, her cackle became a mixture between a cackle and a boisterous growl. She then stumbled forward and continued walking down the hall. There was a staircase just outside of our suite. I assumed she was making her way to the stairs, just too embarrassed to walk past us to the elevator. Maybe she was just a drunk woman and this was nothing more than an uncomfortable standoff with a sad and intoxicated woman. I mean, if she was really that drunk, the stairs probably weren't a good idea. We were on the 7th floor. Nevertheless, I just didn't feel like it was worth the risk to engage with this woman. I just wanted to enter my suite and dive into bed. It was late, and my feet still hurt. As we took a few steps forward, the woman stopped. Almost with laser precision, she stood up completely straight, looked right at our door, and then began to pound on our door, screaming bloody murder. I could feel myself becoming swallowed with fear. I reached for my cell phone and began to dial 911. The woman kept pounding on our door and screaming. To be honest, I'm surprised none of our neighbors came out to see what was happening. Part of me thinks they were too afraid themselves and were probably peering out of their peepholes.
Open that door and punch that bitch right in the
My
face.
husband said, "Hey, what are you doing? Stop that." And just like that, the strange woman stopped, fell to the ground, and began crawling quickly towards us. She looked up for a brief second. All I could see were her dark eyes. Her mouth seemed to be stained black, and she was growling again. But this time, it was as if there was something in her throat that she was choking on. Frozen with fear, my husband and I just watched until she flashed us a menacing hiss, the kind you would hear in a movie, but never imagined in real life. Terrified, I whipped off my shoes, and my husband and I ran towards the staircase on the other side of the building. We didn't want to risk waiting for the elevator and have her catching up. We went down 2 flights of stairs and stopped to listen if she was making her way down the stairs. It was almost impossible to hear as my heart was pounding so hard. I thought to myself, what the hell was going on? We waited there for 10 minutes or so, until eventually we had the courage to head up the stairs and back to our suite. The woman was gone, and so we entered our suite. I was just relieved to finally be safe in my home. My husband sent a text to our landlord. He replied that we would hear from him in the morning. I was so unbelievably exhausted, but found it incredibly difficult to sleep. The sound of that woman's growling and cackling rang in my ears. I hardly slept. The next day, when my husband went to speak to the landlord, he asked him to check the security cameras, although nothing turned up. The landlord said the cameras glitched due to the frigid temperatures last night. To this day, I still don't know what to think. That woman most certainly had problems. The question is, was she dangerous? We moved about a year later, but every New Year's Eve, I still think about that night. It was New Year's Eve of 2020, and all of us were ready for this horrible year to be over. My friend Logan was throwing a house party. I arrived early to help set things up. I secured a spot to sleep in his parents' room, meaning I could drive to the party and drink without having to worry about driving home. His parents obviously weren't home for the night.
Goodbye.
Most of our close friends in our friend group came, plus a bunch of Logan's friends who I didn't know. The party was fun. At midnight, everyone screamed Happy New Year and cheers their drinks. After that, people slowly started circulating out, and the party started to quiet down, as people went to either other parties, bars, or home. The later the night got, the more it became just the closer friends staying behind until it just turned into a chill drinking session in the living room. This went on late into the night. It was likely 3 a.m. when the last of everyone who wasn't sleeping at Logan's house was gone. As it quieted down, we started hearing this occasional sound. At first we didn't know what it was, but it soon started to sound like a creaking sound. It was dismissed as a sound from the fridge or something at first, which I know sounds stupid, but house appliances often make weird noises. It was just Logan, me, and Cody. Cody was falling asleep on the couch already. It was reaching that time where we were just going to go to sleep. However, eventually we got so bothered by the noise that we had to search. We went to the kitchen, and it wasn't coming from in there. We realized when we were close to the basement door that it was coming from downstairs. Logan opened the door, and we heard this creaking sound. Go check what it is, I said. He kept saying, no way. Then he called down into the basement, yo, who's down there? The creaking stopped, and we never heard it again. After a solid minute of waiting at the top of the stairs, we agreed to go down together. We both grabbed knives, drunkenly thinking that was a good idea, when in reality, we were so drunk we'd probably only hurt ourselves with them. We got to the bottom of the stairs and looked through the entire basement. It's not huge. It just has a couch, TV, a bar, a table in the corner, and various old pieces of junk. It was pretty messy at the time. The first thing we did was search any possible crevice for someone who could be hiding. Then we tried to figure out what could have been making that sound. I noticed a rocking chair, so I went up to it, sat in it, and then started rocking in it. And it made the exact same creaking sound we had been hearing. Logan and I looked at each other. I stood up, and so did every hair on my body. I don't think we ever ran faster than we did when we ran up those stairs and slammed the door shut. We tried to come up with any logical explanation, but there was none. He kept the basement door locked for days until his parents came back. There was no living soul down there, but something was moving that rocking chair. That rocking chair used to belong to his grandma, who passed away forever ago, and it's just something his mom held onto for sentimental reasons. I can't say I've ever experienced anything resembling the paranormal before this, nor since then.
Granny
Still
was in
sends
the
chills down my
basement
spine.
rocking out. no mag. Anybody have some huge plans for New Year's? Ooh, hunter pants. Only hunter pants are not big like boredom. It's a pink Derringer. Probably can't. I am not afraid to try. Five minutes till rebirth. Peak internal. Ooh, duct tape. I duct tape now, bitch. Free. Now as good as time as any. log out. We'll log out right here. Jump right back in. Should have got some better boots. More New Year's stories.
Mountains. I think we were around Harrisonburg. This happened sometime around 10 or 11 years ago, and I still remember every detail like it happened to me last night. My mom, my friend, and myself were driving home from a concert super late one night, sometime around 1 a.m., and we were driving through some mountains. I think we were around Harrisonburg, Virginia, or somewhere near the West Virginia border. I'm not exactly sure. The roads were seriously winding, and it was so dark you could go only a couple of feet ahead of you. The roads were seriously winding, and it was so dark you could only see a couple of feet ahead of you, thanks to the headlights of the car. My friend was asleep in the back seat, and she luckily didn't witness any of this. I, on the other hand, was sitting in the front seat trying to help my mom stay awake. Everything was going as expected, just normal driving, when literally, out of nowhere, this huge, and when I say huge, I mean probably around 6 foot long but still very big, thing flies directly in front of our car. Somehow, I was able to really see a lot of this thing, even though this whole thing lasted maybe only 10 seconds in total. But this creature was, like I said, about 6 feet long. I only say this because it was longer than the front of our car. It had these big black and dark gray wings that were like bird-like, or maybe even moth-like. They were against the sides of it, kind of like when you put both of your arms down by your side. It was flying sideways, and was right in front of our headlights. So that would mean it was only a few feet away from the ground, and it was flying incredibly fast. We probably should have hit it considering we were going 60 miles per hour, but somehow we didn't. The creepiest and most disturbing part of it was that the body looked so human, and it had this gray and white bald head. My mom and I both saw the exact same thing, and thank goodness that she did see it, because I'd feel even crazier if she didn't see it. We kept driving and never stopped. We still to this day keep trying to explain it away. Maybe it was a bat or an owl, but I've never seen a bat or an owl that big. There's just no way. I did some research, and years ago in the 1960s, there were a ton of Mothman creature sightings around West Virginia. I guess he's back, or maybe he never left. For a while now, ever since I was a kid, I've been fascinated with Point Pleasant, West Virginia. My dad used to tell me stories of the Mothman and how it terrorized the small town back in the 60s. It's because of his stories I started doing research on other cryptids and urban legends, like skinwalkers, wendigos, the Jersey Devil, and many others. Point Pleasant was the closest town to me, so I made it a goal to drive down there for a weekend on the 53rd anniversary of the first Mothman sighting. On Friday, November 15th, I picked up my stepbrother and stepsister, and we headed down to West Virginia. They were both skeptics. They didn't care about the legend. I honestly don't know why they even wanted to go in the first place. We made it to the small town around 3 p.m. and checked into the Low Hotel. A couple of hours after going into the Mothman Museum and checking out the other small shops, my two friends, Katie and Joanna, made it down for the weekend trip as well. We all met at the Mothman restaurant where some locals knew we were from out of town and enjoyed us talking about the small town. One of them asked, "You folks go check out the TNT area yet?" I responded with, "Not yet, but it's on our to-do list." This is when our group thought it would be a great idea to go there at nighttime and head to the area where Mothman was sighted by the two young couples, Roger and Linda Scarberry, and Steve and Mary Mallet. We bought lights and headlamps and headed to the area at around 8:45 p.m. We approached a gate that was blocked off so no vehicles could pass by, and decided to get out of the car and walk into the wooded area. It was really dark out, and all we had to guide our way was our lights we brought and my GPS leading us to one of the bunkers. We made it to an opening in the forest where I believe the factory's building once stood, before getting demolished. It was at this time my stepsister and Joanna saw a pair of eyes staring at us from the woods. Whatever it was, turned around and walked back into the forest. They assumed it was a big animal, and for our safety, we headed back to the car. As we passed the gate, I noticed it could be lifted with two people, and we decided to open it and head in with my car. As soon as we passed the open area, we found a building to our right, parked the car, and went inside to get some pictures. Our wife was beginning to get a little too uncomfortable, so for her sake, I told her we would come back in the daylight, so we could be more aware of our surroundings in the wood. I got back in the car, and I pulled back into the road. Before we could take off, Katie and I told the group we were going to close the fence since it was closed for a reason. We got out of the car, which was facing away from the fence, and the only lights we had were my brake lights on. We picked up the fence and slowly started moving it back into place. That's when I saw it. A pair of glowing eyes staring at me from the bunker we were just at. They easily stood 6 to 7 feet off the ground, and it was just staring at us. I stopped moving and I said, "Katie, do you see that?" She responded with, "What?" and looked up and saw the eyes too. The moment we both were looking at the eyes, it became red and started coming toward us. I yelled, "Katie, run!" And as she screamed and ran for the car, the creature pursuing us let out this horrifying roar. Nothing I have ever heard in my life before or since. As Katie ran, she fell and hit the ground hard, and I didn't move till I knew she was safely inside. As soon as I got her in, I ran. The eyes were easily 15 feet away from me at this point, and I jumped in the car and pressed on the gas as hard as I could. The road to get out of the TNT area is a 35-mile-per-hour road, and I was easily doing 100 to get out of there. We were very shaken up about this event, but it honestly felt like history was repeating itself 53 years ago. Once we got back to the hotel, we gathered our thoughts and I tried to think logically on what we saw. We looked up wildlife local to the area and tried to compare the noise, but nothing matched. I'm not saying it was the Mothman, or Sheep Squatch, or Wendigo, but something about the way it stood and started coming towards us made me think otherwise. My group and I have decided to invest in tech to record our cryptid hunts next time we go. We want to return back to Point Pleasant soon to try and capture what we saw on camera. Cryptid hunting is no joke. What we felt was genuine fear, and we could have died that night. Yes, it might have been a bear, it might have been a mountain lion, but you got to be careful. You don't know what's out there, waiting in the dark for its next meal. I was at a summer camp for 8 days, but I only spent 6 days at the camp as it was a day's drive up and back. first few days were normal enough, but it was the night of the third day when I couldn't sleep on account of the awful tents, which hardly closed and seemed to be infested with insects and arachnids of every kind. So I was awake for most of the night listening to the sounds of the Tennessee woods, until I noticed some peculiar noises, which didn't seem normal. I first noticed strange noises at around 1 a.m., 1 hour after lights out. First, it sounded like footsteps, but as time went on, I started to hear what sounded like whispering. I couldn't make out what it was saying at first, because it was barely audible. I was pretty shaken up, but eventually the noises quieted down, and I fell asleep. The next morning I told Steve about it, and we both shrugged it off, although at this point I wasn't sure I had been dreaming. I forgot about it until that next night shortly before lights out when I remembered and told Brian, X, and Pete. Even though I was dreading it, of course, I would have to go to sleep eventually. When I went into my tent, I unsurprisingly could not sleep because of the noises. I couldn't sleep because I had what seemed like 6 billion bugs in my tent. At about 12:30 to 1 a.m., the noises started up again, this time louder and more intense. The noises started with footsteps again, but the footsteps quickly evolved into voices, not whispers but full volume talking and possibly even yelling at one point. Then the sounds morphed into chirping and squeaking. At one point I even heard what sounded like a medieval battle horn, like the Narnia movies. Eventually I grew tired of cowering in my tent and decided to check out the noises. I walked down to the bathroom, which were about 200 feet away, and down a hill from my tent. When I got to the bathroom, I realized that the squeaking noises seemed to be coming from a leaky old hose, which was a huge relief. I relieved myself and went back to my tent. I lay down, and it appeared the noises had stopped, but of course, that was only temporary. When the noises started up again, I called out in a slightly hushed tone, thinking it was somebody playing a prank. It was about 2:30 to 3 a.m. at this point, and my friend Pete responded to my call and came over to my tent. Pete said that he had been up for a while because of the bugs in his tent when he noticed the noises too. He said that he had been up for about 30 minutes when he heard me and came over to my tent. Pete and I hung out in Steve and I's tent for a while. Steve slept through the entire night, even with Pete and I trying to wake him up. While we were in the tent, the noises would stop and start repeatedly, alternating every 10 minutes. While Pete and I were in my tent with Steve sleeping next to us in the tent, we noticed that the footsteps were getting increasingly closer and louder. The footsteps were so much that it sounded like they were right outside the tent. We figured it was another kid in a nearby tent named Edwin sleeping. He did have a sleepwalking problem. We called out to Edwin asking if he was alright, and there was no answer. We shrugged it off and continued talking. Actually, Pete got tired and returned to his tent at about 4 a.m. At this point, I decided I would try to get some rest too. I had been laying down for somewhere around 10 minutes when the noises started up once again, and I realized I would not be getting any sleep that night, and decided to walk around the camp and try to find the source of these noises. I did not find anything, however. I did walk by Brian and X's tent. I decided to see if they were awake by whispering into their tent. Brian was awake, but X was not. I asked Brian if he heard the noises, and he said he did. Brian had said he was listening to the noises for about an hour and a half when I came over. I told Brian to keep his ears open for any more weird noises and went back to my tent. About 20 minutes later, I hear the noises start up again. I decided to wait for a few minutes to see if the noises would stop. The noises did not stop. I decided to go check around the campsite one more time. This time, though, I went to Brian and X's tent first to recruit them to help me check. When I got over there to the tent, both Brian and X were awake. It was almost 6 a.m. now, so X and Brian came out of their tent and walked around with me. We had checked the entire campsite, and were about to return to our tents. We happened to be walking by the edge of a huge rectangular clearing behind our campsite when we saw a strange animal at the other end of it. It was probably no more than 200 feet away. The thing looked like it was prone. It was completely still, just watching us. We didn't know what it was, so we started walking toward it. When it realized we were coming toward it, it got up, and this is when we realized that what we were looking at was no ordinary animal. The thing was about 3'6" and humanoid, with a hunched over posture and huge glowing orange eyes the size of tennis balls. It appeared to be pushed into its torso, having an appearance like that of some depictions of the Mothman. When it got up, it started hobbling away towards a large ditch. That's when I noticed some very interesting looking wings. As we got closer, it became more frantic and started to move faster. But by the time we got there, it was gone, and the ditch was empty. We checked the area, and there was nothing. We found nothing of importance. Though, in somewhat of a hilarious turn, we did find an empty bag of Planters peanuts about 10 feet away from where the creature had been.
So the Mothman doesn't like.
So a while back, probably about 7 or 8 years ago now, I was on a Mothman kick. I did have a lot of internet research on the subject. The history, sightings, potential links to other things people have claimed to see. I ended up dragging 2 friends of mine into the mix and got them interested. A short time after the initial interest, maybe a week or 2 later, 2 strange things occurred. We're originally from a seasonal resort town, busy and full of life for around 6 months, then quiet and desolate for the other 6. The entire surrounding area is heavily wooded, a lot of small roads that go through the woods and small communities. One night in December, we were driving around for the lack of anything better to do. The subject of Mothman had come up several times during the night. We would drive around a bit, mess around, stop, have a cigarette, drive some more, blast music, stop at a convenience
Pretty sure
store,
that's not what
hang
that
out
would
in
sound
the lot,
like.
drive more, etc. Anyway, we just stopped at the store and grabbed some drinks and got back in the car. We started driving and ended up going down this long, dark road in the woods. No houses around, no lots or side roads for another car to come from, just trees as far as you could see. It was kind of a simultaneous reaction. All 3 of us noticed red lights behind us, like taillights almost. At first it was kind of distant, and then it started getting closer like it was going faster. We all commented on how we were slightly unnerved. Where did that quote-unquote car come from? And when it was about 30 feet away from us, it just disappeared. Gone. We were all freaked out. An hour or so
$3
later, we got back
bucks.
to our
Oh
friend's
my
house.
goodness.
We went upstairs and we were still talking about the lights and how strange it was. And then from the outside of her house, we could hear a shrill screech. We all froze in fear and looked at each other. We went out on the porch from her room. There was nothing out there, just trees, as far as we could see. Was it just some strange, unexplainable coincidence? Or is it something entirely explainable? Was it just some hype from all the Mothman talk? I can't explain the red lights. The screech could have been some sort of animal, maybe. I've never heard anything like that before, though, and I've lived here my entire life. Okay, even if it was something strange, how would it know we were talking about it? And even so, do unexplainable creatures that may or may not exist have nothing better to do than mess with a group of teenagers? I would love to know your thoughts in the comments down below, but I do think we might have been chased by Mothman. Do you ever feel like you're being watched? It can happen when you're alone or with others. You feel this indescribable, primal emotion, sort of like a mental itch, that just tells you you're being stalked by something. This is exactly how I felt on the drive into Huron-Manistee National Forest. For those who are unfamiliar, this is a beautiful and massive park that's bordered almost entirely by Lake Michigan. I have many fond memories of my experiences here, but the story I'm about to share falls into an entirely different category. I was with my girlfriend of about 6 months at the time. We'll call her Diane. She was driving as we pulled off the interstate and neared the smaller roads that led into the designated camping area of the park. Originally, we planned to set up our campsite in the spot, but upon arrival we noticed it was very crowded. After a bit of deliberating, we opted to grab our camping gear, which was only a minimalist tent, a few days worth of food, and some bottled water, and we hiked a mile or so inland, away from where the other campers would be situated. After all, we came out here to have some intimacy, and being surrounded by strangers cracking beers and partying did not really fit that bill. It was around 6 o'clock when we finally arrived at a suitable campground. It was a clearing just up a small hill about 15 meters in diameter.
Wonder how much the
surrounded by
exchange
thick woods
rate
on every
is
side,
for
including
$3
the entrance
to,
ground.
or no.
We first
Plenty.
heard it when we were setting up the tent. A thick, deliberate scream, reminiscent of an animal in a good deal of pain. It rang out across the clearing. What the hell? Diane muttered. The sound ended as abruptly as it started, and almost as if it was in a cartoon, a flock of birds in the trees overhead took off, all flying back the direction we had came from. What was that? I asked, a barely noticeable quiver in my voice. I don't know, maybe a deer or something. After giving her theory, Diane continued to pitch the tent, and I did too, though I found the sound hard to shake. After the tent was set up, Diane suggested we better get ready and get this firewood started before it gets too dark. As there was no existing fire pit, we had to kind of make one. I remember saying that I thought I saw good material just outside the clearing on our way in, when a strange noise came from overhead. It was gone in an instant. It sounded like a very large bird swooping just over our tent. We both heard it, and immediately looked up and looked around the area. Though we could not see the thing that made the sound, whatever this thing was, we didn't know. All we could tell was that this was something very large and big. Fast forward a few hours and the sun was setting. After a rather grueling wood haul, we were able to get a proper fire going, and we were stereotypically toasting marshmallows over the flame, while casually flirting and telling ghost stories. As I was biting into my charred sweet, me and her, once again, heard that scream. This time it was much closer than before. The noise rang out in a way that made my ears throb, and I had to cover them with my hands. It lasted longer this time too, going for about 5 or 6 seconds. Diane stood up. "What is that?" she yelled, as if trying to ask whatever made the scream. Though the sound was unnerving, I was more annoyed than scared at that point. A real a-hole of a deer, we both laughed. I swear, if it does that while I'm asleep, I'm just going to scream back. Our jokes dissolved the tension quickly, and we went back to toasting our marshmallows, watching the sky dissolve from purple into a deep blue ocean. The rest of that night was uneventful, until we went to sleep. Sometime around 12 or 1 in the morning, I woke up to a loud thud outside, as if something heavy was dropped. What was that? She was still groggy, so I jostled her arm. "Diane, wake up. I think something's outside." What do you mean? An animal or something? She just continued to lie there, so I said something to get her attention. "I'm scared." She sat right up in the tent, and I could see with my phone flashlight that she was very tired. "Okay, you want me to go look?" I guess. Without complaining, she got up out of the sleeping bag, taking with her my phone, and exited the tent. "Hello? Anyone out here?" she called, jokingly, as she shined her flashlight around the clearing.
No.
I watched her from the tent as she walked into the center of it, illuminating the area with the phone. Then, near the edge of the clearing, she spotted something. Whoa. "Hey, see, come here." I squinted, realizing I could barely see, and reached back to grab my glasses before getting out of the tent and walking over to her. This might sound strange, but the air felt heavy, like it does before a thunderstorm. There was also this faint smell of copper in the air. It grew stronger as I went over to her. Looking where she was shining the light, I saw what looked
smell
like
of
a young
copper in
fawn.
the air is not
At
good.
first, I thought it was sleeping, completely unaware of us, until I saw the markings in its back. Deep in its fur were these gouges, about 2 feet apart. They were darkened, obviously soaked with blood. It looked almost as if the deer was picked up by some predatory bird. I found this confusing because I couldn't think of a prey bird around here that would be able to lift an animal that easily, that heavy off the ground. This thing was easily 50 pounds or more. "What the hell?" I said aloud. Even stranger, though, was the fact that the only markings on this animal were on its back. There were no other wounds, so whatever had done this to the deer didn't feed off it at all. It just killed it and left. "Babe, I really don't like this." Diane wrapped her arm around me, pulling me to her. I know. Let's get back to the tent. We'll get up here as soon as the sun comes up." I nodded slowly, and we both began walking back to the tent. A few footfalls back, though, we heard a twig snapping. Diane shined the flashlight behind us, revealing nothing at first. She scanned the tree line, and to my horror, we saw something. Directly in front of us, maybe 20 feet away or so, was a large humanoid figure. It glared at us, And whether it was because of the flashlight or these things' natural disposition, its eyes appeared to be bright red, glowing orbs. I was horrified. If I had to guess, I'd say the thing was between 8 and 10 feet tall. It was feathered in a deep gray coat. It stood, staring at us. It didn't seem to have a separated head, but rather, its eyes were just plastered on the top of its body, sort of like an owl. Both me and my partner were stunned as we looked at this thing. Whatever it was. It was then that it extended its arms or wings, revealing a very wide wingspan. It seemed to flow from its entire body, much like a moth. Without warning, it screamed at us. The sound was unbearable, thick, heavy, and blood-curdling, like a fire alarm amplified by 100. I collapsed to the forest floor, clutching my ears as Diane held me. The last thing I remember was her saying my name as my vision faded to black. When I awoke, I was in the back of our car. I was surprised and sat straight up. Diane spotted me in the rearview mirror. "I'm glad you're awake," as she spoke. I noticed my ears were ringing a great deal. I clutched my head up in pain. What the hell happened? I grew pale in the face, remembering the creature from the night before. She kept her eyes on the road as she said, "The thing, it took off almost as soon as you blacked out. Like a jet, it was insane. I took you back to the tent and waited until it was dawn before I booked it." You mean you carried me all the way? I tried to wake you up a few times, but you were out cold. It wasn't too bad, anyway, but I had to leave the tent. I sighed before nodding slowly. "Money we'll never get back." I paused. "And thank you for protecting me." I saw her smile in the rearview mirror, without another word. To this day, we're still together. As strange as it is, the event seemed to bring us closer. We talk about it often, using it as an anecdote when friends come over. It's a very healthy way to process an ordeal like this. We've been living together for quite some time now, and I see marriage as a very realistic future for us. As for the creature itself, I'm still unsure what it was. Based on its behavior and its striking physical form, I'd have to say my best educated guess would be that we encountered the Mothman, a humanoid cryptid that is said to have the body of a moth with glowing red eyes. According to the folklore, it's commonly seen as an omen before a major disaster. I still think about that night often. Honestly, I don't know if I'd still be alive right now to write this story if it wasn't for my partner.
Oh.
This takes place when I went to Mexico for summer vacation. I was 14 at the time, and like everyone else, I was curious about the legends and scary stories. Since I got there, my cousins would be telling me stories about strange things that would happen in abandoned houses down the block from my grandmother's house. The story that intrigued me the most was the one about a creature living in the town lake. That was the cause of a lot of drownings that happened in the past. My uncle, to this day, likes the outdoors, and when I am visiting, he used to take me hunting and fishing. One day, a friend of his invited us to go camping by the lake. He had plans of setting out a net from side to side and leaving it overnight and seeing what he caught in the morning. My uncle couldn't make it because of his job, and my grandma didn't let me go without my uncle. So he took off by himself and told us he will let us know if he caught anything in the morning. I stayed home bummed out, waiting for my uncle to get off work so we could at least go out for some tacos. We took some to go and went home at around 2 in the morning. We heard a loud knocks outside the door. Now, these knocks were like frantic banging, so it caught us off guard just a bit, as you could imagine. My grandma got up and went to check who it was, while my uncle was grabbing his machete. Outside the door was my uncle's friend. He was pale and had that look of terror. We asked him what was going on, and he only stuttered. We brought him inside and let him calm down. Once he did, my uncle asked him again what had happened. He told us that he ended up going fishing by himself and thought it was going to be a good night. The moon was bright and you were able to see all around the lake, but he was having bad luck and not catching a single thing. So after an hour of no luck, he decided to head back home. He said that since he wasn't catching anything, there was no point in setting up the tent. He got on his bike and started going around the lake to get to the trail to head back when he spotted something at the edge of the lake. Something was coming out of the water. He didn't get scared at first because he didn't know what he's looking at, and from far away, it looked kind of small. He thought it was probably an iguana or something like that. There are some that grow up to 3 feet in that town. So, he kept pedaling and got near the trail, curious to see the lizard up close. Since the trail was going to pass where he saw the thing coming out, once he did, he would forever regret it. He said that once he got close, the creature was still halfway out of the water. He only knows this because when he got close to this thing, he heard the tires making noise with the dirt, and this thing turned around to look straight at him, with big red eyes. It started coming out of the water, he said. The creature's scaly skin was shining with the light of the moon, and was standing on 2 legs once it was out of the water. It had a tail like lizards do, except smaller like a stone. About 6 feet long this thing would have been, he said. If it didn't look him in the eyes, my uncle's friend wouldn't have believed this himself. But his reaction had him almost frozen in shock. He was able to snap out of it rather quickly, though, and started pedaling down the trail as fast as he could. Since my grandma's house is close to the lake, that was the reason why he stopped here instead of going home. The next day, we were talking about it and my grandma heard us talking and said it was El Chavarin, an old legend about a fisherman making a deal with the devil and not keeping his promise. So the devil turned him into a monster as punishment, and throughout the years he's been the cause of people drowning, close to the lake and the rivers nearby. There's something about the Finger Lakes that suggests the possibility of supernatural and mysterious things. Legends and stories abound of hauntings, spirit happenings, utopian communities, ancient ruins, inexplicable phenomena, extraterrestrial visits,
I will.
and occasional glimpse of even Sasquatch. Among the most
Let you with
intriguing
your
stories
little
are the
wavy
numerous
little
reported
motes.
sightings in the deepest parts of the lake. An aquatic creature, a lake monster.
How
if
you
will.
doing, Will?
Each of the
Good
Finger
morning
Lakes
to
has its
you.
own personality, of course. But the Lakes Seneca and Cayuga seem to fit within a different, more mysterious category. Their waters are colder. Their moods are darker. Their waves are bigger. You can travel on boats to and from the sea to these 2 lakes, and their sheer size seems to hint at the possibility of ancient aquatic megafauna. Native Americans believed Seneca Lake to be a bottomless lake, with a monster that lived within its depths. Almost 40 miles long, deep, and 1 to 3 miles wide,
Whoa.
the pitch-black depths of the
Brown
river,
mag. Holy
hundreds of
shit.
feet deeper than sunlight can penetrate, descend to depths
I did. I
below
had a
sea
good
level.
Christmas.
Reports
Got
of
to see
monsters in Cayuga
family.
Lake
We
are
had
numerous,
really good
perhaps even
food
routine in
last
the
night.
1800s. It can be inferred
Leftovers
from a story from
today.
January 5th, 1897,
Good
in an
Christmas
edition
stuff.
of the Ithaca Journal.
Know what I mean?
Incredibly, the piece reported that a recent sighting marked the 69th consecutive year in which there was a confirmed encounter with the monster nicknamed Old Greenie. The story went on to recount that the member of the newspaper staff had been living in daily anticipation.
I
of
was
Old
so
Greenie's
full
appearance,
before
and had
stream,
refused
I
reporting
didn't even
assignments
know
that
if
would have
I was
taken
going
them
to
near the
stream
lake,
tonight.
because they were afraid of the monster. The 1897 incident was reported to have been by an Ithaca resident who was driving along the lake's eastern shore and saw what he knew must be the law.
Felt like I
long
should
sea
just lay
serpent.
down and go to
Of course,
sleep.
there were many people trying to debunk it as some sort of
Hi,
troll
Jam.
or muskrat.
Welcome in.
Sporadic and isolated
How are ya?
reports of the creature would continue.
Hopefully you
until about
guys have all had
1929,
good
when people
Christmases.
began reporting not 1, but 2 creatures sighted together along the lake's eastern shore. The creatures were
If
described
not,
by
I'm
witnesses
sorry
as
to hear
being
that,
12 to
but
15 feet in
hopefully you
length.
had good
It was
Christmases.
speculated that they might be members of the Seneca Lake sea serpent family that found their way into the local waters.
Good time
through a
with your
subterranean
families or
channel,
your
which is believed to
friends.
exist between the 2 lakes.
Both, all the
Legends
above.
of tunnels connecting Cayuga and Seneca Lakes have circulated for many, many years, which anyone with
take
a
you, Tyler.
rudimentary grasp of the notion of water seeking its own level knows could be possible. Occasional other reports of Old Greenie have certainly been made since then, including a 1974 attack in which a teenage boy apparently had his arm broken and bit by a
Brisket
large
spread.
tail-like creature,
Alright.
and the local 1979
spread.
encounter by a professional diver of a submerged animal 30 to 35 feet in length. Still,
Yeah, so I
all
had
the reported sightings,
sandwiches
save one,
made out of
have been reported by one
leftover
or 2 persons. The incident with the greatest
ham,
number of witnesses, and therefore the most
some
credible lake
potatoes,
monster encounter, happened on the evening of July 14th,
and some green
1899
beans
on Seneca Lake.
tonight.
The
Oh, so
side-wheeled
good.
steamboat Otetiani, named to evoke the region's Iroquois past, was traveling north toward Geneva,
One of the best
From
things
Watkins
about
Glen,
holidays.
with several
Leftover
dozen passengers
food.
at about 7 p.m. Sunset was at approximately 8:40.
Ben
so there
ill with
was plenty of
sinus
daylight left,
infection.
and it had been a sunny
Oh,
and seasonally
damn.
warm high 79. Somewhere between Dresden on the west side of the
Well,
lake and Willard on the east side,
Christmas is
pilot
more for
Frederick
kids
Rose
than
reported that approximately
grown-ups
400
anyway.
yards ahead of the boat was what
I'm
appeared
glad
to
the
be
kids
an
had a
overturned boat.
great Christmas. Sorry to hear
Captain
about
Carl
the sinus
Perrodin
infection.
examined the thing with his telescope, later
Hopefully it will
describing
go
its
away.
appearance as being 25
Yeah?
feet long with a very sharp bow and long narrow stern. Passengers began to gather. It was a group with some ostensibly credible witnesses, including 2 commissioners of public works, a police commissioner, the manager of the Geneva Telephone Company, and a geology professor.
Turn
As Captain
hard
Herendeen
poster.
completed his inspection, the pilot signaled the engineer to slow down the boat. The steamboat approached to within 100 yards and lowered a boat to take a closer look. Suddenly, the object turned and began to move away. The captain immediately ordered a full speed ahead. As the thing was moving slowly, the steamboat gained on it easily. The object turned again, this time toward the steamboat, raising its head, looking in the direction of the boat, and opening its mouth, displaying 2 rows of sharp white teeth. Captain Herendeen declared that he would ram the creature and take it alive, if possible. Otherwise, he would kill it and take it aboard or tow it to Geneva. This was the United States in 1899, when conservation of flora and fauna was still kind of fringe. Out west, the bison population, perhaps 10 million in 1850, had been reduced to fewer than 1,000. Passenger pigeons, numbering in the billions in 1860, were on the brink of extinction. And so the boat was turned so that the boat would approach the creature from the side at a ramming speed. The deck of the steamboat was crowded with passengers who were ordered by the captain to put on life preservers. According to the Geneva Gazette, every eye on deck was fixed on the monster and hardly a person was breathing normally. While the boat was yet some distance from it, the monster again looked at the boat, sank out of sight, and the boat passed over the spot
And
where
may
it had
also
been.
be starting with
As the
ear
steamboat
infection.
approached within 50 yards of the creature, the captain gave the order to turn the
Well,
boat so that its paddle wheel would strike
that's
the
a bad
creature
thing
midway
about your
between
nose.
its head and tail.
Is your
The
nose
boat
is
went full
connected
steam
to
ahead
your
and struck the monster with
sinus
enough
cavity.
impact that many of the passengers were thrown off their feet. The mortally wounded animal lay in the water next to the steamboat. It raised its head, gave a sound like a gasp, and lay quiet. Its spinal column had been broken, and it was dead. Lifeboats were immediately lowered, and lines were strung around the body. Passengers and crew tried to secure the carcass. In the end, though, it proved too heavy or unwieldy and dropped into the water, sinking 600 feet to the bottom of Seneca Lake. The ship reached Geneva after dark, and the passengers began to tell their stories of the incident. While all agreed that a monster had been seen, different versions of the length of the monster from 25 feet to as much as 90 feet strained the credibility of the accounts. The Rochester Herald said that Professor George R. Elwood, the geologist on board, who had been in one of the lifeboats trying to secure the body, gave what was considered the most careful and perhaps most trustworthy account. He thought it was a cladastus, an extinct marine lizard from the mosasaur family that lived in what is now the United States until it disappeared from the fossil record at the end of the Cretaceous period, about 66 million years ago. Now, we can't let skepticism get the better of us, considering that in December of 1938, a South African fisherman
it's
caught a
changing
silvertail,
temperatures
which is a
do
fish
that to
was
me all
thought to
the
have been
time.
extinct and disappeared from the fossil record at the end of the Cretaceous period,
Heat
66
the
million years ago.
heat comes on
So it is entirely possible that this
for
thing could have
winter
existed.
and rise out
Professor
your
Elwood
house.
went on to describe the creature as about 25 feet long, with a tail that tapered until within about 5 feet of the head, which it broadened out and looked much more like a whale. The creature weighed about 1,000 pounds. Its head was perhaps 4 feet long and triangular. Its mouth was very long, and it was armed with 2 rows of triangular white teeth as sharp as those as a shark, but in the shape more like that of a sperm whale. Its body was covered with a horny substance, which was much like the carapace of a terrapin, as anything else of which I know. This horny substance was brown in color and of a greenish tinge. The belly of the creature, which I saw after the rope slipped and the carcass was going down, was cream white. Its eyes were round, like those of a fish, and it did not wink. For years now, what could it have been has been the question that is speculated around the area, and even the country, and now the world. It hardly seems likely that so many people could have imagined something so vivid if there had been nothing there. Lake sturgeon, indigenous to both big lakes, can live to be as old as 100 years, grow to 9 feet long and 300 pounds. Their skin is like a shark-like dull gray. Eels are darker but smaller, not getting much longer than 5 feet. Muskellungi can also get over 5 feet long and weigh 70 pounds. Plus, they have rows of sharp teeth. None are apt to convince a boatload of people that they were
no
in the
shame in
presence of a
trying, I
25-foot
guess.
monster, though. It was suggested by cynics that the
I
whole
don't know
thing
if
was
I
a
can
hoax
sell these,
perpetuated by the
but
passengers and crew,
We'll
which is
try.
also exceedingly
We'll see if I
unlikely.
can sell them.
Dozens of people would
I
have
don't know.
had to have kept that secret for the rest of their lives, while human nature suggests that no group
Seems
larger
like
than
something
3
that
people can
would
be
go
trusted
to
to
a biker
reliably keep a
collector.
secret for a long weekend. The Geneva Historical Society can document at least 20 separate reported sightings of the Seneca Lake Monster. Most recently, in 2013, Cayuga's Old Greenie has a Facebook page. Clearly, the idea that big lakes harbor mysteries beyond our knowledge is one that is held stubborn and collective in our imagination. It's part of the charm of living in small towns, I would say, especially lake towns.
Baltic.
Hey, swamp folk. I know, mid-rolls suck in these episodes, but this helps the channel keep going. Today's sponsor is HelloFresh. With HelloFresh, you get farm-fresh, pre-portioned ingredients and seasonal recipes delivered right to your doorstep. Skip trips to the grocery store and count on HelloFresh to make home cooking
Maybe
easy,
you didn't
fun, and
have
affordable.
enough
That's why it's
whiskey.
America's #1 meal kit. Now, look, I would never tell you guys
Maybe
to check
you
out something
did
I don't
just
use
a little
myself.
more.
I've been using HelloFresh for over 2 years now, and honestly, it's helped me a ton with my nutrition, especially when it comes to my meal planning for working out and all those good things. HelloFresh has fit and wholesome recipes for satisfying and nutritious meals that can help you feel good, with about 6 recipes per week to choose from, including low. So I had a lot of back and forth, and my poor friends put up with me. At one point, I had stepped outside with one of them, my significant other at the time, and was trying to calm down.
Maybe you
and
needed
wondering
something
where I could
different.
go eat.
Maybe
My significant
switch it up
other had a
from whiskey
flashlight and was
to,
leading me to a spot in the dirt at
rum.
the edge of the trees, between our
little
2 parked
spice
cars.
rum.
He reasoned it was a good enough distance from the cabin, and yet not in the middle of the woods where some critter could catch me with my pants down. So I agreed, and that's when I saw it. I can still remember. I could barely see the lake from the distance. I stepped past the first car and looked between, and there at the edge of the woods where it meets the lake, I could see something. It looked like a creature. There was minimal light, so I could barely
Look
see
at
its silhouette,
Look at
but I
that
could tell it
creature.
was not human.
Well, that's not really a
so strange
description
because it was
now, is
silent.
it?
The creature had the general body shape of what looked like a dog, but its colors and features were more like a hyena, but also like an aquatic monster.
You
It
look,
was almost like it was a fusion between the two. I could
look
definitely
like
tell
a man.
it definitely was capable of living and moving on land, but it also had features that made it look very much like it swam and spent a lot of time in the water. I stood there perfectly still, watching this thing slowly emerge from the water. I only saw its torso and head and the front of its legs. The thing I'll never get over is its face. It looked like it was frozen in time, with its jaw wide
Famous
open,
grouse?
revealing sharp, bright teeth.
Got a
Its eyes were
brand?
looking right at me, but its nose wasn't wrinkled like a snarl, and there
Try
was
a
no
little,
growling, there was no sound at all. It was the oddest thing. It sent an instant, deep ball of dread down into my core. After I froze for a long moment, I grabbed my significant other's arm.
Got a little
and urgently whispered
moonshine.
for them to go back in the cabin.
Maybe
Forgot to
some
mention
Everclear
that this thing's eyes were glowing, more than
or
likely reflecting the
brandy
light.
or
We got in the cabin,
oh,
and the other 2 friends
something
were
like
asleep.
that.
So my significant other didn't
Brandy's
see
supposed to be
whatever I
pretty
saw,
good
I'm pretty
stuff.
sure. I'll ask him eventually. but I couldn't sleep that
Now,
night.
what
With
they
my panic,
keeping
and
the
now
kegs
sight of what I
around the
eventually
neck of
know was to be some sort of water monster,
St. Bernard's
I
back in the
just
day was
could not feel
brandy.
safe. Eventually, I went and slept in my car, because apparently in my brain, that just seemed like the safest place to be.
Yeah, a little guy. Little Everclear, maybe? I don't know
Hello,
if you guys
I
have
need to get
Everclear,
this
but
experience off of my chest, since I know if I tell any of my friends or family, I would probably be blamed for seeking attention or something like that. So, I have been a Boy Scout for a while. I'm 13 and live in the Appalachian Mountains, and have my entire life. This happened about 2 months ago at a popular camp that we go to every summer.
apple pie
So,
moonshine.
it all started when the troop leader decided to go there for planning the rest of the year. So, the first night we arrived and went to the lodge and went to bed. The next morning we got most of the planning done, so they let us do whatever on the outbreak. Me and another scout member went fishing at the nearby lake that was a part of the camp. It fed directly from the river, and me and him were fishing on a dock where the river and the lake met. I was sitting on the dock and looked down below, since the water was clear, to see if I could see a fish. Instead, I saw what I thought was a tree branch that had fallen and was a part of the dock suddenly pull away under the dock. It scared me at first, but when I thought that it could have been in the current, I just continued fishing. After we were done there, me and him changed location. I had a dead crawfish hooked when I reeled in my lure. It fell off and I tried to rescue it. I tried to get it at the end of my rod so I could prank another troop member with it. The water was a lot less clear there than it was at the dock, so I felt around for it, when out of nowhere, I felt something jerk on the rod. I almost actually fell in, but luckily, I was firmly planted in the ground. I looked in the water and I kid you not, a hand was on the end of my rod. I jerked the rod away from whatever the hell this thing was, and in doing so, jerked it so it was closer. I got a good look at the entire thing. It was green in color, with what looked like scales on it. It had fins all over it, and its face is what gives me nightmares. Its face almost looked like a human's face, but it had no nose. And its eyes, well, I don't know if it had eyes, because either it was deep in its head, because all I could see were deep pits, sockets, with black inside. It had a snout like a wolf, long needle-like teeth. I quickly got up and ran over to my friend and told him we needed to leave. I made up a quick story since I knew he wouldn't believe me about the creature I saw. So, we went back to the lodge. The rest of the trip I was paranoid. I was so scared that this thing would suddenly come on land afterward and get me. After we left,
Oh
I have not
no!
gone back to that lake
Gotta
because of
get
obvious
us.
reasons, nor will I go back to camp there again. I never knew something like that existed, until now.
Japan.
These experiences occurred at Lake Gogabik in Michigan from 1994 to 1996. I've lived in Michigan all of my life, and never been interested in moving anywhere else. My family is here. It is and always will be my home. During the time span, I was accustomed to hiking along the side of the lake where the brush was thin enough to allow me to do so. There was some private property along the shoreline as well that I avoided by cutting through the woods and
You
coming back through the
nearly
lake once I
crapped
passed.
yourself?
I always wondered if people
That's
thought I was a
not
bit
good.
creepy, just bumbling through the woods. But I did wear a backpack and hiking boots. I'm sure folks that did see me knew what I was doing. Anyway, in 1994, one Saturday morning, I woke up at about 5, when it was
Oh,
still dark
pooping
out and got my
yourself.
stuff together. I packed some granola
Oh,
bars as I
poopy
planned to have a
pants.
peaceful breakfast on the edge of the lake while watching the sunrise. Nothing beats it. After a 30-minute drive, I was exactly where I wanted to be, under a rich canopy, in the faint shadows cast by a rising sun. But something felt different. Something felt wrong. Now before I continue, you must know I had been walking in those woods and next to that lake at least 500 times. I've never once had an eerie feeling while I was out there. But that day, something was different. I felt like I was being watched. At least a dozen times I stopped to listen. I would look around to see no one or anything out of place. Maybe I was still tired or something. Well, I kept on walking, and
Well,
no
now I
longer
do.
after, I swear I heard footsteps behind me again. I
Had
tried
a
to see who it was, and
takeaway
there
and
was still no one there.
last night.
The trees were still.
Awesome.
There was
Oh,
no wind. I was
awesome.
alone. I started again walking toward the edge of the water.
Depends
I was
on where you
starving and
got
ready
the
to have a seat and
takeaway
start eating.
from.
And again, those footsteps came from behind me.
Taco
there?
Bell?
I called out to the motionless forest that surrounded me. No one replied. Waiting for about 15 minutes, I stood as calmly as I could. But to be honest, I was starting to feel more and more uneasy by the second.
Taco
After hearing
questionable
nothing,
Taco
I took a few
Bell?
steps toward a cozy-looking rock by the bank and sat down. I peeled the wrappers from my breakfast and had at it, taking swigs of bottled water in between bites, and whistling a tune here and there. What I didn't expect was to hear someone whistling back to me. I stopped, almost choking on my granola. My body was covered in goose flesh. As I slid around the rock to face the forest, there was still no one there. Now, more curious than afraid, I drank another gulp of water and whistled again. Once more, after a few seconds, the same tune whistled back to me, plain as day.
Taco Bell.
It was either my first time ever hearing an echo out on this lake, or someone hiding in the woods was trying to scare me.
Not
All
all
the time,
Taco Bell
I
is
whistled
bad.
expecting to pinpoint exactly where this mimic cry was coming from.
Normally
This
it's
time, the tune
where
came
the
from directly
Taco
behind me.
Bell is.
I fell
That's
forward
bad,
off the rock
not
and
the
faced the
actual
direction it
Taco
came from
Bell.
while crawling away backward. My heart was pounding out of my chest. All I was able to glimpse was a large splash in the water, and the fleeting ripples thereafter. Without a moment of hesitation, I picked up my backpack and ran toward my truck. I didn't set out for Gogabik again for months. I was still spooked after this weird experience. Eventually, I did start my usual hikes again. And
Yeah,
for the longest
Chipotle.
time, I didn't run into
Chipotle will
anything weird.
make you poop
One day in
yourself,
1995, though, I did hear the
from
footsteps
what I
again.
hear.
But the moment I heard it, I turned tail and ran back to my truck. I was not about to chance it with something I couldn't even see. The final experience happened in the spring of 1996. This is the experience that confirmed that whatever was happening wasn't echoes, animals in the woods, or some prankster trying to get me. The following experience left me with nightmares still to this day. I had figured that if I just avoided that side of the lake, it'd be okay. I'd be fine. So this time, I parked my truck on literally the opposite side, and that's a big deal. Gogabik is the largest natural lake in Michigan, so I was miles away from where that other weirdness had happened. That day, I had brought a sketch pad and a set of colored pencils. I had gotten into sketching scenery recently, and using that medium really helped me relax and forget my problems. At least for a moment. I was being extremely quiet. It's not like I was trying to be as quiet as possible. I was just focused and still. When the footsteps came out of nowhere, those all too familiar footsteps. I looked ever so slowly in the direction they were coming from. I expected to see nothing. For so long I've been hearing these footsteps, and for so long I've witnessed them coming from nowhere. Not today. No, this time I saw something, and I can say for sure this was no person. It was standing at the edge of the water, looking out over the lake. It looked hunched over and thin. Skin was pale as the moon. Just the sight of it made my skin crawl. My heart seemed to stop. I prayed and I prayed in my head, hoping this thing would not see me. There was no telling how long that thing had been walking over there for. But, God, even hunched it was so
right.
tall. It stood at least 3 feet over me. I did
Oh,
not
yeah.
want to catch this thing's
Biscuits
attention.
with sausage
I
gravy.
stayed put. I didn't move, and I barely breathed. For at least 30 minutes, the
Yum.
creature didn't move as it continued to stare at the water. Finally, it walked slowly forward, taking massive steps into the shallow water, before the top of its head disappeared into it. I should have drawn it,
We wear the
but I was too
Santa
scared to
hat.
move, and I couldn't make out too much of its face. I continued to sit and sit, waiting and breathing slowly. Underwater or not, it was too soon to start running. I waited another half hour just to be safe. My ass started to ache, and the rock underneath me did not feel good after a while. Eventually, I called it. It was time to get the hell home. ASAP. I slid my sketchbook and pencil case into my bag and stood up. I turned toward the trail. There it was. Not 2 yards in front of my face, it stood staring at me. It was towering over me, yet still standing in the water. The face... God, that face... I finally got a good look at it. It was black, with sunken pits where its eyes should have been. Black, sunken pits where its eyes should have been. There was no nose, just
The
wrinkled
moon's
pink and
shine
pale.
too, so I think
Almost disgusting
tried
blue
to
skin.
kill me.
And where the mouth was meant to be was just an absence of anything. With its lacking eyes, it faced me. It stared at me. I slowly backed away, and yet its empty gaze followed me. I had no other choice. I had to run. It reached out to me with a long, thin finger that had no nails. Before they could reach me, I broke into my fastest possible sprint. I did not turn around. I did not glance over my shoulder. The moment I reached my truck, I opened the door, jumped in, and sped away. Since that day, I have not gone back to Lake Gogabek, and I never plan to. 20 years have passed, and I'm an old man now, and I'm still very much afraid of that place. I do not know what I saw. I don't think I ever will. But I have passed these stories down to my kids and my kids' kids in hopes that they will have some sort of idea what is out there. No matter how smart people think they are, we do not know everything about our planet. There are creatures that elude us. Believe me, I came face to face with one.
I don't believe him.
This all took place when I was 14. It was a Saturday, and we were going
Cletus?
camping in one of the more rural parts of Jamaica.
Cletus, the
I
black
wanted to name the
jawed
place for privacy
yokel?
reasons, but first, here's some background. As I said,
What
I'm
would be
14
wrong
years
with
old,
being
about
Cletus,
5'3", and a medium
black
frame
jawed
build. In
yokel
other
from
words,
the...
I was a big kid. Anyway, back
As long
to the
as you
story.
don't become Barney
Where we were
Gumble,
going
I
from where
think
we
you'd
lived
be
was about
alright.
an hour and a half worth of driving. When we get there, we get our stuff from the truck and started hiking to a good spot. We come across a nice, calm, crisp-looking stream. So we decided to stop, get our fishing poles out, and get some dinner right away. About 2 hours later, we pack up and start again. By now, it's about 4:30 p.m., and we finally find a good enough spot and set up. Suddenly, we pick up this awful, pungent stench. It's honestly like expired sour cream and rotten eggs mixed in a toilet that hadn't been cleaned for years and left in the sun. I felt chills go down my spine and a wave of dread rush over me when I heard the most shrillest, ear-piercing screech I'd ever heard in my life. I grabbed the sawed-off double-barrel shotgun and ran inside the tent. I fell asleep quickly, despite it being only 6 p.m. But at about 2 a.m., I had awoken to the sound of a branch snapping. To make matters worse, I had to pee very bad. Me, being a horror movie enthusiast, knew all too well what could be happening in this situation. I
Or
laid still with
Barney
my
right
double-barrel
now.
shotgun in my hand, ready to fire if it came to the test. Fast forward about 10 minutes later when I heard my uncle scream. I quickly woke my dad up, who was sleeping next to me, and slowly walked out of the tent, thinking he was just trying to play a trick on us. Nothing could have ever prepared me for what I saw. This thing was at least 8 feet tall. It had the smell that I described earlier. It had 2 horns sticking out of its head, but they were deformed looking. I don't know how to explain it. It stood on 2 awfully man-like legs. I thought I was in hell looking at the devil himself. It probably wasn't more than a second or two before I fired a shot at this thing's leg. It jolted back, so human-like, a little too human-like. Then it happened. This thing turned around and acknowledged us, almost as if it wanted to speak. And it kind of did. I don't exactly remember what it said, or what it sounded like it was saying, I should say, but it spoke in a deep, raspy voice.
Doing your
I
little
remember
beer
it had
belly.
hellish red gleaming eyes that stared through my soul. Then I shot it again. This time in the back of its disgusting devil-like back covered with white, dirty, disgusting-looking fur. After about 5 seconds or so, the thing ran off into the woods, leaving a trail of blood. I looked over at my uncle. He was almost in tears, and as was my dad. They were both frozen in fear. I don't know what the heck it was, and I don't know how I wasn't in fear either. We all stayed in one tent, packing our stuff up and planning to book it back to the truck as soon as the sun came up. After about 7 hours, the sun finally came up and we did as planned. When we got to the truck, we started to drive out of there like bats out of hell. On the ride home, we didn't say a word, nor did we when we got home. You'd think the story ends here. Well, not all fairy tales have happy endings. About 2 weeks later, we went down to the countryside to look for my aunt, uncle, and cousins. The drive was about 3 hours away from where we lived, so we were going to spend the night with them. When we get there, we see them all standing in the front patio waiting for us with a look of joy on their faces. Now, to describe the place, it was about a 5-acre, empty woodland area. but it had great lighting around the house from the LED solar-powered lights. Anyway, after about 10 minutes of walking and catching up, we all go inside and make our way to the bathrooms to freshen up. When I'm finished, I get out and make my way to the room I'm staying in, and my two cousins, Brian and Mario, who were both 6 at the time, came in and wanted to play Forza. When it was about 10 p.m., I decided that I was going to bed. I said my goodnights and went up to the room. It was dark, but I did not bother to turn on the light. I just went straight over to the bed and tucked in. I heard the door open, but I just brushed it off as my cousins. About 2 hours later, Mario comes in, turns on the light and screams. I will never forget the look on his face when I asked, "What's wrong?" He looked at me as if he had just killed someone accidentally. It was almost as if he wanted to say oops and started raging. He was in total awe. It was the thing from earlier. It just walked over to the open window, which was about 2 stories off the ground, made its way down and walked away into the woods like nothing ever happened. It moved so human-like, so disgusting, so purposely. When everyone ran up to us and asked what happened, when we finished telling them the story, Brian simply said, "Goat man." Fortunately, this was the last time I personally had an experience with this creature, and I hope I never will again. But sometimes I still wonder what would have happened if I turned on the light, or if Mario didn't come in when he did. Or if he had laid down next to this thing without bothering to turn on the light. I'm glad I don't know. This happened a long time ago.
It's not
and
an
was one of the first
audiobook,
encounters
it's,
I ever had. I was 9 years old, staying with my
they're
grandmother
just,
on a reservation. A Native
stories
American Cree, to be exact.
from, like,
And
Reddit
I
and
was only
that
supposed to be
being
there
read
for about
by
a day or two.
somebody
But then
from
it started to storm badly,
YouTube.
lasting nearly 4 days. To this day, one of the worst storms we have ever had. The power
There's a
was out
bunch
for
of
maybe 3
people that
days,
do this.
So no lights, no stove, nothing.
They take
The
the
layout of my grandma's
spooky,
house is
scary,
important. I
creepy,
don't think you would even call it a house.
creepy
It looked
pasta
more like a trailer
stories
house,
and
the
stuff
kind you
from
would see in Trailer Park Boys.
like Reddit,
It must have been the 3rd night.
some
because
other
the day
places,
after, we
and
ate boiled eggs.
they read them.
My cousin, my aunt, and I were all sleeping in the living room, and from where I was sleeping, you could see through the kitchen window. I was woken up by the sound of something talking in a strange voice. At the time,
Yeah, I
couldn't
see
think of
you're
what it
in here,
was,
but you
it
never
reminded
say
me of
anything.
something.
So I figure
But now,
you're
after
sleeping.
thinking about it for years, it sounded like a goat trying to speak
Oh,
English.
can
I
of
still
food.
don't know what
That's
it was
not what I
trying to
was
say,
hoping.
but I heard something roughly like, "Hey,
Crackers.
boys, hey." I just got chills typing that. At first, I thought it was just my cousin being annoyed, but then I noticed there was a big figure standing outside of the kitchen window. It had its fist
I like
against the
the
glass,
cryptid
like it was
and
trying to peer in and see
alien
what was inside.
encounter stories. They're
And
usually
when I noticed it was banging on the window, not
they're
loud
not
enough to make a ton
great,
of noise,
and they're
though.
not really
I saw the
believable.
outline of horns, like big horned goats have. It had fur covering
That
its
might
entire
be
body
due to
from what I
poor
could see.
writing skills
Lightning
or
flashed, and I
stuff
saw
like
its
that,
face.
but
It's very hard to describe, but it looked like what you could imagine a goat man to look like. Maybe a bit more on the goat side, though. It had red eyes, but they were not glowing. It looked old and rough. Its fur was mostly gray with a little bit of brown. The window that it was at was about 6 feet above the ground, or more. I don't really remember. So, I would say this thing had to be 7 to 7.5 feet tall. Throughout the night, it just stayed in that same exact spot. But the banging slowly turned into scratching, and attempts to speak turned into growls and shouting. Lightning flashed a few times more, and every time I could see the anger on its face growing more and more.
yeah.
I eventually woke up my cousin, crying. She came and lay with me until I fell asleep. I had a hard time falling asleep because every time I closed my eyes, I would see the eyes looking back at me. And when I finally did fall asleep, I had a nightmare involving the goat man. In my dream, I watched him walk over to our neighbor's house and brutally murder them, and come back with a decapitated head and swing it around in my face. He was taunting me. Why? I still don't know. What's weird is that my cousin said that she couldn't see it, but she could hear it. The growling, scratching, everything. We talk about it often, and I remember at one point moving to another room and looking outside of the window and seeing its full body, which was not like a minotaur but a centaur. It noticed me, and that's when it ran back into the woods after I ran back into the living room. I forgot to mention that the morning after, we decided to check outside for evidence, and we found huge hoof prints going from the window to the woods. The footprints were probably the size of 2 open hands. They were rather big, way too big for any normal goat. Now, I've read countless stories on websites and listening to your show, but none of them come close to this night. It was the scariest encounter I've ever had, and I've seen a lot of weird things. About 10 years ago, my best friend and I decided to stop at a local hangout of ours in Bowie, Maryland. We grew up here and spent our early years wandering the railroad tracks and woods, smoking and drinking as children do. So this one spot is a railroad overpass at 450 and 197. There's a parking lot and a small area of grass and trees, about 30-foot strip of land separating the tracks and the line.
Hi, Anthony.
So, it's nighttime.
Merry
and we
Christmas to
decided
you as
to go there to
well.
smoke cigarettes.
Hopefully you had a
We go on the
wonderful
tracks and we're
day.
facing the parking lot. So the overpass is to our left and the tracks go on our right. Now, we're smoking and chilling, and he's talking. But the entire time I'm focused to my right, peering down this track because I have this strange feeling. It's hard to describe. I wouldn't know until after listening to this show that it was the feeling of being watched by a predator,
Congratulations, Anthony.
which I've never experienced
In
before
your
this moment.
first in chat.
After about 2 minutes or so, we were almost done smoking our
Rig.
cigarettes. A helicopter flies right above us, seemingly at tree level, with a spotlight going
I
right
haven't
over us,
liked
coming
it. I've
into the
been on
direction of
for
the overpass. Not even 10 seconds
almost
later,
3
the gravel
hours and
shifted
someone
between the tracks and I
finally
looked toward the
claimed it.
overpass. Standing right in the center of the overpass,
I don't
there is
think
this
it's
giant
rigged.
silhouette. Now, since it is dark and it's under the overpass, I can only see its silhouette. It's easily 8 or 9 feet tall, and burly looking as all get out. It was huge, and we only looked at it for a few seconds before I said, "Let's get out of here." Now, we hurriedly started rushing away, and we hear the gravel move closer, and not even a couple of seconds later, we both hear the most demonic, horrifying, multiple-pitched screech, literally right behind our heads. It came no more than a foot behind us. So of course we book it to his car, and no, we did not look back because are you kidding me? We had to get out of there. We got to his car. Funnily enough, as we were trying to get out of there, his lanyard got stuck on the steering wheel, causing us to get even more panicked and freak out even more. All we could do is just
Actually, I
shout
think
obscenities
Anthony
over and
was
over.
first.
And that's my encounter with the Mothman. Now, a week later, after hanging out with one of our other friends, they told us a story
Anthony
about
didn't
some
say
interesting things since they spent a lot of time in those woods.
Didn't really
He was
want
telling
to
us
call
about how
him
last
out or
week
not.
the cops were out there in the woods because they heard screams and thought somebody was being, attacked.
was
Now, I asked him
sleeping
if
or
they had helicopters out, and he said yes. And I asked him what day it was, and it was the
chilling
same
in
night we
the
saw the goat man.
background, you know.
So we told him our experience, and he was like, yeah, that was probably him. We saw the goat man.
Oh, Pink Brian. Oh, Pink Brian.
Hi, my name is Daniel, and this encounter took place during Easter weekend. It should
Hello,
be known that
Daniel.
I am 19 and I'm no stranger when it comes to alcohol, but I only have a few drinks if offered. You see, my dad wanted to spend Easter with my grandma, who lives up by herself in a small cottage in the Ozarks up in Missouri. The only thing around her house for miles are a few farms and a large forest.
Need
Whenever
to
we go to
find some
visit my
food.
grandma, she would always tell us about how she would be hearing eerie noises coming from the forest at night. We got there in the late afternoon on Saturday, and me and my dad wanted to share a few drinks before we all headed off to bed to get ready for the egg hunt my grandma had planned for my niece and nephew. Around 1 in the morning, I woke up due to the call of nature. I headed downstairs to use the bathroom. After I finished, I made my way back to the bedroom before stopping as I heard my dad call out for me. I went to where I heard it coming from and noticed it was coming from outside. So I began to make my way to the front door before noticing something that stopped me dead in my tracks. There, On the couch was my dad, who had a few empty beer bottles on the floor around him, but was very much passed out. And that's when I heard it. It was my dad's voice calling my name, yet it sounded off somehow. It sounded like someone recorded my dad's voice and played it over a voice modifier. It just sounded so weird, and it was coming from right outside the door. I slowly approached the front door before I stopped and went to go take a peek out the window, when all I saw was pitch black, but I could see the faint outline of
Holy
a figure
crap,
standing
how
at the
long
door.
is that chick's reach?
At first, I thought it was a person, but when I saw that this thing had horns on its head like some kind of demon, I'm not sure how, but I swear this thing knew I was looking at it, because as soon as I got a good look at it, it turned and stared at me with these piercing red eyes, before saying something that chilled me to the bone. "Daniel, please, let me in." At that point, I ran throughout the house making sure every
Daniel,
single window
tell
and
him,
door,
go
or
fuck
any entrance
yourself.
at all, was locked tight. Surprisingly, no one heard a single thing, and I did not get a wink of sleep that night. Easter came
I
and
don't
went,
have
although
any.
the whole time I felt like I was being watched. And as we left my grandma's house, there in
Ow.
the tree line, I saw it. It stood 7 feet tall from what I could guess, and was covered in messy black hair. It was built like a man, and I'm sure if I could see its feet, it would have had hooves. The head reminded me of a goat, and an aged homeless man at the same time. Before I could stare any longer, the creature retreated back into the forest. I've never told my family of this encounter, but I'm just glad I hadn't opened that door. If I did, I probably wouldn't be here today writing this. But now I am filled with concern because that thing is still out there. And what if it decides to go after my grandma next time? If you live in the Ozarks in Missouri, or plan on taking a trip there, I do caution you to be careful out there. And if you hear something calling you at night, definitely do not go check it out. You never know what could be lurking on the other side of that door. Hello, I currently go to college in Maryland, and I've lived here most of my life. My story takes place 6 months ago. At the time, I was still a high school senior, living the life I want to live, working with theater, having a nice girlfriend, etc. An important point to note in my story is at the time I was in an AP art class, with a concentration set of pieces revolving around a certain category of fear. Having already submitted a few potential college credits, my teacher gave us banners to work on so she could hang them up in her room for next year's classes to see. I was having a certain amount of artist block, but I had a lot of time, so I watched a good deal of YouTube in the meantime. I was looking at something related to Call of Duty when I noticed a video regarding something called the Goat Man. Being thoroughly enticed, I clicked on the video and listened. I had my attention enough that I decided it would be the subject of my artwork. As I researched further, I also noted that it was close to home, just on the other side of the Chesapeake Bay Bridge, close to Bowie, Maryland. Again, being a high school student close to graduation, I thought it would be a fine idea to have a small trip to look it over. I enlisted 2 of my friends, who I will call Brennan and Carmen for the purposes of my story. I had brought up the idea of this to other people who thought it would be a waste of time, including my girlfriend. I wasn't a skeptic of the existence of cryptid animals, and while Brennan was, Carmen was in the same boat as me. So we set off to Prince George's County on a Friday night so we didn't have to worry about waking up or having any impending finals waiting for us. With us, we brought a couple of cameras, our phones, snacks, and anything we needed for a scouting trip in the woods. As Carmen drove, I continued my research, taking note of creatures such as wendigos and skinwalkers, but I was very excited about the possible promise of the Goat Man. After about an hour of
Goat
driving, we
man.
reached our destination at about 9ish at night.
Not the
It just
same
turned
as the
dark and it
dope
was quite
man,
warm
dope
out.
man.
Expected a pretty sun. Carmen informed me and
Ow.
Brennan that it was time to go out and go begin our search. She parked the car alongside a stretch of road with forest on either side. With very little traffic, we turned on the flashlights we brought so that we could save the phone battery. Not that it would have mattered since we had no service. Even though I thought I had full bars when we went through town, just the
To the
forest, I figured. We
Bo-
trudged through the woods,
Boner
listening to the sounds of
zombie
nature.
server?
Brennan and Carmen are talking ahead of me. Apparently some long
Oh, the one with the,
lots of juicy details.
I forget the
As
name
we
of the
continued our discussion, I noticed that there was kind
Demon.
of... I'm not really sure how to describe it because of how little I felt it, but there was just a nagging feeling on my shoulder. I swept it off though. It's been a while since I've been through the woods. Maybe I was just paranoid. I was just having a good time, joking around and having a lot of jollies, when we suddenly heard a snap. Something I always knew was that in this area, the only thing that could snap a branch would be a human. We were stopped in our tracks and looked in the direction of the noise. Just deep blackness. Brennan called out.
I didn't
Anyone
delete
there?
them.
With no response, we eased up a little.
Pretty sure I put
It was at this
those
moment I
on,
regretted not thinking about home.
on my YouTube
Despite
page.
that, the sounds of the forest were still present and we kept moving. More. It's about our 4th hour hiking, so it's about 1 a.m. Having found nothing of interest, Brennan looks
I don't even
slightly
remember
relieved
which.
while I have my arm around Carmen because she
I don't
claimed
remember
being
which
cold,
server that
which it was
was.
surprisingly chilly being in the middle of summer.
To be
Are
honest.
we ever going to find... Brennan is cut off by the snap of another tree branch. We stopped dead in our tracks. This time I noticed the sounds of the forest are gone. The nagging feeling I felt earlier is emphasized greatly, almost like it's telling my body to get out. Carmen looks up with me, wide-eyed, and says, "What was that?" Clearly panicked. I shake my head, a chill down my spine. I don't know. When we begin to hear footsteps again, they sound much heavier than a human. We looked at each other looking for an answer, and only freak each other out more when we can't give one. We walk back the way we came slowly when my foot lands on something with a small squish. I look down and I see a squirrel's body, or what's left of it anyway, with a large bite taken out of its stomach, with only small bits of entrail left. I quiver, that feeling reaching a peak as if it's going to explode when the bar fills. Brennan gasps. I see that he's looking at a certain area and I turn slowly to check. Carmen hides her face behind her hoodie-sleeved arm, only showing her eyes. We focus on the spot that Brennan is looking at. Standing there is a dark shape maybe 40 yards away. I can't get a good grasp of what I'm looking at. It's huge, but humanoid. But its legs are all wrong. They're more bent like a horse's, or perhaps a goat. Carmen stifles a scream as the figure just complacently stares at us. As my eyes adjust, I notice the shape of its head. Its facial features are blacked out, with our flashlights only reaching so far, but I can make out the horns on top of its head.
That a Halloween
Brennan is the
server?
first one to take action, yelling, "Run!"
I don't
He
know.
yells
If
and grabs me
anybody
in
in
front.
chat knows
I
which
stumble,
server
but I get
we're
good feeling
talking
quickly
about,
as I sprint as hard as I can
let
back
us
to the direction
know.
of the car. After 10 minutes of steady sprinting, we slow as we seriously need to catch our breath. What was that? Carmen asks, huffing. Neither Brennan nor I answer, but I think we can agree on what we saw. We didn't want to admit it, but we also didn't want to feel like we were giving him power by evoking his name. We slowly go back into the car, which we would make it to in about an hour and a half. The entire time, the forest sounds were absent, almost making our footsteps echo. Carmen is mumbling to herself while Brennan and I try to make small talk to ebb away at the deafening silence of the forest. Then we hear it. Something between a
Now
wail,
I've got
a
22
scream,
rounds.
some sort of animal? It couldn't be. We sprint again, making our way back to the car. Something was here. There were claw-like marks on the sides of the car, peeling the steel like a knife through butter. We decided it would be much better if we investigated once we got home. The car ride home was silent. We put on some Hamilton on the radio, as it's a musical we all like to sing to, but no one felt like singing. Brennan looked out the window, still pale, while Carmen looked more depressed, if anything. My parents will kill me because
Well,
of
I
the car,
mean,
she
after
said finally.
Thanksgiving,
I couldn't say anything. My mind was still in a daze.
I
What
I
was that
can't
thing?
remember what the name
We
of
have
the
told
server
all of our
was.
friends the story,
To be
but as
honest,
to be expected, nobody believed us. I still have so many questions, and one day, I hope, that I find out for sure that what I saw was the Goat Man.
wait a minute, Mr. Goat Man. Don't tear
Sorry,
off
Bueller.
my
I'm
face.
still waiting on an Alabama horror story video, so I figured I would help out with one of my scary camping encounters. 3 buddies of mine and I went camping in the mountains of North Alabama on fall break in 2016. We trekked, I would probably say about a mile or so, maybe a little bit further, up this hill close to my buddy's house. The Appalachian Mountains end in Alabama, so this could be an Appalachian horror story as well. Anyways, we had one more friend who was going to come with us, but he was going to be late. It was nearly pitch black at this point, and the 4 of us were just hanging around the fire, drinking and whatnot. Finally,
Doghouse.
our 5th friend Will calls and asks us if we're still going to meet him halfway, because it was so dark and he wouldn't be able to find us alone in this secluded spot. So, 2 of my buddies left to go meet him, leaving me and my friend, who I will call CJ for privacy reasons, alone. Everything was fine and we were chatting when out of nowhere, we hear what sounds like some sort of mighty roar, which, on first impression, sounded like a yeti or something. We were skeptical, but thought nothing of it at first. Not too long after that, we hear a cadence of footsteps all around us. They sounded like human footsteps, I would
Growl,
say.
growl.
CJ starts to yell at whatever it could have been. The footsteps suddenly stop, and they were followed by a frightening moan. Not a moan like it was in pain, but an aggressive moan, like a growl, but it wasn't really a growl. Us being drunk and not completely aware of what was happening, we decided to run after whatever it was. I know, this is dumb. The moment we began to run after this thing, we see the silhouette of the creature running off on 2 feet and dropping down to all 4s every other stride. Almost like a monkey. But this thing didn't exactly look like a monkey. Seconds later, we got a phone call from our other buddy saying we need to get out of there ASAP. So we book it down the hill, neither of us falling surprisingly, and we make it back to our cars with the rest of our friends. Before we could even relay what we had just encountered, the 2 friends who left to meet Will told us that they were certain something big was following them on the hike down. We do have black bears here, but not too many, and they try to stay away from humans. So, it would be weird if it was a black bear, but not impossible. We all got into our cars and went back to our friend's house who lives nearby and shared our stories. The next day we go out to check out the campsite, and nothing looked out of place other than the fire had rocks on top of it, meaning something put it out. Thank you for sharing this story, Swamp Dweller. I look forward to each night when I listen to your narrations. This story is 100% true, and I'd love to know what others in the swamp may think we encountered. I live in southern Maine out in the sticks. There's an upper part of our garage detached from the house. When I was around 14 years old, during the summer, I'd sleep up there to hide Smoking Mary J from my dad. Some nights, out here knocking on the door, and this wasn't like branches rubbing up against the structure. These were distinct knocks. I was terrified and I was so young. I didn't know what to do at the time. I knew the door was locked. I wasn't sure about the actual garage door though. I somehow managed to fall asleep and awoke still alive and breathing. But this kept happening randomly throughout the nights. Nothing serious happened. It was just those knocks. They sounded and felt so intentional, like something wanted me to be scared. It would be like, knock, 2 seconds of silence, another knock, followed by another 2 seconds of silence, and then another knock. So eventually, the knocking started when I had a friend over. So we were in there and it was the 2 of us. We have machetes and axes. So we went downstairs and the knocks are still going. As we got to the door, neither of us wanted to open it. So we just sat there and listened. There's a rundown red SUV Explorer type vehicle next to the garage. We heard the suspension go down. Like a bear sat on it or something. We just both looked at each other like, what the hell? And went back upstairs and just tried to forget about it. I set traps from where I thought it was coming from. The knocks kept happening up until I started staying inside again. I've had nightmares of the place I lived, of a pale, giant centipede-looking creature with long black hair that can walk on water. I was talking with someone on an island in the dream, but I don't remember
Human
what was said.
centipede.
But all I know is this creature comes around the bend of the island. I hit it with a shovel, and then I wake up. I apologize if this is too much and kind of confusing. I love your channel and have been watching for a while. It's awesome to watch it grow, and I hope somebody might know what could have been knocking on my door that night. I did see a silhouette of it, It was hard to make out if it was hominid or not, but I just really would like answers. Hello, swamp people. I am a 34-year-old outdoorsman, and I have been for the last 15 years or so. My love for nature and adventure has me spending a lot of my free time solo hiking all over California with my dog Nina. I am a firm believer in the supernatural, solely due to my own personal experiences with the unknown. After so many experiences, my curiosity led me to find something I couldn't explain last year. I was solo hiking with my dog about 6 miles away from the nearest road, right after a full day and night of snow. I reached a peak and discovered an amazing valley. It resembles an ancient lake, with trees in different stages of development, littered as far as I could see. It was unusually flat and diverse in plant life for that part of the Tahoe National Forest. Shortly after reaching the peak, I came across a fresh set of tracks. I know tracks very well in California. These were not made by any documented animal. They were about 16 inches long and 6 inches wide, and sunk into the ground about 5 times deeper than my own tracks.
That's
They had
better.
pads like dogs in the front,
No more
but there were
sticky
no
key.
claw marks like you might see from a bear. The tracks seemed to transition as they went on, and this animal thing was dragging something with it. There was no blood, but there were clear signs that something was being dragged momentarily. Alongside the bizarre unknown tracks were a fresh set of mountain lion tracks as well as another week-old cougar track, likely from the same cat. Also, in one of the videos, my dog's tracks are alongside them as well, making for a very good reference. My dog is 65 pounds, and her paw prints next to those were like Simba's next to Mufasa's. I recorded the tracks in about 3 different short videos for later examination. Until this day I have no explanations, and my curiosity grew. That was 1 year ago. If you're listening or watching this on the YouTube side of things, I will have the videos on screen for you to see. Since then, I have gone to other places and seen them and other cool, bizarre things. However, I still never forgot about those tracks. I was always planning on going back to explore that area when I could find a better access point. I eventually got a kick-ass 4-wheel drive SUV and found the perfect route that leads within a mile or so of the valley. 3 days ago, in December 2021, I finally went back, and this is what happened. I arrived at the end of a rough 1-lane dirt road sometime around noon. There is no cell reception.
Oh, kaboom.
It's not the easiest place to get to, and it's not the kind of place that will attract your average camper
Calm
or hiker,
down.
since there are no
Calm
marked
down.
trails and it dead ends after about 2 miles.
Thank
I
you
was
for the
entering from
redeem.
the west side of the
by the way.
bowl-shaped valley. The west and the east sides
your
were the lower
shotgun
edges
at
of the
me.
valley, while the north and south were the high steep edges. While the north and south were the high steep edges with taller trees and more granite boulders, as always, I brought the loyal canine companion Nina. She is a 4-year-old German Shepherd Pit Bull
Nina.
mix with much tenacity. Without wasting much time, I grabbed some water and a few choice pieces of equipment and headed into the valley.
99 bottle.
It was just peaceful and sunny. We were making our way through the dense part of the forest towards the juvenile pine trees, which made a sort of clearing. From there, I could see a lot more around me, so I decided to take a moment and sit and collect myself. Nina was off leash, running around, sniffing everything as she normally does. After about 5 minutes of sitting down, I noticed the birds and bugs were no longer making any noise. It was somewhat subtle, because it wasn't terribly noisy to begin with, but I have strong senses. I considered getting Nina back on the leash, but decided against it.
Wouldn't be
I
totally
watched
wrong.
Shepherd flews and got a red flag.
Not that I really
seemed to be
need
looking
any
around
help
like
with
she knew
making
something was
extra
close.
room for.
Then she picked up
Christmas
the scent of an animal
leftovers.
that was recently there and started
There's
following me at a
always
fast
room
walking
for
speed.
more hand.
I knew she
right?
was on it. I started to follow her while calling her to see if I can get her back on the leash. I knew that since we didn't hear anything leaving as I crunched my way
Or
right into the
chocolate,
forest,
or
there was a good
cookies,
chance that whatever it was there
or
waiting quietly.
cake, or pie.
I think she saw it, because she took off after it full speed up the south side of the valley. The trees were too dense to see what she was after. In my mind, it could have been anything, but I was thinking a deer, maybe mountain lion. Truthfully, I didn't care what it was, I just wanted to go after my dog. So I ran off in her direction. After a few moments, I would stop and listen. Every time I would stop, I would hear nothing. I knew she had to be far at this point. So, instead of chasing after her aimlessly up the mountain at 5,800 feet of elevation, I decided to call out to her and blow my whistle that I keep in my little survival kit. Still nothing. About 8 minutes or so passed since she had took off, but I waited a lot longer. She is like a homing pigeon, so I figured
Got her.
she will come running back to me shortly. So I started waiting for another 2 minutes or so, when I heard something large crunching down the mountain in my general direction, fast. I was hoping it was my dog, but the sound of huge branches breaking in a rhythm and a deer extinguished my hopes quickly. I still don't know for sure what it was, but it was moving very fast, and I was hoping my dog would be behind it, so I was behind. I pulled out my 10mm, loaded with 15 220 grain hard cast rounds, out of my holster, listened, and waited for a moment before I started jogging, to not give away my position. The way this thing sounded as it was jumping left, maybe quarter-second gaps of silence, that would give my position away if I was careless. It was running north down the hill, and I was west of its direct path, so I was going to see the profile of it. I waited until it was about 150 feet away. I began running towards this deer noise just before I knew it would be in my field of view. The first thing that caught my eye was something jet black and hairy galloping in perhaps 20-foot leaps. I didn't see any antlers, and its neck was a lot shorter and thicker than a deer's. Its chest was thick, and so was its waist. Its legs were a little bit shorter than a deer's as well. I saw this all in an instant, and continued forward, not having any time to think about it. I was still running at about 50% speed with the hand cannon, looking at this thing blazing through the trees at what I would guess to be about 40 miles per hour. I was starting to make a lot of noise, and I was about 100 feet from it. I looked down for a moment to calculate my next few steps. When I looked back up, it was gone. I am certain it had either seen me or heard me. It could have only gone east. There's no other place it could have went. Probably about 3 minutes later, in the opposite direction, I heard a smaller animal running towards me. The sound was familiar and very welcome. It was Nina. I holstered my weapon. She came up to me looking happy but wiped out. I was relieved beyond words that she had found me again, and we slowly made our way back. It wasn't until then that I started realizing just how strange that creature truly was. I kept thinking about the details of it. Once certain in my mind that it was not a deer, I really was at a loss for an explanation. Then I thought back to the forest going quiet, and how it had only hid and did not retreat upon my arrival. That is, until its cover was completely blown. Those are predatory behaviors. It really surprised me to see something with jet black fur like that as well. Even black bears would be much lighter in comparison. And even though it had hair, or fur, it really looked out of place for some reason. The greasy sheen just didn't seem right. I am not certain if the footprints that I saw 1 year ago are from the same thing that I saw 3 days ago, so I'm going to go back tomorrow. I want to explore the area more and get a better understanding of what is going on. This time, snow will be a factor. The first snow in months is falling heavily right now in that area, but it should be stopping by tomorrow midday. I will likely have my phone on me just in case I see more tracks or anything else worth recording, so I can get some personal data to help me determine just what I'm dealing with. I'm curious about its intent. I can't let something like that run around if it has bad intentions. Either way, Nina loves the snow and so do I. If I have another encounter, I will be sure to write back. Stay aware and stay safe out there, swamp folk. Hey, Swamp Dweller. I'm the guy who commented on your live stream that I heard your personal story from an ex-girlfriend of mine who grew up outside of Asheville. I'm from the dark woods of Pennsylvania, but I met that girl going to UNC Chapel Hill, studying economy, and playing hard that I couldn't even stare at the screens long enough to update the spreadsheets. After a month of missing almost every class, I went back to Pennsylvania on medical leave. To fight depression, I used my fantasy football winnings to take an impulsive trip to the High Peaks region of New York on November 16, 2015. I left an hour after I had the thought to leave. November in North Carolina is much different from November in upstate New York. So, before I started hiking, I stopped in an outfitter nearby, called the Mountaineer. At the time, frankly, the man running the store had me a little angry. He politely inquired about my plans, asking if I was in the search party. No, I replied. I'm climbing Dick's Peak. Tomorrow? The owner asked. No, today. And the man looked at me with surprise and concern. And how do you plan to do that? I just looked at the man and said, well, I'm just gonna climb it. Do you even have microspikes? And from that, I learned that I would find snow and ice as I ascended elevation. I picked up the spikes. The man encouraged me to buy a headlamp, but I assured him that I already had more than one. Before I left, he sincerely asked me not to hike. Sun sets at 4:30, so you better run. You'll be the next one we're searching for. And so, I drove down the road, down to this pond, and began my hike at 9:30 a.m. No one had signed the trail, and it looked like no one had even used it for at least 2 days.
No cows over
The current
here.
day was November 15th. Though there was no snow at the start of the trail, as I ascended, snow quickly accumulated. Without the microspikes, I couldn't have hiked, because the trails had ice completely over them, after about a mile and a half. I ate my lunch on the summit of Mount Dix at 2:30 p.m. It was cold, only 20 degrees Fahrenheit. The
Ooh,
ice that
garlic
hit me was
mashed
the realization
potatoes.
that the sun was getting very low. And being at the summit, I was only halfway. The last mile of the hike had been extremely difficult, rock scrambling, which in this weather was really ice climbing. Snow was over a foot deep, making my crawl down turn damp. At about 3:45 p.m., I emerged from the rock scramble and decided my best move was to jog, or, if the trail allowed it, I would run. Despite the impending night in my
Garlic
isolation,
mashed
at
potatoes
this time
with
my
sour
main concern was
cream
what
and
started as an utter
chives.
silence while I crawled down the icy rocks.
Yeah.
Ascending, I heard many birds, but my descent was absolutely silent. The moment I started running to beat the sun, I couldn't help but notice the regularity in the branches cracking to my left, even though my feet only hit snow. I felt like I was being watched from the left, even though I had never even seen anything. I should have felt the deepening cold. To ease my mind, I decided to stop my jog, suddenly, thinking that a creature running with me would take a few extra steps before it realized I was not moving. Nothing. I did it again. Nothing. I'm crazy, I thought to myself. And then I did it one more time and I heard leaves shuffle in the woods to my left. Now, I ran. I was breathing hard when a river crossing came up ahead. I saw the same ice-covered rocks that I had to jump across to get there, and I hit them at speed. This led to my right leg slipping off a rock and my legs plunging through the ice and into the frozen river. I sprawled out my hands to grab the rock to not get sucked under the ice. It worked. I pulled myself up. The force in my hand smacking the rock had broken my new flashlight almost in half. The cylinder cracked and the water got inside, the wiring. Now, I did not care if anything ran with me in the woods. I threw the contents of my bag until I had searched every nook and cranny for another flashlight, or my headlamp. I found no headlamp. I couldn't even find my spare handheld flashlight. I had spare wool socks and I changed out of my socks even though it was now 14 degrees. My boots were still soaked with water, which made the sock change ineffective. My mind raced, trying to decide if I should make a fire or make a run for my truck. It was still 4.5
Big
miles from my
fire.
truck with the lights, but my iPhone.
Know
I
why?
brought it out and realized that the cold had taken my battery down
Nothing
to
wants to
12%.
be burned
It worked for
to
less than
death.
7 minutes before the cold forced it to shut off, a defect of the older iPhone models. I decided to run, except with no lights. I couldn't move much faster than a walk. At first, the waning sunlight kept my tracks just barely visible. I was soaked from the waist down. I wiggled my toes once they started to go numb, and the panic made me move faster. But immediately, following the river that I fell in, was a valley where the moonlight could not penetrate the trees. I believe that about an hour and a half had gone by when I realized that I was constantly getting whipped in the face by branches. The snow was almost up to my thighs. I stopped. There were no tracks in front of me. I was not following the trail. You panic, you die in these situations. That thought was all that kept me calm. I turned around and followed the tracks that had gotten me here, hoping to backtrack to the original trail. Despite the loss of feeling in my feet, I went slow to not lose my trail another time. It worked. I found the trail, but with precious time lost.
Not
Despite
worth
the gloves on my hands, I began to
really
feel the numbness sink into my
sacrifice.
hand, and I reasoned that the blood in my body must be rallying to my central organs. In this moment, I realized that I could choose between comfortable thoughts and motivating thoughts. Either I could think of a hug, a warm room, and a campfire, and this would make me feel momentarily okay, or I could think about what I would lose out on by lying down and basically dying. I just kept on thinking about how badly I didn't want to die alone in the woods like this. I came out of the valley and realized my last mile or so downhill was right in front of me. There would be moonlight, but my steps became clumsier because I was having extreme difficulty feeling my feet. So even though I could see a bit from the moonlight, I kept stumbling. At last I saw the round pond and knew I was a quarter mile from the truck. I wouldn't let anything hold me back now. I felt new strength and could see the trail log when I noticed a black creature on the trail in front of me, just pawing the ground. This thing was maybe 3 feet long and 2 feet wide, but very short to the ground. I yelled at it. I cursed at it. I screamed like a man who wasn't going to let himself die 200 feet from his truck. But this thing wouldn't move. It just pawed the ground. And the trail was a gully about 8 feet high to each side. I couldn't climb that in my state. I threw a stick, and still it didn't move. Now I finally threw a stick that bounced off the creature. Now it growled and stared. It flexed like it could attack. I screamed non-stop. I knew it was a wolverine, and suddenly he just turned around. He just walked away before he scrambled up the side of the ravine. I eventually walked out. My truck was only 200 feet away. Once in my truck, I warmed myself slowly. Over the course of an hour, aware that if I heated myself too quickly, then I'd be more than likely to lose some skin to the frostbite. Even though my phone turned back on, I had no service, so I just sat there, eating Kit Kats, wishing I had bought that headlamp from the Mountaineer. A few years later, I sat down and watched the Missing 411 movie, and the first story centers around upstate New York, only an hour from where I went hiking. The man went missing on November 15th, 2015, 2 days before I went hiking. I think that's why no one had gone hiking to the Dix Wilderness for 2 days prior to my hike. I work on a horse farm, and tonight, while I was feeding my horse, I noticed that they were all spooking at something on the other side of the farm, and my boyfriend kept saying that there was a person on the other side. I thought he saw a tree that looked like a person until he pointed out where it was, and it looked unnecessarily tall. It was similar to a person, but not quite. And then, as we were looking at it, it started to move. I still thought it was a tree until we got to that side, and the donkeys that were over there because of coyotes were acting scared. Now, they are generally not scared. They're actually incredibly brave, which caught me off guard. Suddenly, I heard something in the woods, and we pointed the headlight over. At that same time, my boyfriend grabbed his shotgun because we both thought that there was a person trespassing. We noticed, then, it sounded like it was running away from us, so I was not too concerned anymore, till we saw one on the property the exact next day. It was not a person, and there is no way it was a person. That is not what scared the both of us, though. The part that freaked us out was when I closed the gate and locked it up. Whatever this was, it was out there and started running at me. I immediately ran to the car and got in. When we finally got to the main road, this thing stopped chasing us. When we looked back, it was easily 8 feet tall, and just standing in the middle of the road. I don't know what I saw, but I do know it was not a person. I do not know if it was a crawler, or a skinwalker, or anything like that, but I would like to know if they will come and cause issues at the farm. My boyfriend got to the main gate this time to see if it would chase him, or if it was just going to chase me. It also chased him and chased their car down the road for a little bit. I should probably mention that he was cussing at it and probably made it pretty mad. I have listened to some other stories on this show, and I'm pretty sure that what we are dealing with is a crawler. I'm going to try and figure out, to try to link some sort of video to the screaming that we caught on camera the other night.
Dun dun dun.
I was about 12, I spent New Year's Eve at my friend's house, while our parents went to a restaurant in a nearby town. The house was really old and far away from other houses, which made it feel super creepy. To get there, you had to drive up a long, overgrown path surrounded by tall trees that almost blocked out the sky. Some of my friends at school said the house was haunted, and I even remember hearing that the house was mentioned in a ghost book, which made it even scarier. So anyways, we were sitting downstairs in the living room, watching TV when we heard a really loud crashing sound. I can still remember the look in my friend's eyes when we turned to each other, completely shocked. It took us a while to get up the courage to go and see what made the noise. We slowly left the living room and went to the hallway, trying to stay quiet. The sound seemed to come from upstairs, so we decided to go up and check it out. When we got to the top of the stairs, we felt a freezing cold breeze coming from somewhere. It wasn't just chilly, it felt like ice against our skin. We slowly walked down the hallway, following the cold air. Then we turned into another hallway. This house wasn't just big, it was enormous, almost like a mansion from the 1920s, with high ceilings and long, dark corridors. It felt like the house was
Okay,
watching us.
what the fuck?
At the end of the hallway, we saw his mom
Oh,
and dad's
there
bedroom
it
door.
is.
It was slightly open and moving back and forth, creaking softly as it swung. We both stopped and stood still, completely frozen. Neither of us said a word. After a moment, my friend started walking toward the door. I was too scared to move and stayed behind a little. He pushed the
Figures
door
after
open
he
and
eat
stepped
that
into the
whole
room.
can of crappy food.
It was so dark inside that it swallowed him up. I could barely see his shadow anymore. For a few seconds, everything was completely silent. Then out of nowhere, he let out the most terrifying scream I've ever heard. My heart started racing, and without thinking, I ran toward the room to see what was wrong. I felt around for the light
Oh, I
switch and
hate-
quickly turned it on. He was standing completely still, his face pale and his eyes wide with fear, staring at an empty corner of the room. Just to the side of him was a massive antique mirror, shattered into pieces. The broken glass was spread all over the floor. I slowly stepped closer, carefully avoiding the broken glass, and put my hand on his shoulder. His skin felt cold, like he'd been standing in the freezing breeze we felt earlier. "Are you okay?" Without looking at me, he whispered, "She broke the mirror." His voice was shaky, almost like he didn't believe his own words. Confused, I asked, "Who broke it?" Finally, he turned his head slightly toward me and said, "The woman in the corner." At that moment, I brushed it off and told him we should leave. He agreed and started to walk out with me. But just before we left, I couldn't help myself. I wanted to check the mirror. I thought maybe the wire holding it had broken or something. So I bent down and carefully turned the mirror over. And to my surprise, the string that held it to the wall was still perfectly fine. It hadn't snapped. I looked at the wall, and the nail was still firmly in place, exactly where it should be. That's when fear really hit me. I was so scared I told him to call his parents and ask them to come home right away. We waited outside by the front door until our parents got back from the restaurant. When they arrived, my dad and his dad went straight upstairs to check the bedroom. They saw the broken mirror, but didn't take us seriously. They said we were probably messing around and playing a game that got out of hand. The scariest part is this. I'm 24 now, and recently, I was chatting with my mom about random things. Since New Year's is coming up, that night from years ago came up in the conversation. I decided to tell her the full story about what happened. After I finished, she looked at me and said, "I believe you. Your friend's mom told me something a few days after that night. She said she saw a woman in her bedroom, standing there, and the woman told her to leave the house. Hearing that made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. It gave me chills all over again, even after all these years. And I started having flashbacks to that night, even though it's been almost 12 years now. To this day, I still can't figure out how that mirror fell off the wall. For it to fall, someone would have had to lift it up and over the hook. It couldn't just fall on its own. And as for the woman my friends seemed to be staring at in the corner of the room, I think it's better if I just try to forget about it. I never thought anything creepy would happen to me. I always loved reading real-life scary stories, and over time, I became really imaginative and a little paranoid. I thought it was just for fun and nothing serious. But a few years ago, when I was 19 years old, I was heading home after watching the New Year's Eve fireworks. It was 3 a.m. when I got back to my quiet, safe neighborhood. I live in Sydney, Australia, in a nice area where nothing bad usually happens. My friends wanted to call a taxi because it was so late, and we didn't want to wake up our parents to drive us home. But I was stubborn and insisted we walk instead, even though it was a really long walk. My friend Aiden complained the whole way, but I guess I can't blame him for complaining. Benjamin stayed quiet and just went along with it. I was in a good mood, even laughing a bit. When we got close to my street, we split up. The guys kept walking their much longer route home, and I went my own way. As I passed a small cake shop, I noticed a guy on the other side of the street. I only glanced at him for a second, but the way he quickly looked up at me, like he was interested, caught my attention. I continued walking quickly because I'm usually paranoid about things, and most of the time, it's just my imagination. I turned onto my street, which was much darker than I expected. It was around 3:15 a.m. As I walked past the bowling club in the oval, I glanced behind me a few times to check. It was cold and dark, and I started to feel nervous, but there was no one there. I was halfway down my street where the road goes downhill when I noticed something on the path ahead of me. I couldn't tell what it was, but at the last second, I stepped off the path and onto the road to avoid it. As I stepped onto the road, I turned a little and saw someone behind me. They weren't too close, but not too far away either. My heart started racing because I hadn't noticed them before. For them to get that close so quickly, it felt off. When I told people about it later, they said I should have been suspicious. I mean, it's 3 a.m., and you're quietly walking.
Gotta get the booty.
Without even keeping a safe distance.
Oh, God, that scared
And
the
if you
shit
were
out
really
of me.
innocent, you'd try to show that, right? I couldn't see who it was, or tell if it was a man or a woman.
Oh,
But
fuck.
to me, it just looked like a black shadow. I only saw them for a second.
Good job.
I was scared, so I quickly took out my phone and tried to call Aiden. I kept trying, but Vodafone wouldn't let the call go through. I tried calling Benjamin, but he didn't pick up. I called him at least 5 times, feeling more and more nervous. But I didn't dare look behind me to see if the person was still there. By the time I reached my driveway, I thought I was safe and hurried up it.
Oh, yeah,
But
all the
halfway up,
commands
I
still
quickly
do
glanced over my
stuff.
shoulder, and I saw the figure again. The next part is a bit hard to explain. It's all mixed up in my head. On one hand, it looked like he was just walking
Tim or
past
is
my
it Timmy?
driveway,
You'd have to
but on the other hand,
do
I'm pretty sure it looked like he was
exclamation.
about to step onto the
and
driveway,
It's
like he was
active.
going to walk up. At that
They can
moment,
only
I thought
put so
maybe it was
much
my
on
brother,
there.
Jonathan. I mean, who else would bother walking up my driveway? Even if someone was following me, I never thought they would actually go as far as walking up my yard. I felt completely safe because my house was so close when he started following me. But something about the shape of this person didn't look like Jonathan, so I kept hurrying anyway. My mom stayed up to wait for me, and I'm so glad she did, because she opened the door as soon as I knocked. I don't even want to think about what could have happened if I had to wait outside. I went inside, but left the second door open and the outside light on because I thought Jonathan might come in any minute now. But Mom said, "You can turn them off. Your brother came home 2 hours ago." I felt a bit scared for a moment, but I brushed it off because we always think we're completely safe. So I closed the door, turned off the light, and went to get a glass of water.
They
Mom went to bed.
acted.
I went to my room to grab my clothes
They may
and then headed to the
have
bathroom for a shower.
jostled it around.
I also turned off the living room lights. Before I took a shower, I replied to a message from Aiden.
Don't remember.
He was asking if I got home
all's
safely.
active now.
I asked him why he didn't answer his phone and told him I felt scared for a few minutes, but was okay now. While I was showering, I started thinking about that figure. I wasn't sure if it had been following me.
Here we go.
But my mind kept going back and forth, wondering about it. Anyway, I remember thinking it was fine because I was safe. But near the end of my shower, it wasn't the usual creaking or bumping noises you hear in an old house.
It's not that
The best
kind
way I
of
could describe
hip.
it was like someone pressing their hands against the window to steady themselves. It sounded really strange, and it caught my attention right away.
Yeah, pervy
I
weirdo.
immediately thought there might be someone outside. I knew it had to be a strange sound to make me do what I did next.
You freak.
I turned off the water and crouched under the window, hiding and waiting. I stayed like that for a while, too scared to move. I waited for a few minutes, but nothing happened. Slowly I crawled out, still too scared to stand up straight, and turned off the bathroom lights. But it was too hard for me to dry off and get dressed in the dark, so I turned on the heater light, which is smaller and not very bright. As I did, I noticed tiny blue lights at the window. Lights that definitely shouldn't be there. The best way to describe it is that it looked like the keypad of a phone glowing. I felt so scared, but I turned off the heater light and backed into the corner, holding my towel tightly around me. I waited. It felt like a long time. Too scared to unlock the door or move because I knew it would make noise. As I sat there in the dark, more blue lights appeared outside the window. Several of them. They got really bright, and whoever it was seemed to be moving them, trying to shine the light through the window. I unlocked the door and went into my parents' room, shaking like a leaf and trying to explain that someone was outside the bathroom window. I was really scared, so Mom quickly tried to find a safe room for me to change in. Meanwhile, Dad said he heard footsteps running back down the path. I'm so glad he did, because now the whole thing feels unreal, and I sometimes wonder if I imagined it all. But this proved it wasn't just my imagination. I was so shaky that I got into bed, but I couldn't sleep all night until the morning. Even then, I was still scared, especially when I heard Dad go outside into the backyard. I learned my lesson. I'll never walk home at night again. I even feel a bit nervous during the day now. Some people think it might have been the person I saw earlier, but I don't think so. Please don't walk home alone at night, girls. It only takes one moment to be in the wrong place at the wrong time, and things can go very badly. On New Year's Eve, 2016, something happened in Ixtapa, Mexico. My family and I go there every year for the holidays because we have an apartment there. It's a nice break for my dad from his work. Our apartment is part of a building complex with 24 apartments in total. They are split into 4 towers, and they all look the same. We've had that apartment for a few years, and on New Year's Eve, one of the residents invited us and many of the other families to their apartment for a party to celebrate. About 35 people came to the party. The apartment was on the 4th floor, and we got there around 10 p.m.
Bloody
We
for
planned
it.
to celebrate the rest of the night together. Around 10
So you gonna call in?
p.m., one of my
You
mom's friends
call
looked up
in
at the
and
sky
tell them, you
and
know
said
what?
she saw
I'm
something
sick.
strange. At first,
And in
most of us,
fact, if
including
you're
me,
sick, it's probably
pay much
best not to
attention and kept
go
talking.
anywhere where you can
but
make
after a couple of
others.
minutes, more and more people started looking up.
Don't
When we
spread
noticed the commotion,
your
we got up and went out to
fortune
the terrace to see what was going on.
other.
At first it seemed strange, but I would describe it as the stars twinkling. We could see stars, but these ones were much closer together than normal and twinkled
Don't
in a
spread
weird,
the
irregular
sickness.
way. As we kept watching, more and more stars appeared and started twinkling. Some people said they were just regular stars and that we were overreacting. But then the stars we thought were in the sky began moving toward the other twinkling stars. At this point, everyone started to get a little scared. I've always believed we might not be alone, and that there are strange forces out there. But this was the first time I truly had no idea what was happening. There were too many to count, but we all agreed there were about 100 to 150 stars twinkling in one part of the sky. More kept moving across the sky to join them. When they stopped gathering, they kept twinkling in a strange way.
Need the
It wasn't
money?
like the soft dimming of real stars. It was more like lights quickly turning on and off. Then the whole group moved across the sky and disappeared.
Well,
We
you
were
say
all
that
standing there
now
with our
till
mouths
you
wide
cause
open.
the epidemic.
Many of us tried to take pictures or record it, but nothing showed up on our phone cameras because it was too far away. With about 35 people seeing
We
it,
all like the
and only
thought
an
of the
hour after
zombie
we arrived,
apocalypse.
we knew we weren't
That's what
imagining
you
it.
want. That's how you
The most
the
interesting part
apocalypse.
is that the apartment owner's son said he had
It's
talked to
just a
someone the year
scratchy
before
throat now
who claimed to see something similar on New Year's Eve.
until there's
He said
dead
he
people
listened to the
trying to
story,
eat
but didn't
face.
take it seriously, thinking it was just a random rant. My family and I still talk about what we saw. We tried to look up any events or natural phenomena that could explain it, but we found nothing.
Just saying. See how it all starts out. Oh, some poor guy's got the sniffles. And then bam! World comes crashing all due to a virus.
End up right behind this one car, the only other one we'd seen for miles, and it was a Giants bumper sticker. We tell our cab driver that we'll tip him $100 if he just pulls up alongside the Giants fan and cruises for long enough for us to open up a whole case of verbal carnage on him. Now, being a fellow Eagles fan, our driver obliges us. But then as we're getting level with the Giants fan,
We see the driver's side window roll down before the Giants fan, or at least the poor soul unlucky enough to be driving with that sticker, starts throwing a bunch of paper out of the window. My buddy Shane calls out, "Look, he's dropping weight trying to get away. Faster, boys, faster." We all laugh, not realizing that the paper flying out of the window might have indicated that something was actually wrong, aside from the guy being a Giants fan. But then as we actually drew level with the car and got a good look inside, the whole atmosphere in our cab just totally shifted. The people in the car were a man driving with a woman in the passenger seat, and both looked to be in their 50s, and they might have been a couple, but we couldn't be sure. The dude is driving, but while he is, he's just throwing these absolute power punches at the woman while she sat right next to him. It was honestly like time just stood still for a few moments as we got level, as the mood in the cab went from raucous to dead quiet in just a few seconds. I'm not exactly sensitive to violence, no one in that cab was, but good God, seeing a woman just getting wailed on like that and not even fighting back or anything, it made my blood run cold. None of us actually knew what to do for a couple of seconds. It's not like we could just ask our driver to run the guy off the road or whatever, but what we could do is at least let him know that we could see and that we'd be calling the cops to report him or something. So then, while keeping at a speed of maybe 50 to 55, we roll down all the right side windows of the car and just start screaming at the dude. F off, we got you on camera, you're going to jail. Stuff like that. The guy obviously spots us, and for a few sweet seconds, he actually stopped hitting his wife. But it was only to reach into his glove box or something to grab a gun, which he starts waving in our direction. Our driver sees this, then slows down really fast to put some distance between two cars. We think the driver is just thinking, like, screw this, I'm out, but he keeps going, keeping the other car at the edges of his headlights while telling us to call the cops. To follow a guy with a gun in the middle of beating his wife took balls, and honestly, if it was me driving, I don't know if I'd have had it in me to drive after them. I was in the back left of the car, shrunk down in my seat to keep low, and every minute I'm expecting the guy ahead of us to stick his gun out the window and start shooting, but our cab driver basically forced me into doing the right thing. And for that, he's kind of a hero to me, to be honest. Me and my buddies did the work of calling 911, tracking our location and getting all the necessary info to the cops. Then, after maybe 10 to 15 minutes of driving, we saw the first lights of a cop car in the distance, and we knew that was our cue to dip. We pulled over to the side of the road just to catch our breath, and by that, I mean we chain-smoked cigarettes with the cab driver while we kept his hazard lights on. My heart was just pounding. The adrenaline came with a sense of absolute victory, since we could be pretty certain that the guy got pulled over and put in the cuffs. The cab driver basically turned off the meter after that, saying we helped him do the right thing and that we were some alright guys. We all tipped him huge afterwards, collectively agreeing on $50 each, and we all look back on it as somehow one of the scariest but most exciting nights of our whole lives in Philadelphia. Many years ago, I was the lone state trooper stationed in a little Texas town, smack bang in the middle of nowhere. When I say I was in the middle of nowhere, I mean it. The closest city was just short of 100 miles away, and aside from a tiny collection of homes and small businesses, it was just dirt and dust and rock for miles upon miles around. On the night in question, it was New Year's Eve. I was on call, so that meant I wasn't allowed to drink any alcohol. A good thing I didn't too, because around 3 p.m. about to be called into action. I answered the call, and on the other end is our sweet old dispatcher, Mary Ann, who tells me that there's a car wreck west of Lakeview at the intersection 658. Car wrecks always shoot up at around New Year's Eve for obvious reasons, and I was told that US 287 and the I-40 were so bad with drunk drivers that every other unit was on those two stretches of highway. As a result, I was being called into service, so I crawled out of bed, told my wife where I was going, then put on my uniform, and after throwing on some extra layers, I headed out the door. Whoever said it was always hot in Texas obviously had never been to the Panhandle. When I walked out the front door, it was was this nasty mix of snow and hail with little bits of ice bouncing off of my hat and shoulders as I walked towards my 1987 Ford Mustang. Now, those familiar with the model will know how much of a dream it was to drive in a place like the Southeast. It hugged dry asphalt like a magnet, had incredible speed and handling, and it was almost like it was solely designed to serve as a high-speed pursuit vehicle for the country's drier and dustier regions. But those familiar with the model will also be able to tell you it's basically a 225 horsepower ice skate. It looked like a freaking igloo by the time I laid eyes on it, and after breaking the ice off the door handle and keyhole, I had to literally bang on the door to get it open. It cracks and pops as I pull it open, and then I climb into the driver's seat and bring the engine to life. Now, any other time, I'd get a warm, fuzzy feeling whenever I hear that old V8 rumbling. But since I knew that she was going to handle like a seal on ice, I wasn't nearly so enthusiastic. This is back before every car out there had a little computer on the dash telling you your route, the temperature, and the freaking football scores. So I had to
Oh,
call
you to
check
buy
Chinese
crypto?
dispatch and ask for the temperature.
Yeah, don't buy
12
crypto.
degrees, 12. So right then, as
Crypto's a
I'm wondering
crock
why
of
I'd come
shit.
from Florida 10 years prior, I set off towards the wreck west of Lakeview. It took 25 minutes to get to the
Only
next little town
suckers
that was just
buy
12 miles away.
crypto.
Then as I'm idling through it, trying not to slide on the ice, I see a man standing next to a telephone pole who starts frantically flagging me down. He's wearing a long
The only
black
people that
overcoat
make money off of
with a
crypto
black
are the
hat,
people
and
selling
he's so covered up
crypto.
to protect against the cold that I can barely see his face. I also only realized how tall he was once I was out of the car. He couldn't have been an inch under 6'8", and when he spoke, his voice sounded incredibly creepy. I guess he had some kind of problem with his voice box or something. Like, there's no way it couldn't have been a medical condition, so I kind of feel bad calling it creepy, but I can promise you, his voice sounded so raspy that it was like a corpse talking. He told me how glad he was to see me, and how he
Yeah.
was the guy who had been in the wreck. It turns
Yeah,
out he walked
and
3 miles
Elon's
to
got
this
how
town
much
to make the
money?
emergency call, and was just about to start walking back when I rolled through town.
Somebody
I
with
offer
so
him a ride
much
back to
money
his
he
car.
can't remember if he
slides his
made or
huge frame
lost
into the
money on
passenger seat.
crypto.
Mustangs aren't made for NBA players.
Not
and
really one to
anything
give
I see,
Joe
but
Schmo
this guy's
advice
nose
on
goes
how to
way up in his
invest.
head. It takes about 8 minutes to get to the scene 3 miles out of town, and as we arrive at the intersection, I see a Chevy Suburban lying upside down in the field next to the road. I check out the scene with dispatch, then exit the car and start carefully making my way towards the Suburban. There's a downhill slope to the wreck, so I have to get low and find my center of gravity as I slide off the edge while using my hand as a rudder. I slide
Plus,
almost all
most
the way to the
crypto
Chevy,
shit
and as I get to the
is
side,
a rug pull.
I turn on my light and write the tag number down.
You invest
point, the
all
wind
that
had
money
completely died
in
down and it was
fucking
eerily
buying
quiet,
crypto,
except for the ice
and then
cracking
all
and
of a sudden the
popping
rug
from my
gets
boots.
pulled out from under you.
Bearing in mind,
One
I was under the
person makes
impression
money,
that
and
the tall, creepy guy
everybody
was
that
completely
buys it
alone, because
gets
if he
shit
wasn't,
on.
surely he would have said something by now. So, imagine the absolute terror that I felt when I turned my light towards the big window that stretches across the back of the Suburban, and my light illuminates a 90-year-old dead woman pressed up against the glass, wrapped in a white sheet except for her face. I dropped my light and stumbled backwards, almost falling as this ice-cold electric shock of fear shot up my spine. I might have yelled out also, I can't quite remember, but the point is, you never get over seeing a body like that, no matter how long you've served or how often you've seen them. My adrenaline is pumping as I reach for my sidearm, looking back towards the Mustang to see the tall man still sitting there, calm and still. My mind is racing, and I'm terrified that I've been lured into some kind of ambush by this psycho. Did he want to show his kill off to me before he did the same to me? Or did this woman die in the crash and he just neglected to tell me? Either or, I'm not taking any chances. I unstrap the .357 Magnum at my side and ease it up a couple of inches as I stare at the dark from in my car. I decide to take one more look at the body before I put the guy on the ground and arrest him. Now, retrieving my light, I light up the window again, and I
SpaceX
see
is
that the old man is
more
strapped to a gurney. And that's when I realized that something else is going on.
privately
Because
funded
even at the most messed up
than it
murder
is
scenes,
government
nobody
funded,
uses an actual
although it has
drone
a
to transport bodies
huge,
around. Definitely not in
huge
full view of
government
the window
backing
either.
on it. So,
Pitching to find out what
but we're
the hell
talking
was going
about
on. I
hundreds of
looked at the hood
millions
the
of
car, opened
dollars
the door,
in
asked
research
Mr.
and
Creepy what he was doing
development
when he wrecked. He informs me
for something
he was
that
a mortician
probably
and was
won't
transporting a body. I
go
asked because
anywhere.
I think I could have used that information earlier.
I
And he
mean,
gets a
all of
shocked
his
look
shit
on his face
works,
before he starts apologizing
but
like crazy. He claims he was
his
so
idea
shaken from
of
the
putting
crash that it
people on
completely
Mars
slipped his mind.
will
And that he
probably
hadn't
not
even known
happen
that the
in
body
his
was on
own
display.
lifetime.
I was furious, I'm not gonna lie, but the guy was obviously pretty shaken up, so I had to just bite my tongue and be as professional as possible, even though I did want to whoop his butt some. EMTs were nowhere near close enough, so when another unit showed up to deal with the wreck, I drove the guy over to the hospital to get checked out. He apologized the whole way, but I'd let it go by the time we got to the hospital. I made it clear that I only shot the guy, and to always tell a cop everything doesn't really matter, especially when there's corpses involved. It made for the craziest shift I worked all year, and it happened only 3 hours into the year itself. Thankfully, nothing else topped it that year. I had a good long time before I had to go through something like that again, but I guess that's a story for another time. Worst thing I ever saw as a mortician was working Friday nights on general surgery. It was New Year's Eve of all nights, and we had a teen brought in who had been shot a grand total of 9 times. Someone had accidentally hosed him down with bullets after some celebratory midnight gunfire went wrong. We ran the code, did everything up to and including a thoracotomy, which is when a surgeon opens up the chest to access his heart. But sadly, he still passed away. Afterwards, I was sitting outside the trauma bay writing the note with janitorial staff cleaning the trauma bay of all the blood and debris. And then, a full 9 minutes after the end of the code and calling it, our shooting victim sits up on the table. I'm talking a full sit-up, still covered in the tarp, and belts out this loud, guttural groan. I've seen dead bodies do some crazy, crazy stuff in my years, but this Walking Dead act actually scared the life out of me. This meant the janitorial staff either soiled themselves, and I mean one actually soiled themselves, or passed out, and yes, the other actually passed out. Doctors and nurses all ran back in, restarted the code, even got some pulseless electrical activity, but again, the story still ends with him flatlining right there on the table. There are lots of theories about it, what it actually was, either the Lazarus effect or just spontaneous diaphragmatic spasm. The only doctor who might have actually been able to ID the phenomenon said that he'd need to actually see it to really know what it was, so the moment was lost. Or maybe the docs did figure it out and just didn't tell me. Either way, still the creepiest and saddest moment of my career so far. Way back when I just left college, I was working this crappy service job in the city with my girlfriend of 2 years. We'd spent our second Christmas together and all had been great, but for New Year's, she was planning on traveling back to Delaware to party with some close friends and family. Work wanted me to work that New Year's Eve, and we needed the money so bad that I couldn't turn it down, but the silver lining was that I'd be able to crash a party or two after getting off of work around 1 a.m. So, I worked the shift, we're done by 12:40 a.m., and then me and a few coworkers hit up this party that we'd been planning on attending. It was a pretty good party, located in an old factory that had been converted into an art studio. The main shared living space was where the main festivities were at, but then groups had occupied different rooms or apartments with this chill open-door policy going on, so you could just wander around and explore. At some point during the party, I got talking to this girl, and although there was a little harmless flirting, I was obviously very happy in my relationship, and I had no intention of acting on the attraction. I actually mentioned the fact that I was taken once or twice just to kind of politely lay down the law a little so she'd keep the vibe all platonic. But then, as I'm leaving, I figured I'd at least say bye since we'd had such a nice time together. She seems to come in for a hug, so I reciprocate, but then she pulls back a little and tries to kiss me. I obviously felt like an idiot, since I'd totally given the girl the wrong idea in hanging out with her all night. I just figured that I hadn't been clear enough about having a girlfriend, so I pull away from her, and that's the first thing I say. I'm so sorry, I have a girlfriend. I think you're awesome. I would so date you, but I already am spoken for, blah, blah, blah. Stuff to let her down gently, you know? I've never been particularly popular with girls, so being in that situation to begin with was just kind of overwhelming. But then, instead of just being like, oh, okay, sorry, or whatever, the girl was like, I don't care, and then went in for a kiss again. That time, she was super aggressive about it and lunged forward so hard that she almost made lip contact. I then pushed her away, kind of annoyed that she just completely ignored my
Look, you
wishes.
skanky
Then me and my
hoe.
coworker leave the party and just catch an Uber together. The whole ride, he's making jokes sarcastically like, oh god, I feel for you, dude. I can't imagine how tough it must be to have a girl be so into you. And by the time it was my stop, I was actually feeling better about the whole thing. The one mistake I made was not just straight up telling my girlfriend about it once she got home. I figured that there was no point agitating her over something that she couldn't do anything about, so I just kept my mouth shut and forgot about the whole thing. And then, a few days later, I was sleeping after working a late shift when my girlfriend woke me up with this half-angry, half-anxious look on her face. Immediately, I'm all, what's up, babe? What's wrong? But she just focuses on doing something on her phone. My phone then buzzes, and she tells me to check the picture that she just sent me. I'm still super confused as to what she's talking about, but I know something is very, very wrong, so I'm actually pretty nervous as I unlock my phone to check out what she'd sent me. It was a picture message, a screenshot actually, of a Facebook Messenger message someone had sent her, and as I read through, my jaw dropped open, and my eyes just about popped out of my head. The message was very long, and I'm not going to pretend I can remember exactly what it said, but the long and the short of it was, the message was supposed to be from a girl, an underage girl, who I tried to assault at a New Year's Eve party. This girl claimed to have looked me up through Facebook in order to report me to the cops, but after finding me, she decided to give my girlfriend a heads up about what a monster I was. I start telling my girlfriend that I have no idea what this girl is talking about, but she somehow takes my denials as a weird kind of admission, like, why would she just make this up? Make this make sense for me? The only thing I could think of in that moment, still being half asleep, was that it
She's
was
a
some
Me
kind of
Too
cruel prank
fucking
by an
bitch.
internet
That's
troll or
why.
something. But then as I was racking my brain, it clicked. New Year's Eve party. Why bring that up unless it was the girl I turned down trying to get back at me? I tried to explain what had happened, but that time, it all just sounded like I was trying to make excuses, and my girlfriend was panicking so hard that she just couldn't listen to reason. I'd actually sit there with the cops on speakerphone, explain the situation to the relevant parties, and get them to verbally state on the call that no such claim had been lodged against me by anyone, let alone some underage girl. Only then did she actually calm down enough to realize how inconsistent the girl's account was, and how it actually kind of lined up with my own story of this crazy girl not taking no for an answer, then being super angry when I left the party without kissing her. After that, I finally got the vindication I deserved, as my girlfriend spent the whole remainder of the week baking apology apple pie, or ordering me forgive me fried chicken. She didn't need to, and I wasn't even really mad at her because I understood how scary the situation was, and how a message like that could cause someone so trusting and loyal to doubt me for an hour or two. This is right at the start of the hashtag #MeToo as well, a time when some
Ah,
of
I
America's
told
most
you.
beloved celebrities were being revealed as perverts, which they were. And if America's dad is capable of something so horrifying, then there was no reason to think I couldn't do something similar. At least, that was the mood at the time. I guess I actually could have been angry at her if I wanted to, but I was just relieved that the whole thing could be confirmed as a hoax, that it didn't play on my mind too much, that my girlfriend hadn't backed me up from the get-go. I guess accusations like that are scary for everyone, not just the people who are actually accused.
Mm.
I'm going to be showing my age, but back in the late 70s, me and my college buddies developed a long-standing tradition. Every New Year's Eve, we'd head up into the hills of a state park that overlooked our cozy little college town, and we watched the fireworks with a few beers and some smokes. I mean, why watch just one firework display up close with a bunch of campus cops around when you could walk up into the hills and do whatever you wanted while we watched all of them? So, this was New Year's Eve of 1978, and instead of your usual deal of having a designated driver, we decided to camp out near the overlook so we could all get blackout drunk after watching the fireworks. The night goes well, and we all have a great time. Then we climb into our sleeping bags around 3 or 4 in the morning. The next thing I know, I'm awake. It's daylight, and I was definitely still half drunk because the hangover hadn't kicked in yet, and I needed to use the bathroom so bad that it honestly felt like I was about to rupture something. I put my boots on, climb out of my tent, then head off into the trees to find somewhere private that I could lean up against a tree. You see, I didn't just have to pee.
All
I
right,
needed to
Jam.
drop the kids off at the pool, so to speak.
Take it easy.
So it wasn't just like I could
Have
find
a
any
good
old
day
tree
at
to
work.
pee against. I needed something sturdy and somewhere very, very private. I didn't walk too far, only about 100 yards or so into the woods, but I soon found
If you're
somewhere
still
suitable,
here.
so I dropped my pants, leaned up against a tree trunk, and started doing my business. I remember my biggest fear being someone following me to take pictures or something crazy like that. It's stupid and gross, I know, but we were college kids who just so happened to own a Polaroid camera, so trust me when I say that that was a clear and present danger at the time. So I got my head on the swivel, as much as I could manage while taking a dump anyway, so my eyes are glued to the horizon the whole time. So much so that I didn't even notice what was crawling through the dirt towards me. I only noticed it there when I felt this light tickling on my left leg. I casually looked down, and it's a very good thing I didn't just reach down and scratch. And to my absolute horror, a giant centipede was in the process of transitioning from one of my rolled down pant legs to my actual skin. The biggest native centipedes in Alabama are what we call blue centipedes, and they can get quite large, but only inflict a minor bite, so while they're super creepy, they're not the ones you have to worry about. And the bad news was, whatever was crawling up my leg was not a blue. It was at least 7 inches long, brown in color, with yellow legs and an immense head with these huge, gnarly-looking fangs. I'm no expert on bugs, but I knew enough about the outdoors to know that this was an invasive species from way further south than Alabama. I can't remember the name off the top of my head, but I know their bites are hideously painful. Non-fatal, of course, but then as it started to climb my leg, it got closer and closer to part of me that I definitely didn't want to be painfully swollen. That thought had me frozen with fear as I watched the thing creeping up my leg, and I swear my vision got dark around the peripheries as I got to the verge of passing out. I had to control my breathing just to stay conscious. I realized that I was faced with 2 options. One, I could smack the thing off and risk getting bitten, or I could stay as still as possible and hope the thing just worked its way back down or onto my jacket so I could swipe at the thing without risking that very flesh. Only problem was, the thing was in the process of crawling up my thigh, and before long, it was crawling over my unmentionables. I'd missed the window to stop it from crawling there, so all I had left was just to keep still and think happy thoughts and pray it didn't think my jaw was food. I honestly think my heart stopped for like 25 seconds or so. I was clinically dead, sitting bare-bottomed on a log, just waiting for a little passenger to decide that it was time to get off of me. Somehow, I managed to find it in me to keep still as a statue the entire time. But then considering the alternative, it's little wonder that I was able to. It was that. There hours of mind-bending pain from multiple bites, not to mention permanent neurological damage, maybe even sterility too. Honestly, I think if I had somehow lost track of the thing, if I had physically watched it from me, I'd probably still be sitting there all these years later, wondering what God's name had gotten to. Thanks to some kind of divine intervention, the centipede seemed totally uninterested in my berries and continued harmlessly down my other leg. Finally found the dirt again. I actually could have tried to smack it off my pants once its head was firmly on the fabric, but I realized that in doing so I'd probably topple off the log. Falling backward would mean that I'd be covered in my own excrement, but falling forward, I'd be laying right on top of an angry, bitey centipede, completely bare-boned. As it crawled off, I think I waited at least a minute or two before I could find the balls to wipe and pull my pants up. I was terrified it was going to double back and try to go for me again, but thank God it didn't. It just slipped off into the woods, never to be seen again. I was still shaking by the time I walked back into camp, and I must have been white as a sheet too, because the guys who were awake immediately recognized that something was wrong with me. There were 2 beers left over from the night before, just 2 out of what must have been 50 to 60, and I drank them both, one after the other, before I lit up a smoke. The guys laughed when I told them what happened, the nervous variety at first, but then genuine once they realized that nothing but a bug had gotten me so scared. Their words, by the way, nothing but a bug. But I think we all knew that if it was them instead of me, they'd have been just as terrified. It was literally weeks before I could sit down on anything without thoroughly inspecting it, and only in clean rooms with minimalist furniture. The whole experience actually gave me a kind of complex, and even these days I found myself inspecting toilet bowls before I sit down on them. Even just the mention of centipedes these days make my skin crawl, and if you guys knew how long it took me to write this, I'd be thoroughly embarrassed. But no matter how tame a story this might seem to some, who aren't nearly as squeamish over bugs as I am, I can honestly say that it made for the most terrifying few moments of my entire life. Click the join button to become a member today for exclusive content. After graduating from Flagstaff's Northern Arizona University, 41-year-old Benjamin Anderson found himself drawn to the bright lights and late nights of Las Vegas, the city of sin. After working as a personal assistant for several years, Ben returned to his hometown of Phoenix before gaining employment as the manager at PricewaterhouseCoopers, an accounting company located in downtown Phoenix. Friends described him as being a generous and helpful person, a man who would go out of his way to help someone who needed it, no matter what that help entailed. He maintained an active social life, although he preferred quieter, more cozy venues to raucous crowds, and was only an occasional drinker. One friend later mentioned how Ben's life was one of quiet service and how he made daily checks on his mother and aunt to ensure that they had everything they needed. Yet cultivating a tranquil, drama-free existence was what made it all the more shocking when Ben's life was so tragically and suddenly snuffed out towards the end of last year. On the morning of New Year's Eve 2021, Benjamin planned to have breakfast with a friend named Daniel Stahoviak. Their meeting had been arranged for 9:30 a.m., but around 8 that morning, Ben canceled the breakfast. He claimed to have spent the previous evening drinking with friends and planned to spend the day recuperating in bed. Later that day, Daniel attempted to call the hungover Benjamin in order to check up on him, but Ben failed to answer his phone. Assuming that he was either asleep or hugging his toilet, Daniel let his friend be for a few hours, then called back at around 6:30 p.m. When Ben once again failed to answer his phone, Daniel drove over to Ben's house near 7th Street and Maryland Avenue, but upon his arrival, no one appeared to be home. However, Daniel also noticed the absence of Ben's car, meaning he'd most likely gone out somewhere and couldn't answer calls because he was driving. Daniel later said that although nothing appeared amiss, a bad feeling lingered in his gut as he headed back to his car. He idled in the driver's seat for a minute or two, then decided to peer through a window or two just to make sure that everything was okay. After peering through Ben's windows proved fruitless, Daniel decided to check in the front door and was confused to find it unlocked. Benjamin was a very careful and safety-conscious person, so it wasn't like him to leave his home unlocked, even if he was horribly hungover. It also wasn't like Ben to leave his cash and credit cards strewn around the kitchen, and extremely out of character to leave a wet towel lying on his unmade bed. Daniel realized that something might be very, very wrong with his dear friend and rushed to raise the alarm with Ben's friends and family. And by 7:30 p.m., a report had been filed with the Phoenix Police Department, and Benjamin was officially declared missing. The police used the chip in Ben's Lexus to track its location, and it was soon determined to be at the Super 8 motel off of the I-17. Police officers rushed to apprehend it, but found that it had already moved on by the time they got there. Witnesses stated that a carload of people had climbed in and out of the Lexus, meaning at least 4 or 5 individuals were now traveling in Ben's car after he planned to spend the day alone. Daniel then deduced that Ben's car must still be near the I-17, so he and his friends decided to check other hotels along its exits. At the turn of the new year, while their loved ones celebrated, Daniel and a handful of Ben's friends were busy searching for his missing car. Around 20 minutes after midnight, Ben's friends entered the parking garage of the Sheraton Phoenix Crescent Hotel off of the I-17 in Dunlap. They slowly traveled the floors of the parking garage, keeping their eyes open for a white Lexus. Once they got on the 3rd floor, they spotted it. Ben's car was backed into a parking space with 3 strangers standing around it. One was described as being of average height, with dark curly hair and a pale complexion. Another individual was described as a tall blonde female wearing a pink beanie. Before the friends could get a better look at the 3rd individual, the trio climbed back into Ben's Lexus and drove off. Daniel decided to follow the car and did so until the Lexus veered through lanes of traffic until it was moving against the flow. Faced with such a perilous situation, Ben's friends ceased their pursuit, and to their frustration, the car's tracking chip was disabled shortly afterwards. A few hours later, Ben's car was discovered in the parking lot of the UEI College, located adjacent to the Sheraton where it was spotted earlier. It had been completely burned out, leaving only the metal frame and a scattering of half-scorched belongings. The absence of Daniel's body gave them hope, but it was tragically misplaced, because little did they know, a body had been discovered around noon the previous day. The corpse showed signs of extensive torture, with the coroner's report using words like grisly and brutal to describe what had surely been an intentional homicide. The corpse had to be identified using dental records, and even then, it was difficult to process due to the extensive damage. But finally, when the results came back, it was the news that no one wanted to hear. The corpse of the man who'd suffered through hell before finally expiring belonged to Benjamin Anderson. As the weeks went by, the investigation into Ben's murder began to flounder, and before long, the case was in danger of going cold. Police are still actively working the case, and Daniel has put up $10,000 of his own money as a reward for any information which leads to the arrest of Ben's killers. Daniel has also voiced his frustration at the perceived lack of policeman hours being devoted to the investigation. Quote, "We're urging them to do their jobs," Daniel said, referring to local law enforcement. "We were going out into very dangerous neighborhoods on our own, searching for Daniel. They told us we shouldn't be going to places like that, and we said, if you won't, then we will." Retired NYPD Sergeant Joseph Giacalone seemed to echo the sentiment, stating that, quote, "Unfortunately, Benjamin's friends did better police work than the police. It shouldn't have taken finding the burned-out car for this case to take on a sense of urgency. He had many clues that this missing persons case was involuntary, but still the relevant authorities failed to act." Daniel Stachowiak had his own theories about what happened to Ben that day, and they tend to revolve around the idea that Daniel lent a hand to the wrong person, possibly even someone who took advantage of his good nature in order to rob or extort him. Those in possession of his car that day were obviously wise to the fact that they were being followed, evidenced by their evasive maneuvers and swift destruction of the car once they realized Daniel was tailing them. The key to unlocking this particular case evidently lies in identifying the suspects, but even with detailed security camera footage on hand, the police have failed to locate or apprehend them. Many unanswered questions remain regarding Benjamin's murder, most of which revolve around the identities of those believed to be his killer. Did Ben know these people prior to his death, Or did they lull him into a false sense of security using some kind of fraudulent internet profile? Catfishing has become a major problem for those seeking love and friendship online, and it's entirely possible that Ben's killers managed to get very close to him before they struck. There's also the question of why the police haven't released images of the suspects to the general public. These images are high quality, high definition, and have high potential to progress the investigation. A member of the public could quite easily ID one of the suspects based on one of these images, so why the delay in releasing them? If you happen to be a resident of Phoenix, Arizona, and have any information that might contribute to Ben's killers facing justice, contact the Phoenix PD's non-emergency contact number via 602-262-6151. There's a good chance this case will never be solved without help from members of the public, just like you. So please, if you have anything to offer, even the smallest shred of information, please contact the Phoenix Police Department so we can bring Ben's killers to justice. At around 7 p.m. on New Year's Day of 2001, 15-year-old schoolgirl Catherine Koenig was standing at a bus stop in Bergen an der Donau, a small German town with about 1,400 people, located 17 kilometers from her home. Catherine used to be known as a bubbly, sociable girl, but over the previous year or so, friends and family had noticed a distinct change in her. Catherine had been increasingly moody, withdrawn, and rebellious, while her parents suspected her of underage smoking. This caused a number of intense arguments in the Koenig household, all of which caused Catherine to openly talk about running away from home. Her father believed this was nothing but harmless teenage rebellion, the kind he too had experienced during his own youth. Yet Catherine had another secret. That New Year's Day, Catherine had told her parents that she planned to visit a school friend. In reality, she was headed for the apartment of her almost 30-year-old boyfriend, whose existence remained a heavily guarded secret. Upon her arrival, it's believed that Catherine acted on her desire to run away from home, and asked this mystery boyfriend if she could move in with him. It's not clear exactly how this discussion went down, but given that she ended up sitting at a bus stop in the freezing cold, it's reasonable to assume that it didn't go well. We know all this because Catherine sent a text message to an older friend, asking if they could drive over to Bergen to give her a ride home. The call was placed between 6 p.m. and 7 p.m., but when this friend arrived to collect Catherine, she was nowhere to be seen. After she failed to arrive back home, Catherine's father suspected that she had run away, but once again assumed it was nothing but teenage pageantry, and believed that she'd return home soon. But as the days went by, and Catherine still failed to return home, her father enlisted the help of local police in order to track her down. As their investigation stretched into the year 2002, police spoke with a witness who claimed that on the night of Catherine's disappearance, she'd witnessed a girl at a bus stop talking with the driver of a black BMW with Berlin license plates. This detail lined up with a later development in the case and was a piece of information that only a handful of investigators were aware of, meaning the witness in question can be considered highly reliable. For 18 years, Catherine's father personally investigated sightings of his daughter, some of which came from as far afield as Berlin, but as of 2018, he was forced to face the tragic possibility that Catherine had been abducted and murdered. Naturally, the first name on law enforcement's list of suspects was that of Joachim, Catherine's considerably older boyfriend whom she'd met through a mutual acquaintance. The relationship had commenced in the months before her disappearance, and after extensive interviews and a thorough investigation, law enforcement put together the following timeline. At around 2 p.m. on New Year's Day, Catherine departed her parents under the guise of visiting her friend. A half hour later, a friend of Joachim picks her up from a bus stop before driving her to his apartment, and she arrived at around 2:45 p.m., and at some point in the afternoon, the pair began viciously arguing. By 5:30 p.m., Catherine began texting friends to see if one of them could give her a ride home. Another friend of Joachim, one named Sven, immediately volunteered to pick her up, but for some reason, Catherine refuses his offer. Just after 6 p.m., Catherine texted one of her sisters, asking her to inform their mother that she'd be home in the next hour or so. However, it's important to note that the message came from an unknown number. This wasn't entirely unusual for Catherine, as she often used her friends' phones whenever she was low on minutes or battery life. Yet given the fact that she went missing just hours later, such a detail might well be the key to uncovering Catherine's ultimate fate. Joachim later claimed that Catherine departed his apartment at exactly 6:47 p.m., an oddly specific time, but one corroborated by another sighting of Catherine that occurred at exactly 6:50 p.m. At exactly 7 p.m., a friend named Martin spotted Catherine waiting at the bus stop and pulled over in his car to offer her a ride. Once again, Catherine declined the offer, apparently citing his poor driving skills in the icy roads. What occurred over the next half hour or so is a complete mystery, but when the 7:30 bus arrived at the stop Catherine had been standing at, she was no longer there. Around this same time, Catherine's phone appeared to have been switched off, as her sister's text messages were no longer returning delivery receipts. Local police conducted an extensive investigation into Catherine's sudden and unexpected disappearance. Yet despite their efforts, they failed to make any ground whatsoever, and for 5 long years, it seemed as if her disappearance was doomed to remain unsolved. Yet in 2006, an unexpected and deeply ominous phone call reignited the investigation. One of Catherine's sisters received a call from a woman with a heavy Eastern European accent, one which simply said, "Your sister, the missing one, black BMW, Hamburg," before hanging up the phone. The call was traced to an industrial park's phone booth in the city of Nuremberg, more than 500 kilometers away, and it raised the possibility that Catherine had fallen victim to human traffickers. Police also discovered a prepaid phone card had been used to place the calls, one that had also been used to place calls to a deactivated UK mobile number. The other 2 calls went to a Berlin-based homicide detective and a business consultant in Hamburg, but neither person picked up their phones. All went quiet again for another 11 years until an even more sinister clue appeared in the same place she disappeared from. In 2017, chalk graffiti was found on the same bus stop that Catherine went missing from, stating that Catherine had been kidnapped, abused, and murdered by Busser plus Jaeger. Now, Catherine's last name had been misspelled as Conat, but it was quite clearly a reference to her abduction. Joachim remained a person of interest in the case, as he was one of the last people to see her alive. But following an extensive search of his home, the police were forced to practically rule out the possibility of him being responsible. He also seemed genuinely devastated that Catherine had disappeared, a sentiment that was never doubted by any of Catherine's friends. Some of her mutual friends remained close with Joachim for years after, and if he had any involvement in his young girlfriend's disappearance, he certainly hid it well. Given that Joachim's apparent innocence, police were forced to consider other suspects, including a friend of Catherine's named Christian. Christian was one of the people Catherine asked for a ride that night, and around 6:50 p.m., he and his girlfriend saw Catherine walking past the church while exiting a pizza restaurant in Bergen an der Duma, and had greeted her whilst driving past. After dropping his girlfriend off at her place, Christian stopped at a local gas station, then turned around, and drove back in Catherine's direction. Incidentally, he also drove along the route Catherine would have taken had she decided to make the long trek home instead of catching the bus. Christian claimed he returned to his girlfriend's apartment at around 9 p.m., and that she could provide an alibi for him, but he still remained a person of interest all these years later. Another person of interest is Sven, Joachim's friend who Catherine first turned down a ride from. He claimed to have spent the afternoon with friends and had offered to drive Catherine home at around 5:40 p.m. Yet Sven also claimed that at approximately 6:40 p.m., Catherine texted him again, asking him to pick her up at 7 p.m. from Joachim's apartment. Catherine's phone records confirmed that she had indeed called Sven again a few minutes later, but it remains unclear what was said. On top of that, some of the details in Sven's account of that evening just don't add up. For example, he claims to have ordered a pizza using his girlfriend's phone shortly before 7 p.m., but there's no record of any such call having been placed. Additionally, although Sven claims to have returned to his friends with the pizza, their account differs entirely. Sven claimed that he drove home at around 7:30 p.m., passing the bus stop but not seeing any trace of Catherine. Then the next confirmed sighting of him was at 8:45 p.m., when he met up with his girlfriend at a local bar. This leaves quite a sizable gap in his timeline for the evening, one he struggled to explain to police officers. But still, despite arguably being the most likely suspect, Sven was never brought to trial. Another friend of Catherine's, a guy named Martin, was also considered a person of interest for a brief time. Martin is the young man with the poor driving skills who spotted Catherine while she was waiting at the bus stop. He confirmed that Catherine had refused his offer of a ride, but then claimed to have continued his drive to his girlfriend's place before arriving at around 8 p.m. This completely contradicts his girlfriend's account, who remembers him arriving after she had already been watching a TV show which started at 8:15 p.m. The drive from the bus stop to her apartment would have only taken less than 2 minutes, so again, this is a significant period of time that has simply not been accounted for. Martin's girlfriend later claimed that her phone was tapped as part of the investigation, and she also claimed that he'd refused to have his car searched by police, agreeing only after it had been thoroughly cleaned. As it stands, there are a number of theories vying for dominance. The first and most likely is that Catherine was picked up and murdered by either Sven or Martin, while the second purports that she tried to hitchhike and was killed by whoever stopped by to give her a ride. But then again, there's compelling evidence to suggest that she wasn't killed, and that Catherine Conant became the victim of a shadowy but powerful group of human traffickers. Law enforcement have since stated that they're open to such a possibility, as human traffickers groups are insidiously active in Central Europe. They have also refused to rule out the possibility of Catherine being the victim of a serial killer who is currently incarcerated in a German prison. Yet perhaps the most interesting development occurred in November of 2018, when police received an anonymous call with what they referred to as interesting information. The only information they've given away is that the caller spoke of the location of Catherine's body, and given that the police have publicly pleaded with the caller to get in touch again, it's safe to say that the call is made for a very important development. It's been 4 years since the case's last point of major progress, and Catherine's corpse is likely to reveal many more clues to the identity of her killer. We might well discover what happened to Catherine Conant in the next couple of years, and if there was ever a true crime case to keep checking up on for the foreseeable future, it's definitely this one. The German police really do seem to be on the cusp of finding Catherine's body and cracking the case wide open. But when they do, the implications could be as disturbing as they are far-reaching. Hey friends, thanks for listening. Click that notification bell to be alerted of all future narrations.
More.
When I was 13, the dawning of a new millennium took place on New Year's Eve. While people were fearing the worst with the Y2K bug or out partying and drinking, I was home alone. In 1996, my parents had split up, and from there they divorced, and my mother and I moved across the country from Oregon to Tennessee with her best friend. On the eve of the year 2000, I was home alone, and my mother was currently out of state. Now, this didn't worry me, as this was not the first time. I often came home to find a note on the kitchen counter saying that they had gone to Florida for a few days and that there were groceries in the fridge. Since the divorce, she was habitually leaving me alone for long periods of time to go to Florida. We lived on a relatively quiet road, surrounded by trees and set a few miles out of town. I knew most of the people, if not by name, then by face enough to wave and have a small chat with. And I had never been before given a reason to be afraid of being alone. On the night in question, I was staying up late watching television. I remember I was watching the movie His Bodyguard on the USA channel, and I had most of the lights on in the house. Not because I was afraid, but because at 13, I wasn't concerned with the electricity bills or even saving the environment. I felt completely safe and protected within my little bubble of home. As I was watching the movie, I kept hearing these weird sounds outside, but I remember thinking it was probably the neighbors. Though they weren't extremely close, a couple of them were having a party or people over for the holiday. About halfway into the movie, however, the power in the house suddenly went dead. I sat on the couch for a minute, just sort of in a panic daze, because it was near midnight and pitch black. I remember thinking the power must have gone out and that it would come back on, so I just decided to sit on the couch with my blanket and wait. A few minutes passed by when I heard a noise in the kitchen where the back door is. My heart started racing in my chest because I thought it sounded like the back door being shut. The back door sits just off of the dining room, which is connected to the kitchen, and leads directly into the living room where I was currently sitting on the couch. A few seconds passed after I heard the sound, and I was straining my ears to pick up anything that wasn't supposed to be there. Every noise suddenly felt magnified. When footsteps sounded on the floor, I immediately slithered off of the couch onto all fours, crawled around the ottoman, and started as slowly and as quietly as I could make my way toward the space between the love seat and the couch. I knew I could fit under the side table and be completely hidden by the dark in the ottoman, from playing hide-and-go-seek in the dark many times with my friends during sleepovers. I was nearly there when the footsteps became more apparent. I knew from the sound of them that whoever it was making their way through the kitchen now toward the living room. They weren't hurried or anything, it was just like they were moving around in the kitchen. I glanced up from where I was crouched on the floor, and to my horror, there was a dark silhouette standing in the archway between the two rooms. To my credit, I didn't scream, however I did panic. I stood immediately to my feet from my hiding spot, and I ran down the hallway, and I believe the only reason I wasn't grabbed by now is because the person chasing me had to get around the ottoman in the dark to follow me. I did what all children would do when they're afraid, and I bypassed the front door, the guest bedroom, the bathroom, and I ran to the farthest door down the hallway, my room. In all honesty, I probably wouldn't have been able to get the front door unlocked and open in time, as it was right off the side of the couch. When I was 10, I got a bird for my birthday. He was a blue-fronted Amazon, and I named him Boo because it was October and close to Halloween. Boo had a very large iron cage. It could have been metal, but very large and sturdy and like 6 feet tall, and it was kept in my room. Despite the fact that Boo, like me, pretty much had the run of the house whenever he wanted. This information will become relevant later in the story. As I ran into the room, I slammed the door, shut and locked it. However, the lock was simply one of those little turn knobs that you can easily pop with a butter knife. I had barely gotten the door shut and locked when the person on the other side knocked on it. I have no idea why they knocked. If they did it to mock me or to scare me, but I knew in my heart that my little lock was not going to keep whoever it was on the other side out of my room. It didn't keep my mother out when we were arguing, and it certainly wouldn't stand up to brute force. I was panicking and on the verge of tears when the person started laughing. It was low, quiet, and because of that, it was even more frightening. It wasn't like manic laughter, but as if they were genuinely amused. It was the laughter that really frightened me, and I started heavily and hysterically crying and looking around my room to figure out what I could do. That was when I realized Boo's cage would fit almost perfectly between the door and the wall of my closet. The cage moved quietly on my carpeted floor, but as I pushed it into place, it scraped against the door and alerted whoever it was on the other side that I was trying to barricade myself in. Because suddenly, they threw themselves at my door, and you could hear the sound of the wood splintering and the door handle being twisted violently. My bird, who had been stirred by the movement awake, began literally screaming and flapping his wings. I might have screamed with him, but honestly, I don't remember screaming, I just remember being extremely terrified. Scared out of my mind, I crawled under my bed, and I waited. Several minutes passed, and the person eventually stopped attacking my door. Boo continued screaming even after he had stopped. Though being under my bed gave me no feelings of being secure, I didn't come out from under it because I simply had nowhere else to go. I thought about trying to go out the window, but I was afraid he might expect it, and therefore be waiting for me on the other side, and it was also several feet off the ground, as the house was built on a raised foundation. I remember laying under my bed, terrified, for what felt like hours. At some point I must have fallen asleep because I woke the next morning to daylight. The fear of what had happened came back to me as soon as I registered where I was and why, and scared that whoever had been in my house might still be there. I decided to crawl out the window and run to a neighbor since it was daylight outside, and therefore I felt less afraid. Crawling out this kind of window was a lot harder than it looks, and I did it less than gracefully, as I was not and still am not the most coordinated person. Once I was back on my feet, however, I carefully made my way around the house, and that's when I noticed that the back door was wide open. Scared but feeling braver now that I was outside and that it was morning instead of pitch black night, I walked back up the steps and started peering inside. Seeing nothing out of the ordinary, meaning no terrifying man leering at me basically, I decided to go inside. Looking back, I cringe on how stupid this could have turned out, and I wish I would have told my younger self to make the smarter move and just go get help. Thankfully, no one was inside the house. I did a terrifying, heart-pounding room-to-room check, looking in closets and under beds, behind the couch, and anywhere I thought even a small child might be able to fit. I even popped the lock on my mom's bedroom so I could check it, and then relocked it afterwards. When I was positive there was no one there, I went back to lock the back door. I had left it open in case I needed to escape. I noticed that the breaker box in the opposite wall was open. The main switch had been pulled. I flipped it back on, locked both locks on the back door, and checked all the windows and front door, and then called my mom, where I once again broke down crying hysterically. She called a coworker who came and stayed the entire day with me as they drove back. My mom still took random trips to Florida after that, but I always went with her from then on forward. This past New Year's Eve, I went away for the night with my two best friends and one of their moms. I was home for the holidays from college, and my friend Sarah invited me to go to Palm Springs to celebrate New Year's with her mom and our friend Rachel. I didn't have any other plans, so I decided to go with them. We went to a cool city about an hour from where we live that is big on shopping and resorts. We planned to have a pretty calm night, watch the ball drop at a block party downtown, and have a few drinks at the bar. Since we're on the West Coast, the ball drop is at 9, so at around 8, we ventured from our hotel, walking to the block party about a mile away. On the way, we passed by a very lively bar. We decided to stop by, and we spent 15 minutes dancing, but we didn't get any drinks. It was a gay bar, and Sarah and Rachel being gay, they were stoked on it and wanted to come back after the ball drop, even though it was about 90% men there. Continue on to the block party to get some dinner and a glass of champagne. The ball finally dropped and they had a DJ, so we spent about an hour there just dancing. After we got tired of it, we decided to head back to the bar and hang out there until midnight. Once we get there, Sarah's mom pays for a drink for each of us, but leaves soon after that because she was tired. It's about 10:30 at this point, and Sarah, Rachel, and I are enjoying our drinks and having fun dancing. Rachel tried some of my drink since it was one she hadn't had before. I constantly have my guard up when drinking in public, and I felt safe at this bar because it was 90% gay men, who I thought would not have an interest in me. I went back to the bar to get a second drink, and that's the last thing I remember. The rest I've gathered from Sarah and Rachel. Almost immediately after getting my second drink, I asked Rachel to go to the bathroom with me because I wasn't feeling well, even though I was completely fine 10 minutes before. Once in the bathroom, I just collapsed on the floor and I was almost unresponsive. Rachel, now worried, somehow drags my lifeless body out to where Sarah was waiting for us. Security, seeing my condition and assuming I was wasted, asked us to leave. Sarah and Rachel decided to take me back to the hotel about a half a mile away. By this point, I was unconscious, and there were barely sounds escaping from my mouth. They saw someone leave the bar at the same time as us, who was walking near us, but they were preoccupied with trying to keep my lifeless body off the ground. At one point, I threw up all over myself, and the both of them, and the sidewalk. The next part of the story we had to get from Sarah because Rachel doesn't have much memory of this. Still struggling to carry me, the man they saw leave the bar approached them. He was hitting on Rachel, trying to get her to grab a drink with him. She was very agitated and told him to leave, and her friend needed help right now. He didn't take no for an answer and continued to follow us down the street and kept asking if we wanted to get drinks with him, and if he can help carry me and such. A middle-aged woman witnessing this came up and told the man off. Something along the lines of, "Stop harassing these young women or I'm going to call the police." And thankfully he left after that. Next, by some miracle, an EMT and his wife enjoying the holiday ran into us on the street. He checked me out to make sure something wasn't majorly wrong and then carried me the rest of the way to my motel and into the room. since my friends could barely hold me up. They thanked him profusely, and him and his wife left. This is where Rachel's memory kicks back in a little bit. 5 minutes later, they get a knock on the door, and it's the EMT and his wife again. They came to let us know that a man followed us to the hotel, and they just saw him hop the gate and start to make his way to our room. My friends called hotel security, but they were unable to find him. My friends didn't get a glimpse of him, but I'm sure it was the same man from earlier. I spent the rest of the night vomiting everything in my body and dry heaving after that. I woke up the next morning in a pile of pillows and blankets on the bathroom floor. My last memory was at the bar getting a second drink, and my friends filled me in on everything that happened. Feeling like crap, I thought I must have drank way too much. But I've never blacked out before in my life, and the amount of drinks I had, only 2 in 2 hours, since I didn't get to my second at the bar, didn't add up to me being completely unconscious. We all decided that my first drink had to have been drugged, since Rachel had some of it and had no memory of our walk home, even though she was fully functional. I'm sure that the man that was talking to Rachel and then followed us back was the one that slipped something in my drink. To this day, I don't really know how I could have been slipped something, because I got my drink from the bar and I never set it down. My best guess was that it was already in the cup. Thankfully, I had a good friend and kind strangers protecting me that night. It keeps me up at night thinking what could have happened under different circumstances. A few years ago, when I was 19, I was coming home from watching the fireworks display on New Year's Eve. It was 3 a.m. when I reached my safe, family-friendly, nothing ever happens neighborhood. I'm from Sydney, Australia, and live in a posher and wealthier area. My friends wanted to call a taxi because we didn't want to wake our poor parents at this hour to drive us back home. But because of my stubbornness and insistence, we ended up taking the very long walk home. My friend Aiden was complaining most of the time. Guess I can't blame him. Rohan was just silent and compliant, and I was cheerful. When we reached almost my street, we split ways. The guys continued on their very long way walk home, which was way longer than mine, and I continued on mine. When I passed a little cake shop, I noticed a guy across the street. I only looked at him briefly, but something in the way he quickly looked up at me, almost in an interest, caught my attention. I hurried on anyways, because I'm usually paranoid about things, and 99% of the time, it's just me being paranoid. I turned onto my street, which was much darker than I had anticipated. This was about 3:15 a.m., mind you. As I passed the bowling club, I kept looking behind me just to make sure. It was getting quite cold and dark, so I started feeling creeped out. There was no one behind me. No one anywhere as far as I could see. I was halfway down my street where the road dips down when I noticed something on the path in front of me. I couldn't tell what it was, and at the last minute, I stepped off the path onto the road to avoid it, because it looked like it might be a dead animal. And as I stepped onto the road, I turned slightly and saw that there was someone behind me. They weren't too close, but they weren't too far away either. And I remember my heart leapt into my throat because I hadn't seen them before. And for them to have gotten that close in that short space of time, something about it didn't sit well with me. When I told people about this later, they said that I should have been quite sus then. It was 3 a.m. in the morning, and you're quietly walking behind a girl, not even bothering to keep a safe distance. Like, if you're really innocent, you would take measures to emphasize that, right? I couldn't see who it was, nor could I tell if it was male or female, because it was just a black figure to me. It was a very brief glimpse. I was scared though, so I whipped out my phone and started to call Aiden. I kept calling him, but silly Vodafone couldn't connect to him. So I tried to call Rohan, but he wouldn't pick up. I kept this up at least 5 times, getting increasingly anxious, but daring not to look behind me to see if he was still there. I'm glad I didn't, actually. I think I would have really freaked out if I had confirmed it. By that time, I'd reached my driveway and I hurried up it, thinking I was safe. But as I was halfway up, I looked over my shoulder again, just really quickly. I saw the figure there again. The way I explain this next bit is going to be hard, because I was really confused and muddled, because on one hand, it may have looked like he was merely passing my driveway. On the other hand, I am much more certain that it looked like he was just about to step onto the driveway, as if to walk up. And at that precise moment that I thought that, it occurred to me that he might be my brother, Jonathan, because no one else would bother walking up my driveway. Even if some guy was following me, it never occurred to me that he would really go to the lengths of going up my driveway as well. I thought I was completely safe because I had the advantage of having my house close by when he started following me. However, something about the build of this figure didn't seem like Jonathan
Never
to me,
safe.
so I hurried on anyway.
Anywhere at
My beautiful, wonderful, amazing mother had stayed up to wait for me, and I'm so glad because she opened the door for me as soon as I knocked. I hate to imagine what would have happened if I'd had to wait for a while. I went inside, but I left the second door open and the outside light on because I thought, Jonathan might be coming in any second now, but Mom was like, you can turn them off. Your brother came back 2 hours ago. I did get a little bit creeped out, but I just dismissed the thought because we are so quick to always think we're safe. I closed the door, shut off the light, and went to get a drink of water, and Mom went to bed. I went to my room to grab my clothes, and then went to the bathroom to take a shower, and I switched off the living room lights. This is sort of funny now that I think about it. Before I took a shower, I replied back to a message from Aiden, who was asking if I was home safe yet. I demanded to know why he hadn't picked up his phone, and then I told him I was creeped out for a few minutes, but I was okay now. Then as I showered, I actually thought about that figure. I wasn't too convinced that it was following me, but my mind did teeter into wondering this or that. In any case, I remember thinking that it was okay because I was safe now. The near end of my shower, I heard something at the window. It didn't sound like the usual creaking or bumping of an old house. The way I described it to other people was like the sound of someone resting their hands against the window to steady themselves. It sounded really unnatural. I know because it caught my attention straight away, and I immediately jumped to the possibility that there might be someone outside. And I know that only a really strange sound would make me do what I did next, which was to turn off the water and crouch under the window, hiding and waiting. I waited for quite some time, too scared to move. For a few minutes, but there was nothing, so I gingerly crawled out, still too scared to stand up properly, and I switched off the bathroom lights. But then it was impossible for me to dry myself and dress myself, so I turned on the heater light, which is much smaller and dimmer. And as I did that, I noticed at the window that there was a very small blue light there. I certainly didn't belong there. The way I can describe it now, it was almost like a keypad of a phone lit up. I was so scared, but I switched off the heater light as well and backed into the corner. My towel wrapped around me and I waited. It seemed like a long time that I waited, too scared to unlock the door and move because I knew it would make a lot of noise. As I waited in the pitch darkness, several blue lights came on outside the window, like a few. It became very bright and they were moving it, trying to shine it through the window. Now that I think about it, it had to be a phone, but I'm not sure because there were a few lights. But that did it for me because I practically bolted for my mom. I unlocked the door and went into my parents' room, trembling like a leaf and gibbering that there was someone outside the bathroom window. I was clearly very upset, so Mom ushered me around trying to find a safe room for me to change into. Dad apparently heard the footsteps hurrying back down the driveway, and I'm glad he did, because the situation feels so surreal to me now that I'm not even sure if it really happened. Maybe I imagined it all. But this is confirmation that it wasn't just my imagination. I was so shaky, and I slid into bed and couldn't sleep until morning. Even when it was morning, I was terrified, especially when I heard Dad leave the house and go into the backyard. So that was the lesson I learned. I'm never walking home again at night. I'm even a bit worried during the daytime now. We never did find out who it was. People wonder if it was the same person I'd passed earlier, but for some reason I didn't think so. My brother doesn't think so either. This past New Year's was mine and my boyfriend's 4-year anniversary. We typically don't do much, so this year we decided to make it special by planning a romantic getaway. At the time, the two of us were living in Seattle and we wanted to rent a cabin in a snowy small town for the weekend. We found a cabin on Airbnb with a hot tub and we were sold. The cabin was, of course, the last house on the road. To get to it, you had to drive down a small remote private road that ended in a roundabout. Off the roundabout was a long uphill driveway leading up to our cabin. We got to the cabin and it was snowy and beautiful. The cabin itself sat on top of a garage and you needed to take stairs in the backside of the property to get to the front door. When we got inside, there was a booklet with all the cabin's info outlined. The book said that during the snowy season, don't be surprised if their contracted snowplowers showed up to clear off the driveway. Okay, sounds good. So we unpacked and realized that there was no service on either of our phones. but the booklet told us that there was a landline in the cabin if we needed anything. We spent the first night by the fire playing board games and drinking wine. The weekend was exactly what we needed. We planned to spend the next day in town, and that night I had booked us a reservation for a nice dinner. We were gone almost all day, only returning briefly to get dressed up to enjoy some good food. Dinner was great, and we were excited to head back to the cabin for some champagne hot tubbing. While at dinner, the temperature had dropped and it snowed for the first time that day, coating everything in a fresh layer of powder. We drove down the private road and got to the driveway. At that point, my boyfriend stopped the car, headlights shining in front, and asked if I noticed the new tire tracks. I looked at the driveway, hoping to quickly disregard the new tire tracks, but there they were. Immediately, we remembered that the snowplowers could have stopped by, but the issue was we saw the tire tracks because of the snow, and who plows in the dark? We also knew that once we were at the cabin, we had no service on our cell phones, so we figured we would head back into town and message our Airbnb hosts, and ask them if them or any of their friends had stopped by. We waited for a while in town for a reply from our host, but we didn't hear back. We could have called, but at that point it was past 10 and we didn't want to be bad guests. We figured we blew the whole thing out of proportion and might as well head back to the cabin. After all, I am big into true crime and spooky subreddits and horror movies, so I was probably just psyching myself out. My boyfriend drove us back, and this time we actually drove up the driveway. Towards the top of the hill part of the driveway, though, I noticed something. My stomach dropped as I noticed footprints on the property. We backed down the driveway and took a closer look to see if there were any more footprints. From what it looked like, someone had drove up the driveway, then reversed down, parked, and then got out of the car and walked all around the property. The property was quite large with tons of trees and brush, and we knew that these footprints could go anywhere. The moment we saw footprints, we decided to call the police. We figured it was better safe than sorry, and we would just have the officer go onto the property with us to check everything out. We drove down the road till we got service, called the police, and waited for their arrival. The policeman showed up and we followed him onto the property. The officer scanned the property and determined there was no one out there. Obviously, we were a little bit shaken up and very embarrassed. We thanked the officer as he left. Needless to say, neither of us wanted to sit in the hot tub in the dark woods after what happened. Instead, we locked the doors and watched a movie, champagneless. We were both tired from the day and passed out pretty quickly. At 3 a.m., we both woke up on the couch with the TV on and all the lights, laughing about how the night didn't turn out as planned. As my boyfriend went to brush his teeth, we heard a noise. It sounded mechanical and only lasted a few seconds. We looked at each other and froze. The garage door. There are very few reasons that someone would need to open the garage door of a guest-occupied Airbnb at 3 in the morning. Like I said, we woke up with all of the lights on and the cabin had lots of windows. We knew that if someone was outside, they knew that we were here, and that they could see us. I immediately grabbed the landline and dialed 911 once again. We sat crouched in the Airbnb, praying for the police to arrive. We knew that whoever had made those tracks was still on the property, and this time they were making noise. As I sat talking to the operator, we heard a bang on our balcony as if someone was throwing something up onto it. I was
80,000.
losing my absolute shit when the operator told me the police were nearby. All of a sudden they were there. We saw the police lights and watched them search everything. And soon we heard banging on the door. It was the police, and we were okay now. At the door were two policemen, one in front of us and one a little behind, kind of kicking around the snow and looking at the ground. I immediately noticed the police officer in the back as the officer that did the initial check on the property. The officer told us that not only was the garage door shut, but it was locked. And again, there was no signs of someone on the property. We discussed leaving, but the officer said the road conditions were too dangerous at that time of night. I looked at the officer who had to come out to the property twice, and I felt I had deeply disappointed him. My boyfriend and I went back inside, again locking all the doors, and we tried to sleep. The next day, we were leaving, and while we survived the night, I didn't feel right in the cabin anymore. It was forever the spooky cabin in my head, and I just wanted to leave. As we packed, we heard the same noise that we heard at 3 a.m. That's when I had the realization that it was the heater. All that time, it was just the heater in the garage making this noise. My boyfriend looked at me and immediately said, You need to give up your murder shows," and then walked away. As for the banging on the balcony, it was just a perfectly timed fall of a pine cone. I promise I'm not paranoid. I think back on this story a lot, and I'm embarrassed about how little came of it, but also incredibly grateful for the same reason. My sister is a student in South London and has lived in some pretty awful student accommodation during her time studying. This particular house that she lived in had trouble with the front door lock. It was just off a very busy main road. She had 4 other housemates, and her room was in the attic, which obviously is the setup for all creepy happenings, but in reality was a really nice conversion. On this particular evening, she was planning on heading out later to celebrate New Year's Eve locally with her friends. She was in the house alone while getting ready, and had left her room to put makeup on in the bathroom. While she was doing this, she heard a really loud knock on her front door and some scuffling outside. Assuming it was one of her housemates coming back to grab something that they had forgotten, she headed downstairs to let them in. As she got close to the door, she heard voices that she didn't recognize and could see the shapes of 2 people through the frosted glass. We lived in London all of our lives and are both probably quick to not trust the situation. So she kept quiet and slowly made her way back upstairs. When suddenly the door literally flies open with a huge bang, and a man and a woman come flying in. She said that she could practically smell the alcohol on these 2 from a floor up, and from the way they were talking, she could tell they were totally off their faces on a shit ton of drugs too. As they immediately start to force entry into the first bedroom on the ground floor and grab anything they can find, my sister in a panic makes a dash up the staircase to her attic room to stay out of their way and out of sight until she can figure out what to do next. In her room, she finds her phone and immediately calls the police. She has to tell the operator what's going on as quietly as possible, and is told that the police will be there in about 12 minutes. She told me that this 12 minutes was the longest and most terrifying 12 minutes of her life. As she hears the banging and smashing noises from downstairs starting to move up the house, it is of course at this moment that she remembers the staircase which leads up to the attic is still down. She hadn't had time to pull it up behind her in her frenzied dash to her room. To counter this frankly appalling realization, she moves every item of furniture over the trap door and then sits on top of it all to stop them gaining entry if they try. As she sits there too afraid to even breathe and her heartbeat racing in her ears, she hears them kick down the very last door in the house, right next to her staircase. The woman is screaming and smashing things up, and the man is shouting instructions about what items to steal. These total dickheads were so confident and off their faces, they don't even bother to be quiet, which makes them that much scarier. She hasn't got a doubt that if a person confronted them or they found someone in the house, they would become very violent. As it becomes obvious to both them and her that the last place to try is her room, she hears the most beautiful sounds anyone has ever heard, as the yell of "police" echoes up the stairs. These 2 weirdos might be out of it, but they know what that means. The guy just clean jumps out of the 2nd floor window, lands on the shed and escapes over the garden fence, but the woman can't figure out which way to run and is caught by the police, screaming, biting, scratching, and swearing. My sister, sitting on top of the chest of drawers over her trap doors, in exactly the same position she has been for those seemingly never-ending 12 minutes, can only bring herself to open the trap door once the police tell her over and over that it's safe to do so. The devastation of the house is shocking and makes her so grateful that she had a place to hide, but also compounds how terrifying it is to have to sit helpless and trapped in the attic. She speaks to the police and gives her statement, and then calls my mom in a total wreck. She goes to stay with my mom and little sister for a few days while it's sorted out, then moves in with her boyfriend, who is also a student at the same uni. She only returns to collect her stuff, which at least is still around. Everyone else, door locked or unlocked, had their valuables stolen. This story strikes me of total dread and is probably one of the scariest things I've heard. Imagining what it must have been like for her makes me feel sick. The man never got caught, and the landlord, who never fixed their front door lock before the break-in, after being repeatedly asked, tried to make my sister keep paying her rent after she moved out, as per the contract agreement. Well, screw that. She gave him an elaborate array of places he could shove his contract, and I'm pleased to report he must have chosen one of them, because that was the end of that.
Yep, I'd tell the exact same thing, Lord. Oh, stuff that contract right up here. Nice. Hell, even that fits on there. Everything fits on that road. Well, if we can find an SA-58, got 2 mags. Fit that. Ah. Oh yeah.
Robbery environmental suit. About 18 years ago, my wife and I were looking out at Brickley Bay in Miami, Florida, when we saw a humanoid-looking creature wearing what appeared to be a black rubber environmental suit, just effortlessly gliding through the water, waist deep. I shouted, "Do you see it? There!" pointing at it so my wife would see it about 50 feet in front of us on a bright sunny afternoon. It looked at us and then started submerging, quickly, heading for the bank until it went under and out of view. It looked like it was wearing a full black futuristic high-tech equipment, and the real strange part was the bay was over 10 feet deep at the bank, so somehow it could glide through the water with its upper body above the surface. Afterwards, we both were in shock, and our hearts were racing, beating out of our chest. It had big black eyes and a small nose and mouth. We called it the creature from the Black Lagoon.
I've only been living here at Snow Conch for a couple of months, but something strange is definitely happening here. For context, I am part Native American of the Lakota Sioux tribe, and I'm trying to reconnect with that part of my heritage as I have moved out and away from my parents. I've always believed in the existence of skinwalkers, but the events that have transpired over the past couple of months have solidified it for me. At first, the occurrences started out small, hearing footsteps, running in bushes, etc. But as the weeks have gone on, they have developed bigger and bigger. It all came to a head Saturday night when I get a frantic text from a good friend of mine saying that he's messed up big time and scared shitless. Now, this friend of mine is a very imposing dude, 6'2" and around 280 pounds, and he grew up around Baltimore, so it takes a lot to scare him. So he's going through and telling me what happened and what he saw. A couple of blocks away from the main campus, they're building a new temple, and his friend loves to walk around this area at
No
night.
one in Cherno.
Just past one street light on this road, he could see a massive dog pacing back and forth, east to west. He described it as a dog with the posture of a bear, toned build, obviously wild but no discernible fur on it, like it was completely in silhouette. So of course I do some research and see the accounts of the shown that in their ranch, and Ray's description of a UFO she ran into sound eerily similar to what my friend saw. But my friend neglects to tell me until we were out there with us and noticed that he was whistling on his walk. As we approached the spot where he saw it the night before, sitting under the street light was the creature. It was exactly as he described it. Huge dog, posture of a bear, pointy ears, smoothest skin I've ever seen in a wild animal. We both weren't very spooked, so we head back towards campus. As we're walking past the humanities building, he tells me that it was around this spot where he was seeing shadow figures. He described them as having distinct human forms and hearing what sounded like a huge animal running at him. He came across a bald eagle feather in the middle of the sidewalk. There haven't been any bald eagle sightings in Ephraim, from what I know. We hung out on campus for a while after our encounter by the temple grounds, and we were both able to come to the conclusion that there was almost like a line across campus that the sightings would stop. Against my better judgment, I'm planning on going out there again later tonight to see if I could maybe get any pictures of this thing for concrete evidence that we both saw something and that it wasn't just our nerves getting to us.
That was just your nerves.
The only time I've ever seen this creature mentioned in writing beyond myself, old Red Eyes, was a ghost of a person, either black or Native American, that died in their task of helping slaves and escape breaches safely. Their duties possibly included misleading, harassing, and if necessary, killing any pursuers, given the aggressive nature of the spirit. Their most striking and only feature is the pair of piercing, glowing, scarlet orbs, evenly spaced, that float roughly 6 feet between and 7 feet in the air, that will occasionally blink out and reappear somewhere else about 10 feet away or so, as if they're stalking you. Now onto the story. All parts of this story take place at my friend's house that was already known as weird. The first half is second-hand and occurs roughly 15 years ago. Well, before we could drive ourselves, at that friend's birthday party, there were a lot of us, and I no longer remember the total number, but it was at least 8, quite possibly above 10. 3 or 4 of them decided they didn't want to hang out in the hot basement, and opted to go jump the fence that separates the house property from the rest of his property, and run down to the old riverbed. They leave, and maybe 5 or 10 minutes later, I'm too hot and grab a soda, and head up to the landing, which has a view of both the stairways in the house and also the part of the property my buddies have got too. Not long after, those who went off to romp in the night came back screaming and pile over the fence, and his otherwise quiet dog begins to go insane. I pop the door open for them because that's easier than dealing with an electronic lock, and they stop out of breath on the front porch. A couple of buddies come up the stairs having heard the ruckus, and were treated to the tale of how they were messing around when all of a sudden one of the bamboo bunches began to clatter and shake violently, shoots snapping and breaking, and some being hurled at them. We call BS and tell them to piss off and then get sodas and leave it. Eventually they work up the nerve to go again, but this time, 2 new people decide to go with them. One of the people, who was on the first runs, sits out, and they're bringing one of the dogs. Though it takes a bit longer, they prop the gates open for the dog to squeeze through, and they go into the woods. My buddy, who swore they were attacked by something, sits on the front porch, as do I and another friend. 4 of them were out in the woods, and there was at least one person downstairs in the basement uninterested. We're trash talking about them, while the only person who was out there defends the lot of them. Not too long after, 10 minutes tops, we hear a loud scream. The dog sets off, setting off the other dogs, and here they come, piling over the fence, the dog worming through the gates like a pro. They couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. Once they got beyond able to see the lights of the house, eventually something made the dogs growl, and they turned and saw what looked like a pair of eyes over 6 feet off the ground, a burning skull glaring at them, and they blinked, and they were gone, only to show up a few strides to the right, and again and again. With the creepy dread, they realized that whatever it was slowly, gently positioning itself between them and the house. This is what made them scream and bolt back to the perceived safety, and quite safely this time. Although we called BS, again a few years later, I found myself staring down the same burning eyes over the roof of my car, and in one case staring me down before I could even crank my vehicle. While my encounters weren't as terrifying, they were still bad. And to this day, let me just say, screw them.
In the summer of 2013, I was hiking the Camino de Santiago in northern Spain, and I saw something I will never forget. I don't know how much of it was real because I was cold, hungry, thirsty, exhausted and sick when I saw it. But good Lord, it scared me. I was on the Camino Primitivo, the oldest section of the Camino. It's also the least well traveled. I'd go there days without seeing anyone else on the road. There is a stretch about 20 kilometers through the mountains called Los Hospitales because there are some ruins of medieval hospitals along the path in the heights. It's supposed to be the best view on the whole 200 kilometers of Primitivo, so I really wanted to see it. It's a long story, but I'll try to leave out the less important bits. I didn't mean to be in such a bad shape that day. There's a small shelter a few clicks before the mountains, so I planned to stop there the night before and then continue. As I neared the shelter, someone had scrawled a message on the wall, warning not to stay there because the hospitalero, as the guys who take care of the places are called, is a thief. At the previous town, there had been a sign that said there was no hospitalero at this shelter, so of course I was suspicious. Sure enough, when I arrived, there was an unwashed old man cooking a can of beans over a fire outside of the shelter who asked me for money to stay. I decided that I didn't trust him, so I just got my stamp, proving I had gone through that village and pressed on. So I started the Los Hospitales stage after already walking almost a full day's walk. The villages were too small to have grocery stores or even restaurants, so I had no food or water other than what little was in my pack. I was getting over a cold as well, and although it wasn't bad at this point, it started to bother me more as I fatigued. As I started to climb the mountain, I passed a sign that read, Peligro, osos, danger, bears. But at this point I was committed, so I kept going. When I got near the top of the mountains, the weather changed. It was so foggy that I couldn't see more than a few meters in front of me. When I looked over the edge of the path, it was straight down into a foggy abyss. It was also cold. It was well into June, but the high was in the 50s, and the mist only made it worse for a guy wearing only shorts and a tank top. When I got on the plane, I had no idea what the weather would be like, and I foolishly imagined northern Spain to be a Mediterranean climate. The only vegetation was the short grass and some sparse moss. Other than that, the landscape was just small rocks. Somehow there were cattle grazing up there, and horses. I don't know how they survived on such little food. I walked for several hours until I came to the ruins. At this point, I decided to try to camp out in the stones. I put a tarp up next to the stone wall, but the mist was so thick that it penetrated the tarp, my poncho, my astronaut blanket, everything. I was freezing. I was cold before, but when I stopped moving, I immediately started shivering wildly. I decided that despite my fatigue, I'd continue. Hell, if I didn't, I was going to freeze to death up there. The path alternated between the top of the ridge and the side of the mountain. I would have to occasionally climb down from the path holding onto shrubs. It was really steep. To avoid the huge steers with horns longer than my arm span, and their calves blocking the way, I'd run out of water and food. The food made me sick to my stomach anyway, and I had no idea how far I had gone through the mist or how much farther I had to go. Then, on a stretch along the flat top of the mountain dotted with otherworldly pools of mist and rainfall, I saw it. A herd of horses came galloping past me without warning. And when I turned around, there was the biggest steer I'd ever seen. It was walking slowly towards me in the direction the horses had gone. As it approached, I noticed that it was getting taller, not larger, but its legs appeared to be elongating. At this point, it was still a more or less faint outline in the mist, but when it was very close, less than 10 meters, I could see it clearly. The body was more or less normal, but the legs were almost 2 meters long and rail thin.
Oh,
The thing towered
I
over me.
remember now.
But the abnormal proportions weren't the only strange thing about it. This steer had fangs. An entire mouthful of long, jagged, yellow, sharp fangs. When it opened its mouth and revealed them, I ran. I don't know how far it was, but I didn't stop until I reached a highway at the far end of the mountain and heard the humming of a telephone line last. I saw some other creepy stuff that day as I made my way to the next habitable place, most notably a ruined town with a population of one old Asturian man and his huge dog. But after the demon steer, nothing bothered me too much. I made it to the next small town that had a hostel so late that everything was closed, and I had to sleep outside in the 20-degree Fahrenheit weather. I really want to blame what I saw on my questionable physical and mental state at the time. I walked 48 kilometers that day, according to the guidebook, about 13 hours in all. But I can't forget what some of the older locals had told me about avoiding the areas around dolmens, prehistoric burial stones in the mountains. As far as I know, there isn't a dolmen in Los Hospitales, but the people living there have legends of strange remnants from the area's Celtic past living on in the mountains. And I saw something that makes me wonder if they aren't just legends.
I'm gonna
One
have
night
to
around
ask
3.5 years ago,
Rosie
I was driving to my
about
mom's
that.
from my dad's, and my girlfriend was following me in her car.
Why
I looked
is there
down
no
for 1 second and then
vehicles
looked back up, and
allowed
there's a
on
massive
that
coyote in
stretch
front
of
of
road
my
right
car.
there?
It was all mangy with big teeth and was
When you
super
have
tall.
to get over
Well, I
here
proceeded to hit it going at
to
50 miles
put
an
your
hour. I even
vehicle
felt my car
in
bump as I hit it. My girl saw me
garage.
slam my brakes, so she called me and asked what happened. Once I told her, she sounded very freaked out because she didn't see anything, nor did anything come out from under my car. We were pretty freaked out, so we just finished the drive to my mum's. Once there, we looked at my car and it was messed up, like I had hit another car or something. So I told my mum, and we all went back to the scene, and there was no coyote
never
or body pieces
did
or anything.
talk to
It really messed me up
about
for a
that.
long time. Fast forward to a few months ago, and my now fiancé learned of skinwalkers. And as we were talking about them, we thought that may have been what we hit all those years ago. We heard an ear-piercing woman scream right next to our front door. I mean, it sounded like she'd have to have mouth-to-mouth against the door. But when we went to check, there was absolutely nothing. And we vowed, to this day, to never talk about it again.
Back when I was in high school, my friend and I saw something I've been referring to as a
Slippery
crawler.
road.
This was in Rossville, Illinois. Nighttime and in a cemetery. I think it was probably late summer or early fall, because I don't remember it being too cold out. Would have been between 2007 and 2010. I'm sure the moon was full, or close to it,
Much
because
in the
visibility was very good.
collectible
My friend
item.
and I used to walk this loop. We would leave her place and go down a block to a side road that led to a park. We would then turn left and cut across the park to the side entrance of the cemetery. The cemetery and park sat at the very southwest corner of town. Beyond that was just woods and cornfields. If we went straight across the cemetery, it would take us to another side road that then led to the main street. Back to where
I
the house was.
remember Rosie saying
We made it to the
something
cemetery
about
and were walking the main
black
driveways with
market
property
as
park.
gas zone.
There was a sudden noise that made both of us stop. My friend started laughing nervously and asked if I had heard the noise. I told her I had seen what made the noise. To our left, I had seen something running behind the headstones. It was on all fours, but humanoid. It had
I'm
extremely
gonna say
pale
those
skin,
dogs
no hair,
barking
and
was
looked very thin.
worry.
I remember it was so pale that it almost reflected the moonlight. It moved so fast, too fast for any human I've ever seen in my hands and feet, that I couldn't see many details. It was in total profile, so I never saw the facial details. The way it ran was animal-like, as well in that it had that gait where its feet came forward almost between, past its hands. Watch a video of a big cat or wild dog running and see what I mean. We were both terrified. We just stood there, panicking, and listening to it moving around, just out of sight, while we called one of her friends to come meet us and take us the rest of the way home. Her friend, a very typical high school boy, arrived and naturally wanted to stay in the cemetery, goof off for a while. For some reason, with him there acting dumb, it was less scary. But I remember, it just kept making these wide circles around us. It always stayed out of sight, but you could hear it as it moved. Occasionally, it would come a bit closer, then seemed to dart further away again. Eventually we left. I spent a while researching it and even reached out to a paranormal group in Champaign for advice. The guy I talked to had never heard of it, but wanted to document what we saw. We met up with him and did an interview.
And the
but
black
group never did
market
an
blocks
investigation.
off
Fast forward a few years and I'm living in
southeast
Colorado.
corner.
I met one of my closest friends in about
If I
2012.
remember right.
We really hit it off because we were into the paranormal. When I eventually told him about what I had seen, his jaw hit the floor. He told me he had seen the same thing and told me his story. He described
So you
exactly what I
can't
had
drive
seen,
past.
but he had seen it under a porch while living in Thornton. It was crouched down and squatting. He thinks
You
he
have to
startled
actually
it while
take
it was eating
side
because he
roads
said it was
to get
hunched over something it was holding. He comes from a
around.
Navajo/Apache background, and when we first met, his best guess was Skinwalker or Wendigo. But then, and especially now, he said he had his doubts about either of those things being the answer. He was dating a girl at the time whose mum claimed to be a medium. She said she thought it was something that someone woke up, and that now it was angry. We both have serious doubts on that one. The stranger part came when he and I brought it up. We both started having very intense nightmares about it. His were worse than mine, and lasted much longer. This was also punctuated by a 6-month period of time filled with a lot of bad luck and anxiety for us. I always sort of brushed this off, as us just psyching ourselves out, until I sent my story into a podcast. After it was read, another listener sent in their story. They described what my friend and I had seen, and also described the sightings as being punctuated by nightmares. I couldn't write that off because he spoke about his nightmares in detail, and they matched my friend's nightmares exactly. I've never given out any details of what actually happened in either of our nightmares. I've read a ton of other stories by other users and people on the internet. I've dug through mounds of lore and cryptid lists. I still don't feel like I have an answer to what the thing was. My best guess at this point is that the nightmares aren't coincidental, and that this is something that is interdimensional. It seems like it can interact with physical things around it, but I've never heard anyone tell a first-hand account of being physically attacked or even touched. I speculated on what it could be for hours, and the only conclusion that I've come to is that I don't feel like there's an actual concrete answer. I think it might be something that's been around and inspired other cryptids and paranormal tales. But I don't think it's a Wendigo, skinwalker, gorilla, fleshcake, etc.
When I was 12, I was vehemently convinced that dragons existed, and nothing anyone would tell me would convince me otherwise. And the belief is because of this story. I was around 4 at the time, no clue what day, and I had just woken up and my dad was off work. I remember feeling like I really needed to look out the window, and clambering up onto the bed to do so, looking out for a few seconds until suddenly, the entire window was filled with this scale, purple mass, seemingly moving at extreme speeds uphill. Yet despite the speed, it seemed to have just kept on going and going, and I just knew it had to be a dragon, and got all giddy wanting to open the window and see it better. But I didn't know how to open the window, and eventually, after what felt like a very long time, it disappeared. The dragon having moved uphill. Still wanting to see it, I went and tried to open the door to go outside, but it was locked. So I went and woke up my mum, who was understandably annoyed at suddenly being awoken because of a dragon, and told me to go back to sleep. The reason I used to believe it so vehemently was not as a mere dream, because I could practically pinpoint the actual point I woke up after seeing the dragon, and don't remember waking up or going to sleep after the interaction with my mum, and thus, I was adamant. Dragons existed.
The first experience I've had, I took one of my buddies up to the San Isabel National Forest, which I've been through many times before in the day. We drove out there around 9 p.m. and rode some trains out to the heart of the forest, looking for skinwalkers. But really, I was just screwing with him and going for a trail ride. At the turnaround point, I got the cliche feeling of being watched and I was driving with my backup camera on the whole time. The trail was a bit dusty, but I started to notice an almost man-like shape running behind the vehicle in the distance.
In minutes.
I didn't see anything at first because I thought maybe it's just me. So I stopped for a minute and asked my friend if he saw anything like him, and he described the same thing. We rolled down the windows and listened for any movement outside. With nobody else in the 250 square mile forest, we simultaneously heard a little boy, maybe 5 or 6 years old, cry out, "Help!" And our heads snapped towards each other, and my friend said, "Just drive." We kept moving back on the trail, and seeing the thing in my camera standing as tall as the spare 35-inch tire on my lifted Jeep while running on all fours. When we got to a fork in the trail that turns back the way we came, I decided to turn and head back because I was curious and wanted a definitive interaction. My buddy wasn't interested in proving there was bad shit in these woods, but I was driving. After a few minutes, he starts groaning loud like he was hurt and covering his face. When I ask him what's wrong, I get hit with a sensation of absolute dread and sensory overload. When I was younger, I practiced black magic, and I can say with absolute certainty that it felt like a demonic presence. My eyes were tearing uncontrollably, and I could hardly breathe or speak. At which point, I turned around on the trail, and we left for good, still with a clear humanoid shape tailing us out of the woods. He later told me he heard something make a noise outside his window that started like a low gurgling but raised to a loud scream, just like a howler monkey. I never heard anything, but the sensation was overbearing and physically crippling. After getting back on the road and stopping for gas, we found muddy handprints on the rock guards and tire gate of my Jeep. It was spotless before leaving. The second encounter happened a few weeks later. I took some more friends out there, minus the one from the first trip, on what you could call an armed expedition. I was definitely disappointed in their tactical proficiency and weapon handling, considering we were all soldiers, but these were the only people willing to do this with me. There were 5 of us this time, and we were armed with 2 rifles, a 12 gauge, and sidearms. After driving down the same trail and having a few odd experiences, such as hearing movement in the dark, glowing red eyes, and some heard singing, we decided to dismount and walk a footpath. This is around October, and early for snow, but of course, as we get out of the vehicle, it starts snowing, almost a whiteout. Maybe 50 meters down the trail, we hear the movement of something really big on our right side in the trees, and to me, sounded like it could only be a moose. One of the guys finds a stick TV off the trail, and we checked it out for a bit. There were some weird bundles of sticks tied to the tree branches, but we kept moving. The one guy in our group who wasn't convinced and thought these creatures were bullshit tries to be Mr. Hardass and walked ahead of the group with just my 12 gauge and no flashlight. When I hear that movement in the woods again, I call everyone into a circle in case we got charged by a bull moose. He starts yelling, "WTF is that? Give me some light." And we shine a handheld spotlight in the direction he's holding his shotgun. He tells us to go back right now and hurry, never lowering his weapon. I pretty much had to herd him back, watching all directions, and a few times situating ourselves for a confrontation as we heard noises and more movement of something tearing through the trees, circling us from multiple directions. When we made it out of the woods and began mounting back up in the Jeep, he told me that he saw this big, pale, skinny creature just sitting there ahead of us on the trail. He said it had some thin, scraggly hair on its head, and he thought it was alone till it turned its head and looked at him in the light. We heard a few faint screams from the woods before departing. After these 2 incidents, I took a few more trips out there in similar armed groups. But aside from similar noises and others, like the sound of chains jingling, and some responses to our whistling, there were no other interactions. When I would whistle, the woods nearby would whistle back. I want to continue studying these creatures, though I'm back in Florida now. I'm hoping to find some here, as I've read on Reddit that there are encounters in Florida. If anyone has any insight or experiences, please feel free to share them. I've never posted a story like this, so I apologize if I'm not a good storyteller or something. But this is just a recount from about 8 months ago.
This was back in the late 90s when myself and 2 of my friends were staying in their vacation home on one of the local rivers. The house. Think 3 small bedrooms, a sitting room, kitchen, and a small external bathroom. Is on a privately owned island, not theirs, which is used for cattle grazing and about 3 to 4 square miles in area. It is accessible only via dirt road, which takes all of half hour to travel down, as it bends and winds through dense swamps full of alligators and marsh plains. Along the road, there is one house, just as you get onto the island, which has long been abandoned. This old 2-story plantation-style home was supposedly abandoned when the owners, a married couple, had their child suffer a fatal accident and could not bear being there any longer. Aside from my family house, the cattle farmer home, and the other vacation home, the abandoned property is the only other structure. While my friends and I were out on the dock doing some night fishing, trying to land a shark or something to throw on the grill, but we hadn't had much luck. The river was as smooth as glass, which was usually unusual. because the current there is very strong, usually, even though the tide shifts. We sat and chatted, waiting for a bite until around 11. Then off to our right, we heard a loud tonal wail, which sounded like a mix between a ship's horn or maybe a wolf horn or something similar. An important note, the island is nearly an hour from deep water access, and probably more from actual ocean, so the likelihood of that sound being a large ship was low. So anyway, we were startled by the sound, and even my friend, who had spent his summers there since he was in diapers, had never heard the noise before and was bothered by it. So we decided to pack it in, since we weren't catching anything anyway, and had nearly gotten all of our equipment back to the house when my second friend heard it coming from down the road, back towards the island access. What was sounding like either a cat meowing or a child crying? We stood in silence listening, trying to figure out what it was, and where it was coming from. After listening for about 5 minutes, we decided to hop into the truck and drive down the road a ways, with the windows down, so that we could try and find what's making the sound. We started out hearing what sounded like a cat. It was made clear we got further up the road that it was not the case. We could clearly hear a child, and it sounded like it was saying, "Help me." And we drove very slowly, calling out, and we'd wait a few minutes, and hear, "Help me," again. But it was always further up the road, towards the swamps and old abandoned house. We were seriously freaked out, because if there was a kid out there, why would they be going away from our calls and right into the swamp? We nearly made it all the way to the abandoned house, when the sound just stopped.
Rotten
We waited for ages,
shitbags.
but never heard it again. We marked it up as nerves and headed back to the river house, assuming it had just been an animal after all,
Damn it.
and that we were probably just imagining it.
I'll
and
be
seeing
right
it.
back. I'm gonna go
After
grab a
we dropped
drink.
back inside and settled in for the night, we started hearing it
Try
again.
re-logging
but as
back
time
in.
passed, it came
Hopefully I
closer
still have a
and closer.
car.
We
I
went out
don't know what the
and
rules
called
are
again,
for.
and the sound would come closer. This went on for hours. Well, we decided we would try one more time to see if there was a kid lost or something. Again, important to note, we are miles from the nearest town or people, and the noise sounded like a child of around 4. But once we got in the truck again, the noise stopped. It's now nearly 3 a.m., and we have been out in the sun fishing and swimming all day. So we are tired, and after driving around a bit, calling out again, with no luck, we decide to give it up. We get back inside and get into our beds, and then we hear it clear as a bell. "Help me!" right outside the house, but it sounded so strange, like an echo. It was like close but far, and like hell we were brave enough to go commando and leave the house. But we went out onto the porch, which was screened for bugs, and listened. As soon as we went out, it would stop. Back into beds, it would call out again, but in a different location outside the house. It circled the house, calling at night. So we slept in the living room, but to be honest, a lot of sleep didn't happen. In the morning, we went out and looked for the tracks. As the foundation is basically sand, there were no marks, no prints, animals or otherwise. And to the best of my knowledge, this never happened again to my friend or any other visitors. To this day, we don't know what we heard, but it's probably the most supernatural occurrence I've ever experienced.
This is a story of my encounters with the Brunswick Sludge Walker. My first experience was May 27th, 2016. The only reason I remember this day is because it was my best friend's birthday. I'm not really sure what time it was.
like it.
About a year ago, I moved my family and I to a home way out in the woods in Tennessee. I wanted to be brief here, but I need to get this off my chest. And after looking into this a little bit more, I have a lot more details that I think will paint a clearer picture in the end, so just bear with me. The nights here can be very loud. Between the crickets, the tree frogs, and everything else in between, it can be deafening. One night, not too long after we moved in, I had forgotten something in my car and headed outside to go get it. The first thing that struck me as odd was that my dog wouldn't go outside with me. My dog goes everywhere with me. But not this night.
Fuck!
As I held the door open, she looked out then looked up at me like no. So I walked out and shut the door behind me. The second thing that caught me off guard was that there was not a peep. It was dead silent. I still
It
shrugged this off
deletes
and
your
walked down my
fucking
front
car.
steps and headed down
Now
to
I
the car.
remember why.
When I had gotten about 10 feet from my car, the hairs on the back of my neck stood up. I felt as though something was watching me. I looked around but saw nothing.
I fucking
After I
hate it
reached
when
into my vehicle for what I had
servers do
forgotten to
this.
grab earlier. I had this feeling like something was moving towards me. I took a step
Any
back
car left
and
out
checked around
is
me. All of a
automatically
sudden, I heard one of my hedges next to me that lined the walkway to our front door rattle.
that.
At first, I thought it was a rabbit that I had scared, as I had seen one just earlier in the day right where this was. A few seconds later, I heard the sound of a large rock landing a few feet away from me. It hit the walkway and bounced into a shrub. I drew my gun and called out and said whoever this was is about to get shot. After a few seconds of nothing, I began to think that maybe this was some local teenager messing with the new people. I holstered my gun and turned and started walking back to the front door. Almost as soon as I turned towards my house, I heard this deep sound. It sounded like a huge dog, but what made me know back to my front door was that it sounded like it was right behind me. I leaped up into my porch, turned
Well,
and
that
pulled my
was
firearm again,
fucking 80
expecting
grand
something right there.
wasted.
But again, there was nothing. A couple weeks later, I was on my porch at night, sitting on a bench with my wife. She got up and walked inside to get something, and as soon as she shut the door, I heard that same sound again. I couldn't see anything, yet it sounded like it was right on top of me. The sound was coming from everywhere, and it was very loud. Again, I couldn't see anything, so I noped it back inside my house. Now at this point I was questioning moving here, but after nothing else really happening, I let it all go. A month or so later, it was a really rainy and stormy night. This is around 9 p.m., and my wife and I enjoy listening to the rain and talking about how relaxing the rain is. I grew up in Oregon, so I love the rain. And for the past 10 years, we lived somewhere else where it would dump the entire year of rain in one single day, then be bone dry for the rest of the year. The rain was rain. She loved going outside and watching the rain, so for us it was an enjoyable experience. As we were sitting there talking and relaxing, my wife stops and says, "Did you hear that?" And I said,
You gonna fucking
no.
reload or
What did you
no?
hear?" I swear it sounded like a small child calling for help out in the woods beside our house, she said. I didn't hear anything. After a few moments of us listening, she was like, "There it is. I didn't hear anything, sweetie. Are you sure you're not just hearing things?" She looked at me offended that I didn't hear anything and said, "No, I'm positive. How could you not hear that? It was our son. I think he's out there and got lost." We then both looked through the blinds that were open right behind us, and we could see all of our children laying there. She said it was so weird that it sounded like our son. Well, it's not him. He's right there. Besides, I don't hear anything. She then stands up and says, "Wow, he's really crying out for help. I need to go look for him." Now at this point, if you knew my wife, you would know that she is absolutely creeped out by the woods and wouldn't be caught dead walking into them during daylight, much less at night during a storm. I grabbed her hand and said, "I've been listening, and there's nobody calling out for help." At this point, I'm getting a little bit worried. She was acting completely out of character, not to mention that at this time she is 8 months pregnant with our baby daughter. She then says, what if there's some child out there lost? Well, first of all, I would be able to hear them as well. Second, there are no other kids around here for miles, and the odds of them being lost 100 feet from our house is not possible. She then says, I know, but what if it's a kid? Before I could say anything else, she stands up and starts walking towards the stairs. I jumped up and grabbed her hand again and said, I don't know what's going on, but you need to go inside. I didn't know what this was, but it freaked me out. A few months after this, just as it was getting dark outside, I heard the front door to our house open and I got up to investigate. We have autistic 6-year-old twins, and we have the door set up so that they can't open it without us there. So to hear the sound, it could only be my wife. What was more weird is the fact that she doesn't go outside without saying something to me. I walked out front and saw my wife walking down our private road towards the drive on the side of our house. I asked her what she's doing, and she said that she was sitting on the back patio and kept hearing a baby crying out in the woods. Are you serious? And you just decided to walk off into the woods to investigate? I said. She then looks out into the woods and says, see, there it is again. I couldn't hear anything, but what I did notice is that it was completely quiet outside again. I told her just like before, the chances of a baby being out in the woods outside our house is slim, and that she needed to get back in the house. She then said, what if someone left a baby out there? Well, if that was true, I would hear it as well. Now at this point I was really starting to worry about my wife's mental health. I asked her to see a psychiatrist, and she did. Looking back now, I feel really bad about this, knowing what I know now. A key to this moment was that my wife had just given birth to a baby girl a month before. A few days after this, we're out on the front porch again. It's early evening, and I had just cut the grass this day, and our 3-year-old son was riding around on his little car in front of the house. Now he knows that he's not allowed outside of a certain area that we mapped off. He loves playing outside, but with the road behind 50 feet from our front porch, we have to be careful as a lot of trucks will fly through after drinking all day on their boats. As
I
we're
think
talking,
that's why
we're both
I
keeping an eye on him.
left the
A neighbor
server
then drives
before.
by
I
and
love
stops to say hi
I
for a
loved
second.
Pornhub,
This
Boredom
interaction
Hub
took
for
about 8 seconds. As all we
forever,
said was how are things,
but
and we said we're good.
this,
and he told us he would stop by
I
later
think,
as
is
his wife got
what
something for the
made
kids,
me
who happens to be
server
one of their teachers in
the
school.
last time. I
We
think I
simply say
bought
okay,
a car
and he drives
before,
off. I looked over
and
where our son
I
was
got
at,
caught just
and he
like
was
this
gone.
on a server
I called out his
restart
name and ran over
driving,
to the side of the house,
and it
and I could
deleted
hear
my
his car on
fucking
our side
car.
drive. I scolded him for leaving the area, and he said something in his 3-year-old gibberish and pointed to the woods behind our house. I then told him that he had 5 seconds to get back up to the front of the house or else. He then pointed back in the direction of the woods and kept trying to tell me something. I looked off
And
to
if
where he
it's
was
gonna
pointing at,
delete cars
just
like
as if I
that,
saw a deer or a squirrel,
80
something
grand
he
a
wanted to
car,
get up close.
when it's hard
I
to
walked him back
make
up to the
money
front of the house and he cried the whole way there.
on here,
He got really upset that I wouldn't let him go into the woods.
and I
I just
think he's
wrote this
made
off as him
Black
being
Market
curious.
a gas zone
3-year-old
as
broke
well.
apart. Now this situation isn't isolated as
That
others
makes
have
me
done similar
not want to
things,
play on.
but nothing very extreme like this. There have been nights where we just laid down for the night and we heard a loud bang on the side of our house on the wall behind our bed. It was so loud that I jumped up and looked out the window. Our floodlight had come on, but I couldn't see anything. Now the weird part about this is that our bedroom sits about 12 feet from the ground level, as we have a full-size basement that's cinder block. I put on my slippers and grabbed my shotgun and walked outside to investigate. It was dead silent again. The floodlight that's on the side of the house had clicked off at this point, so I walked over to the end of the deck and shined my light around the yard. There was nothing. I walked around the house and shined the light around intently. As I approached the back side of my house, the hairs on the back of my neck stood up. Again, it felt like someone was watching me. I shined the light up in the trees, but again, nothing. I rounded the corner and the first thing I noticed was that my 3 dogs that were in their area weren't making a single sound. Now, our dogs have no filter and will bark at anyone and everyone. This includes me as well. So to see them all hiding with their tails between their legs, not making a single sound, really had me worried. As I kept walking, all of a sudden, the crickets and frogs started making sounds again. It was like someone had clicked the switch. I walked back into the house and told my wife that I hadn't seen anything.
12 slots.
She shrugged and said okay, as long as our dogs were okay. Due to the circumstances that night, I decided to let the dogs in and sleep with us. This very same thing has happened on all 4 exterior walls of our house. It's random and annoying, but just like this instance, every time there's nothing going on outside. There have also been times when we're sitting in the house, and as I was watching a movie, my wife walked over to me and said, "Did you call me?" I say no, and she says that she heard me call her name in her ear. She said it was definitely my voice, but she didn't understand because it sounded so close, and I was a good 20 feet away from her in my recliner. The important part to this was that she was sitting at the table doing something, and the slider to the backyard was open behind her. Now, our back patio sits about 20 feet off the ground, and it's like a balcony as it has no stair access outside. There have been several instances where she would say that she heard someone whisper in her ear, but she couldn't make out the sound. Again, I kept thinking that she was going crazy, but as you will see, I think all of this is tied into this final moment where things are revealed. The last thing I want to mention before we get into what just happened is that I have a shooting range built behind my workshop on the opposite side of our property next to the main road. It's kind of on a downslope, but it works perfectly for what I need it for. The range itself is cut straight into the woods going down about 100 yards or so. When you're at the downrange, you have woods surrounding you on all sides. I have to say, targets are mowing down there. It feels like one day I was sighting in the night. The sun was still up, but it was going to this was going to be the final. Nothing really happened in the range. As I got there, I was feeling like someone watching me. As I was facing stairs, I heard something. It sounded like a large. Now, if you've been in the Tennessee woods, you will know that a lot of branches fall off the trees randomly out there. If that makes any sense. I turned and looked, but again, I couldn't see anything. I started walking back up to my rifle, and I swear, I heard someone right behind me. I turned around, but again, saw nothing. As I started to walk again, that's when I heard it. A deep growling noise. It was really deep and loud, and what's worse is that it was all around me. I turned around facing the range and started walking backwards. The thought of some rabid dog charging out of the bushes had me freaked out, so running wasn't a good idea. I slowly walked backwards up the hill to my rifle, but nothing happened. I grabbed my rifle and sprayed the target with rapid fire, hoping to scare off whatever was stalking me. I left 10 rounds in the mag, then grabbed my rifle bag, and I quickly walked back up to the house. I never told my wife about this, as I didn't want to freak her out. So about a year later from when we moved in, my niece started staying with us as a live-in nanny to earn money over summer break from college. We were on our way back from the store, and about a mile from our house, I saw 2 eyes reflecting in the headlights coming from a white tree on the side of the road just ahead. It caught my attention because they were higher than a deer, but a different color and size. Just as I had said, "What is that?" and squinted, they had vanished. I had made a comment that it was almost as if they had known I could see its eyes and moved. The color was kind of golden green, but they resembled the mannerism of a large cat, as they felt ominous. It's hard to explain.
At least
but
if they had a
off as
packing
we were passing the
wrench,
tree and saw
I could
nothing.
pack my own.
A few moments later, we arrived at the house. As we were
In
getting
fact,
bags
I
out of the
think that's
car,
what I
my
said
3-year-old
last
son
time.
came running out of the house excited to see me. As I was waiting to help her carry in her bags, I heard my dog growl. I looked in the direction she was looking at, which was towards my neighbor's property across the street. What I saw has kept me up all night. Up until this point, I have always been skeptical, as I had never seen anything with my own 2 eyes. Even with what just happened to me the year prior, I still had my doubts that it was just my mind playing tricks on me. My street is kind of a spread out neighborhood. Each house sits on several acres, and at the end of our road is Kentucky Lake. My neighbor's house is adjacent to my house on about an acre or 2 lot. Directly in front of my
I'm
house
gonna
is a
call it
wall
a
of
day right
woods,
there. I'm tired,
and
Danny.
directly behind my
I've
house
been
is several thousand acres of untouched forest. As I was walking
hours.
across the street to my neighbor's property,
That's plenty long.
I saw
I'm tired.
a large dark figure between the
Thank
trees
you guys
at
for
first.
hanging out,
The movement
chilling
caught
with
me
me.
off guard, as it looked like something big moving
Have
quickly on
yourselves
all
a
fours.
wonderful
Then,
night. I
when
will
it
be
came out
back
into
on
clear
tomorrow.
view, it stood up and walked like a
I'm gonna
man.
drop
At first,
Nathaniel a
I
message.
didn't know what to make of it. It was very tall, but the strange thing about it was that the distance it was covering,
Probably
I
not
swear,
right now,
I could
but
see through it.
tomorrow
It
if
was
I
clearly
remember.
walking quickly, but moving faster than any person could even sprint. There was also no sound. It was like it was
Until I
phasing
see you
in and
guys
out of
later,
reality as it moved. I
remember,
then said,
end of the
"What the
day,
hell is that?"
it's
And realized that it was
have fun with it. Try not to get off when your car gets a restart. But I'll see y'all later. Love y'all. Have a good night. Bye.